Analysis of myths. I'm invincible upon knowing the plot. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 851. Before the 6th observation station. The further upstream, the stronger the creatures become. It seems that this is not a joke. Lee Su frowned slightly after piercing the creature in front of him with a bone spur. Although the size was similar to the one within 2,000 kilometers from the base, its strength had increased a lot. Not far away, Luou was also fighting. Although she was already far behind Lee Su in strength, this woman's strength in this world was undoubtedly quite strong, and she was definitely at the top of mortals. Especially in the details, she was very amazing. Her power was compressed into a very small range in her every move. Take Qianlong, whom she had met before, as an example. Even if the strength, speed and reaction of both sides were equal, this woman could kill Qianlong in at most 2 moves. The skill of using strength, the grasp of the surrounding environment, and the grasp of the sense of space between each other have all reached a very amazing realm, which can be said to be as clear as seeing fire. If it was her, when I first came here, the ending would be hard to say. Lee Su blinked his eyes and did not go up to help, but turned his head to look into the distance. After the food was prepared, the base also abided by the agreement with him and sent the remaining information to him before coming. Content, not a small amount. In particular, the base gave 2 speculations about how to get out of here. One is the door. The base strengthened the model and used drones to go deep, breaking through to a very long distance without retracting them. Although the drone was destroyed by an unknown creature soon, it accidentally captured a corner of the picture. Deep in the intestine, there is a door, which is extremely ancient and huge, standing at the end of the intestine. Perhaps it is the exit. Of course, it is just a speculation, not a definite answer. The main reason is that the door has always been closed and never opened after sending drones several times. Because we don't know where the door leads to, and even whether the door can be opened, we can only speculate that it may be one of the exits of this world. As for the other exit, it is related to the flood. The main reason is that we don't know where these floods come from or where they flow, so we make a deduction that perhaps the source of the flood in the end of the flood may be the exit. Of course, this is still just a guess. After all, after the flood, the base will immediately send drones to explore the world. But even if a lot of residual blood and water were found, it was too little compared to the flood. Therefore, the reasonable speculation is that the flood itself should have flowed out of this world. Obviously, both answers are very dangerous. After telling Lee Su, the old man even emphasized that, if it is not necessary, it is best not to try. The former is in the deepest part of the intestines, which is too far away from the 8th observation station. The drone flew for dozens of hours before vaguely seeing the gate. The distance between the 2 sides, calculated by the angle, is definitely more than 10,000 kilometers. So far, let alone the place where the drone flew, the 8th observation station alone has not even advanced 10 kilometers to the other side, and it has paid a considerable price for this. The reason why the observation point can be established there is purely luck, and a safe area happened to be found. Otherwise, the 7th observation station is already the limit that the base can reach at present, and the 8th observation station originally had no intention of pushing it. The reason why they chose to push it is because they found the 6th stone tablet of the 99 mysterious art there. Therefore, they thought about getting the stone tablet out. At this point, some people may wonder, the people in the base have only studied the first stone tablet thoroughly so far, and the number of people who have achieved a small success can be counted on one hand, and the number of people who can master the 2nd level is even rarer, and the level of analysis of this level of the base is less than 40%. As for the 3rd tablet, the level of analysis is only 10%. The 4th and 5th are even lower, and they are still hovering around 5% and 2%. Lee Su has read them all, and the content is very problematic and contains many errors. The main reason is that no one has practiced it, and without actual data, they can only guess. Under such circumstances, the base is still planning to study the 6th stone tablet and has paid a lot of sacrifices. This is undoubtedly strange and unnecessary. In fact, Lee Soo was very curious about this and couldn't help asking directly. The sixth stone tablet is different. I suspect that it involves another surface layer. This is the answer given by the old man. The knowledge of the sixth stone tablet is very important to the base. It must be said that this old man has a very good eye. He chose himself as the one who corrected the chaos, and the same is true for the stone tablet. Lee Soo, who had mastered the first 5 stone tablets to perfection, knew very well that the first 5 chapters of the 99 Profound Art were a separate set, focusing on the physical body. Although he had not read the last 4 chapters, Lee Soo was basically certain that the content of these 4 chapters must be completely different from the first 5 and involve other aspects. The old man said that the 6th chapter was very important to the base, and he was really right. Finally, Luo not far away solved the creature that attacked her and returned to Lee Soo. The whole process took less than a minute. Her prey was a creature that was about 10 meters long, obviously not like a snake, but more like an insect creature. This thing was quite powerful, not only fast, but also extremely defensive. Although it did not have scales like dinosaurs, it had black and thick hair, and the hardness was not low. Facing an attack, it only needed to shrink its body slightly, and large wrinkles would form. Not only would the hair reduce the damage, but it could also block the attack and prevent it from deeply damaging its body. The body is mainly made of cartilage and has a lot of nerves. For this reason, Lee Soo had to condense a 3-meter long bone spear. After stabbing it into the opponent's forehead, it will cause large-scale damage with its self-explosion, destroying the nerves in its head. Sir, we will soon reach the 6th observation station. Luo exhaled, and the breath on her body became much more relaxed. Obviously, this battle allowed her to vent a lot of things. Lee Soo silently glanced at the opponent. He originally refused this teammate. According to his idea, it would be enough to bring a communicator. After all, he was very strong, and it would be troublesome to bring someone with him. It would be better to go alone. He also asked for the instruction manual for the base's communication, and by the way, he asked for a number of manuals on how to repair damaged signal points according to different situations. It is no problem to go on the road alone. Luo, her teacher was injured about 5 years ago, and her spine was severely damaged, resulting in paralysis in bed. Her teacher was very good to her before she was injured. It can be said that her teacher has made an indelible contribution to her current situation. Therefore, in the past 5 years, Luo would accompany her whenever she was free. After getting the regenerative cells of the Excellency, the first person she thought of to recover was her teacher. Then, the other party was one of the traitors this time. To be honest, before the last sentence came out, Lee Soo almost thought that Luo's teacher was also one of the victims, and that the other party was going to take revenge. He wanted to pat his chest and bring the murderer back alive, so that the other party could wait at home in peace. TNN, tell me the point. Lee Soo nodded, without sympathy or pity, just gently said, what are you going to do when you see your teacher? Luo was shocked, and his eyes became extremely complicated, but quickly regained his calm. I want to ask her. Lee Soo sighed. Why? It's not surprising. If his loved ones were in this situation, he would probably want to ask, but it's meaningless, because when the other party makes this decision, in fact, you are already strangers. Of course, no matter how much you think about it, if you really meet it, you still have to ask. Because if you don't ask, you will never be reconciled, and you will not be reconciled. Ask her if she regrets it. Lee Soo was stunned for a moment, a little surprised. This girl is much stronger than he thought. What if she regrets it? Luo bit her lips. She turned around and took her own steps. Regret? Then stop here. The teacher died because of rebellion. Looking at the other party's back, Lee Soo couldn't help but take a breath. As expected of someone who successfully fought out of the base and became a general, his will is firm and his heart is strong. There is no doubt. But, girl, you went in the wrong direction. Can you come back? Exclamation mark. Chapter 852. Some nuclear bombs were lost at the base. The 6th observation station. Here we are. From a distance, there is nothing wrong. The observation station itself is well hidden and covered accordingly. Unless there is a position to locate it or someone to lead it. Even with Lee Su's sense of smell, it is difficult to find its existence in such a jungle. The base itself has made corresponding preparations for the smell. After all, although dinosaurs do not have a perverted sense of smell like Lee Su, they are actually not much different. They can clearly distinguish thousands of smells from the air. Some of them can even reach more than 10,000, which is far better than dogs. As long as there is a little smell left, as long as there is no rain, you can basically only hope that the other party has eaten enough on the way here. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere was slightly solemn. The base has been completely closed. Luou spoke, with a solemn look in her words. Obviously, the base in front of her was not normal in her eyes, and some equipment that should be activated had all lost their function. Lee Su nodded and said directly, "I'll go first. Make sure there is no problem, then you come over." Okay. Luou agreed directly without saying that he would go too. This was already discussed when he came. With a move of his footsteps, Lee Su disappeared without any extra movements and moved towards the observation point. He moved quickly. It was only a few kilometers away, and he arrived in the blink of an eye. The gate of the observation point is a mimic wall, exactly like a rock. This observation station is essentially a hollow mountain with a very stable structure. It was originally the habitat of a dinosaur. After it was lured away and killed, it was transformed into its current appearance. Standing at the door, Lee Su did not go in, but quietly activated his weapons and let some of the extraordinary factors overflow. In the month of hunting, in addition to hunting and practicing, he naturally did not miss the opportunity to test the weapons. With the extraordinary factors, the Seven Saints became active immediately, no longer as silent as before. Standing at the entrance, he drew a circle directly. That is the Jade Purity Supreme, the Space Dao. He opened a small hole made by an eye, and couldn't help saying, you know, when he was outside, he could hold the world in his hand and fold it, but when he came here, it became extremely difficult to open a window. With just such a small hole, the degree of armed activation has reached 95%, and it is only 5% away from the limit. It's really uncomfortable. This amount is not enough to fill the gap between teeth. Moreover, the time he can hold on is only about 1 second. There is no way. His Taoist magic is too strong, all at the saint level, and the consumption is too great. He quickly glanced inside, fearing that the small hole he opened would disappear. You know, there is an upper limit to the use of extraordinary factors. Once it exceeds a certain level, people will melt. There is no doubt about this, because Lee Su tried it himself, and grew a little finger to try it. In a short time, it directly exceeded Beijiamu, and that finger just melted silently in front of him. There was no feeling of attack, nor any sympathy, as if it had never existed from the beginning. This scene really scared Lee Su. He was just a supernatural being extinguished, but his realm was still there. As a double peerless Tai, he didn't even know how his fingers disappeared. This is definitely a terrifying situation. Fuck. Taking a breath, Lee Su suddenly took 4 or 5 steps back. His face turned black on the spot, and he turned around, and ran without hesitation, and ran back to Luou's position without hesitation. Looking at Lee Su, who was returning quickly, Luou was stunned for a moment, showing a puzzled look. After landing, Lee Su's face was very long, and he said directly, "Can your nuclear bomb be stopped directly from the outside?" Luou's face was puzzled at first, then changed color, and then he said in shock, "Sir, you mean in the observatory?" Lee Su nodded. "That's right. Although it was only a moment, and it was also pitch black inside, how terrifying were his 5 senses? He still immediately captured the situation inside. There were 3 black spots in the observatory, and there were wires extending out and connected to the gate. He was familiar with that thing. It was a nuclear bomb in the base. The old man had introduced it to him before he came. He said that when the other party left, they took a lot of it with them, so he should be careful. Although it was much less powerful than the one fired at him, it only had a direct killing diameter of 500 meters. Is that really small? This was Lee Su's first reaction after hearing the old man's words 500 meters. Thinking back to the little boy who was bombed in Japan before crossing, the killing range was only more than 1000 meters. Even if this thing was reduced by half, it would still be almost at the 10,000 ton level, right? 3 bombs would be 30,000 tons. Fortunately, he was more careful just now and didn't open the door carelessly, otherwise he could imagine what kind of scene would greet him. 3 little suns blooming directly in front of him. Even Lisu was frightened and broke into a cold sweat. If it exploded directly at such a close distance, even he would not be in a good situation and would definitely be seriously injured. Although the old man reminded him, he didn't expect to encounter it when he went out. Moreover, 3 bombs were launched directly as soon as he came. It was really a bear. Asterisk 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 Luo couldn't help but gasp at this moment and couldn't help but tremble a little as if he was also afraid. Lisu was not surprised by the other party's reaction. Although they were several kilometers apart, it was a direct kill, not the radiation range. Even as a general, facing this kind of radiation, without Lisu's cells, Lisu might not die, but she would most likely not survive. After a while, Luo calmed down and said with a wry smile, "Fortunately, I didn't go with you. Your Excellency is the first time to go there, and the system here doesn't have your information. If I were to go with you and get close to 10 meters, the door of the observatory would most likely open directly if no dangerous species were sensed." Hiss. Damn, this door is also automatic? Lisu was shocked on the spot. "I'm sorry, sir. I was careless. This is probably a trap designed by the traitor Yang Tao and General Kaihu. They deliberately shut down all the systems of the observation point to let me relax my vigilance. After all, it is not easy to build each observation point, especially from the 5th one onwards. It is very difficult to destroy one and then build it again. Not only does it take time to build it, but the location is also a big problem. I'm afraid they have taken this into consideration, so they deliberately left it here." Lisu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he couldn't help but turn his head to look at the 6th observation station. Not to mention the strength, but it must be said that the group of rebels is still capable. He has a firm grasp of the psychology here. If Lisu hadn't activated the 7 Saints Supreme because of the extraordinary factor and he was more vigilant, this thunder would have exploded in front of him. Sure enough, you can't underestimate the other party just because he is powerless. Usually, people who have no power must have good brains, otherwise they can't survive in such a place. As for the traitor, if it wasn't him, the previous rebellion had been successful, and it was at the lowest cost. For a moment, Lisu couldn't help showing a look of relief. Fortunately, he was used to being cowardly, otherwise this situation would be really difficult to say. Luo took a deep breath, shook his head and said, "Emergency shutdown of nuclear bombs requires authority and controllers. I have authority and controllers, but when the gate is closed, the internal signals are completely isolated from the outside. The other party designed the trap like this, probably because they knew that we would definitely bring the controllers and would not give us the opportunity to deactivate the explosion. If we want to dismantle it, I'm afraid we have to notify the base first and send someone to deal with it." At this point, she paused. Although it only took the 2 of them most of the day to get from the base to the 6th observation station, it was equivalent to 2 generals traveling light. If they were replaced by someone with tools, that would be another matter. Lisu shook his head. There was only 1 month and 22 days left before 3 months, and there was no time to waste here. Wait here until the flood is over, and then deal with it. Okay. Luo nodded directly without any hesitation. After all, it couldn't be handled. Then let's deal with the others first. By the way, how many nuclear bombs did you drop in total? There were only 3 over there, so there should be quite a few, right? 10? Or 20? Don't tell me that 30 were taken away. Taking a deep breath, Lisu instantly became extremely alert. Are you kidding? Nuclear bombs are a big threat to him. They are weapons that can strike him, so the number must be known. Before everything is confirmed, we must not relax. Hearing Lisu's question, Luo unexpectedly fell silent. Lisu's eyelids jumped. This reaction, no matter how you look at it, is not right. But after seeing him being silent for a long time, he mumbled, "Almost more than 100. More than 100? Lisu's eyes widened directly, looking at the girl in front of him with a good figure. That made people panic. He couldn't help but think of the old man's earnest but untruthful reminder in his mind. After a long time, he spoke faintly. "Tell me the truth. You are kidding me, right? After all, nuclear bombs, can they be dropped in units of hundreds? No way. In my previous life, if I lost one, 7 billion people in the world would stand up." Chapter 853, Shocking Explosion. Trample, tramp, tramp. The sound of rain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of wind. The forest was silent, with only the sound of rain falling, and strong wind blowing. In the wind and rain, there were two people. They were naturally Lisu and Luoyu, who were on their way. They were at the 330th base, not far from the 7th observation station. To be honest, they walked very carefully along the way, because of the nuclear bomb. In the end, nothing happened from beginning to end. Whether it was the 7th observation station or the more than 10 sub-bases that lost contact, they were just closed down. They were obviously used as bait, to distract the attention of the base, and prolong the time to be found. After all, with what happened at the 6th observation station, not to mention the base, even Lisu himself became cautious. More than 100 nuclear bombs, no joke. If they were detonated at the same time, Lisu would not be able to bear it at the moment. This is the 330th base, the two people who rushed over. The sub-base was well preserved and not damaged. Therefore, Lisu followed the old rules, and used the Jade Purity Supreme to take a look at the situation inside. However, what caught his eyes were corpses, hundreds and thousands of corpses. It seemed that a great war had taken place inside, and there were traces of destruction everywhere. The fighting was extremely tragic, and many people died together. The stolen nuclear bombs were also found, and they were scattered all over the sub-base. Looking at the number, there were more than 100, and all the stolen ones were here. This war should have happened very suddenly. Not only nuclear bombs, but also many weapons were scattered around, all of which were still in a complete state, and had no signs of being used. Faced with this result, Lisu called Luoyu, opened the base, and chose to enter it for inspection. Not long after, Luoyu, who walked into the sub-base, suddenly stopped her steps, and stood there motionless. What attracted her attention was a corpse leaning against the cracked wall at the door of the sub-base, with a large hole in its chest. Judging from her appearance, it should be a woman. She looked ahead with lifeless eyes. She looked a little regretful, but more relieved. Is she the other party's teacher? Although Luoyu said nothing, Lisu had some guesses in his heart. He did not ask, but just stood not far from the other party, silently. The death of a loved one, and the death in this way, except for the person involved, outsiders should not try to understand, because you are destined not to understand. However, what made Lisu speechless was that he had been prepared for a battle of wits in his heart. It ended so suddenly. It was too hasty. Although in terms of combat power, he was about 800,000, and the opponent was at most 80,000, and basically he would be crushed if he met him. But such a sudden ending was really a bit, what the hell? Well, this script is wrong. There is no sense of participation at all. Not only the opponent's teacher, but also the General Chahu, who had accidentally glanced at the base not far away, was also there. He was also dead. The body was broken into two sections, not cut off, but kicked off. By observing the bodies of the two people, it is obvious that the fatal injuries on each of them were left by the other party. Not only that, in the deepest part there was a headless corpse wearing a white coat with the words biological genetic engineer written on his chest. It was Yang Tao, the biological madman. He was dead too. This was very sudden. The psychological preparation was done well, but in the end, all the traitors were dead. Standing there, Lisu couldn't help but click his head. This situation undoubtedly made him completely silent. Although he didn't have any expectations for this battle. After all, the traitors of the base were just a deal for him, and it didn't matter whether he killed them or not. But such an ending was really unexpected, and he didn't know how to describe it. After a while, Luoyu came back to her senses. She came here and wanted to asking the teacher why she chose this way, asking her if she regretted her choice, but she didn't expect to see a cold corpse. When she came back, she couldn't help but open her mouth, but her face was dazed, and it was a little hard to accept this result. It's over? The rebellion that almost overturned the base ended in such a funny way. For a moment, the two were speechless and the atmosphere was awkward. After a while, Luo bit his lip and said, "I'll go check the communicator and inform the base of what happened here." Lee Su nodded. "No matter what, it's over. It's over. You can't let these dead people come back to life and kill them again. This is good. At least time is saved. Next, he can go all out to find a way out. After all, reality is not a story. Stories can have climaxes, but reality can't. Moreover, reality is often boring and compromised." Base, Luo calling. The battle did not seem to affect the communication equipment of the 330 base. Luo fiddled there for a while. As the power started, it was soon connected to the base. "Luo." The voice of the old man key came. "Yes, I saw that the communication location is the 330th base. Wasn't it destroyed? Although there were some bases contacted on the way, they were all communicated through other sub-bases that had not lost contact." Kileo seemed a little surprised. "Yeah." Finding that Luo's tone was wrong, Kileo was slightly startled and couldn't help but said, "Luo, what happened? Dead. All dead. Huh." Luo took a deep breath and said slowly, "All the traitors, including the leaders this time, Yang Tao, Kaihu, and Lan, they are all dead." After the words fell, everyone in the base and the control center was stunned. Although they knew that this was inevitable, after all, your strength was there. As long as the group of traitors was found, the result would be obvious. For a while, many people exhaled directly. The food was solved, the traitors were solved, and the mountain that pressed on them was lifted away. Kileo also let out a breath. "Really? Is that so? Thank you, Mr. Lee Su, for me. The base will cooperate with you in the future." Luo turned around and looked at Lee Su first. Lee Su waved his hand directly. He was indeed here to help, but that was it. If he wasn't, then he wasn't. There was no need to take advantage of this. He had to do it, because whether it was to drive away the traitors or to obtain food, it was a great favor, and it didn't matter. No, they should have had internal disagreements and civil strife, leading to fighting each other, and finally perishing together. As Luo spoke, the people in the base control center were stunned again. Undoubtedly, the base had never thought of this solution. They didn't dare to think of expecting the enemy to destroy themselves. However, after a short period of days, the control center directly quarreled. "You deserve it." As expected of a traitor, this result is not surprising at all. A group of selfish people should be destroyed in this way. This is reasonable and right. Although they could not destroy themselves, leaving everyone angry, but such a ridiculous ending, doesn't it just show that their behavior is perverse and treasonous? Luo. Compared with others, the old monkey remained calm. He slowly said, "Have you found dinosaurs infected by biological viruses near those corpses?" Luo was stunned for a moment. "Dinosaurs?" She opened her mouth and was about to answer because there were only human corpses in the entire subbase. At the same time, not far away, Lee Su's pupils shrank suddenly. A strong sense of crisis suddenly emerged in his heart. In an instant, it seemed as if he had returned to the day when he was in the isolation zone and was targeted by the old bastard with a hydrogen bomb. Before Lee Su could make any move, the radiation in the base suddenly began to increase crazily, and the radioactive element began to move violently, and violent collisions were taking place. You don't even need to use your eyes to understand what happened. Damn, I got fooled. In an instant, he rushed to where Luo was, picked him up, and pulled him out of the base. Needless to say, the weapon was activated. Lee Su cut through the void, broke through Mac in the blink of an eye, and fled from here with Luo at a speed that was beyond imagination. In just 2 blinks of an eye, he had already run 3 or 4 kilometers with others. Boom. As the scorching white light shot up into the sky, a sun directly covered the 330 base, with a diameter of 15,000 around it. The terrible light evaporated everything. A huge roar resounded around, deafening thousands of kilometers. Chapter 854 I don't want to be a human anymore. Pain. Incredible pain. Even though Lee Su's speed was amazing, he still couldn't run out of the coverage area before the explosion. The terrible high temperature and amazing radiation caused him great damage. Countless cells melted on the spot, and the cell structure was directly penetrated by the terrible power. If it weren't for Lee Su's breakthrough in Jiu-Jitsu and Gong, this explosion, even if it didn't kill him, would have caused him extremely serious trauma. Of course, there was another problem that bothered Lee Su at the moment. That was the person in his arms. Although he was the one who suffered the main damage from the nuclear bomb explosion, facing the terrifying high temperature and the terrible radiation power everywhere, Liu was directly burned, and a large area of his body tissue collapsed on the spot. For an ordinary person, even if she was a general, this was definitely a fatal injury. A large number of regenerative cells were continuously injected into the other party's body, and the Supreme Soul was also awakened by him, directly sheltering the other party's soul. If the consciousness is not damaged, even if the physical body is completely destroyed once, it should be able to be repaired. Holding the other party, Lee Su was blown away for hundreds of kilometers. There was no good part of his body. The whole person seemed to be burned to charcoal. Liu was the same. Except for the deepest part of his spine, the rest of his body was burnt. It can be said that except for the bone marrow that was kept alive, the rest of the body was basically dead. To describe it in one sentence, it was a strong body fragrance that came all over the place. Landing, Lee Su rolled around in a very embarrassing way for 2 rounds before he stopped. He stood up quickly. A lot of vitality poured out from his body. The charred flesh and blood inside were being replaced quickly and expelled from the body. A lot of black blood flowed out along the burnt and cracked parts. For a while, the whole person was extremely miserable. After standing firm and feeling his own situation, Lee Su's face was really black. After all, it was burnt. 150 tons. Just a little while ago, 3/5 of his energy was directly squeezed out, and this was not the end. Although he had endured more, the person who was in a worse situation was not him, but the person he was holding. She was dying. No, it should be said that she was already dead. She was alive, only because of his vitality, which saved the last bone marrow. She must be rescued as soon as possible, otherwise she would have died in her situation. After all, Lee Su at this moment was not as magical as the Tai realm. When he thought of the consumption of saving people, Lee Su's expression became even uglier. The energy he stored was prepared for how to leave time later, not for this situation. Now with the girl in his arms, even if he healed her, the remaining 2/5 might not be saved. Faced with this result, Lee Su was furious. The dignified Tai venerable, the peerless genius, was actually knocked twice by a group of ordinary people in this world. Is there still justice? Thinking of the corpses in the base, Lee Su was so angry that he almost trembled. He was really not careless, nor did he really relax his vigilance, because he saw the box of the nuclear bomb. His sense of smell is very scary. Although it is only used to track the smell of prey in this world, the information that can be extracted is beyond anyone's imagination. The strength of the flesh of the creatures and the length of their flesh are all within his sense of smell. In other words, the dead people are not wrong, their strength is not wrong, and their lifespan is not wrong. He has no doubt that the corpse lying there is the real person. Therefore, he relaxed. The person behind the traitor? But how is it possible? If it was just the biologist, it would be understandable, but what about the two generals? As the most powerful fighting force in this world, you said that the one he was holding was likely to set a trap with his own death. But what about the two? If they had that kind of noble sentiment, would they still betray? I have only heard of sacrificing everything for beliefs, but I have never heard of sacrificing everything for interests. What the hell is going on here? Lee Su's face turned green. To be honest, he really couldn't understand this trap. He was almost in a trance at this moment. Where is the logic? Could it be that because of failure, they wanted to disgust the base, so the group of traitors played a drama with their own lives? Just when Lee Su was confused. Roar. A terrible roar sounded. The sound was extremely terrifying, like a thunderclap in the flat ground, striking through thousands of miles. The next second, an extremely shocking rumble sounded, and in the distance, the forest was shaking. Something was flying towards Lee Su's position. The movement was very loud, and even though it was dozens of kilometers away, it was still extremely clear. A large creature. The minimum was probably more than 10 meters. Standing in place, Lee Su frowned slightly, revealing a trace of doubt. What just exploded was not a cannon or a grenade, but a nuclear bomb, a super killer that can reach tens of thousands of meters. Just this thing, a single explosion can scare away wild beasts within 100 miles. There were at least 30 explosions just now. With such an equivalent, it is not surprising that wild beasts within a radius of thousands of kilometers are in a panic and flee. Now, the wind from the explosion has not stopped yet, and the large forest behind him is in a burning state. There are actually large creatures coming towards his position. Are all the creatures in this world so fierce? Lee Su's eyes narrowed slightly. He found that just now it was only a forest that was shaking, but now it had become a large area of forest that was shaking, forming a fan shape, and was rapidly coming towards his location. More than one? Living in groups? No. As the distance got closer, even with the forest covering him, Lee Su's amazing eyesight still allowed him to detect that there was something wrong with the things coming towards him in the forest. Their appearance was wrong. Among the vast majority of dinosaurs that rushed over, only a few were similar. Not only that, they were so fast. He had encountered dinosaurs that were more than 10 meters long before. Even at a deep place, this speed was too amazing. Boom. 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 Moreover, the closer the distance, the louder the footsteps. The earth was shaking as they ran. The speed was wrong, and the weight was wrong. This group of things was too heavy. With a loud bang, not far away, a huge tree trunk was overturned, and a 15-meter tall monster covered with scales, with a cross-shaped mouth, more than 200 fangs, dozens of eyes, and extremely strong forelimbs, as flexible as human hands, with a terrifying style, strange shape, and an extremely amazing breath, appeared in Lee Su's sight. Before Lee Su could complain about the other party's appearance, the deeper he went, the more unique the monster was. But after seeing the dinosaur's mouth tremble and wriggle, it spit out a voice that made Lee Su thunder in the clear sky. See you again. This fucking thing actually spoke. Is this jumping back from the technology side to the mythology side? Wait. What did it say? Again. Before Lee Su's doubts were over, one by one, the extremely weird looking and terrifying dinosaurs walked out of the forest. With a gentle push, the dozens of meters high tree collapsed, and with a stomp under his feet, the huge tree trunk was shattered on the spot. Instead of launching an attack immediately, two of the extremely burly dinosaurs walked to the side of the black one. One was extremely red, and the other was completely blue. The azure one had a complex look, as if it had countless emotions, while the extremely red one stared at Lee Su intently, burning with amazing fighting spirit, as if telling something. Looking at the neatly arranged queues and the clearly divided class order, the originally surprised Lee Su couldn't help but have a shocking flash of lightning in his mind. Faced with this thought, Lee Su himself was shocked and couldn't believe it. After a while, he couldn't help but say, "Rebels? Didn't expect it? Yes, it's sus." The dinosaur that spoke at the beginning spoke again. "Speaking of which, I have to thank you. If it weren't for the pressure and fear you gave me, I'm afraid I wouldn't dare to make such an attempt for a long time." The black dinosaur's pupils burned with a familiar taste, which was the look of a mad scientist. It was full of excitement and said, "Thanks to you, my biological genes have been completely broken through, the virus has been completely mastered, and it has been directly transferred through the brain, abandoning the originally weak human body. Look, this body, without any training, has already possessed strength far beyond the general level in just 1 month. The base has been researching weapons for thousands of years, but it was completely broken through by me in the blink of an eye. Even a nuclear bomb can't kill us. Human power has its limits, so don't you want to be human?" Although I have seen this stalk in my previous life, I didn't expect that one day someone would show it in front of him in person. A white bone grew out of the charred arm in the depths. As Lee Su moved, the pupils of the rebels in front of him couldn't help but shrink slightly. Obviously, the scene at the beginning left them with an extremely strong impression. However, they soon thought of something and stood up straight. By the way, they are no longer the same as they were back then. Their bodies are harder than steel, and their strength can easily crash through a mountain. Their speed, reaction, 5 senses, everything are no longer comparable to that time. No, it is a world of difference. High temperature, radiation, and things that humans fear can no longer pose a threat to them. That's right. This nightmare in front of them can no longer threaten them. But, with a loud bang, the white bone spear pierced through the void. Although the outside has not been repaired, the muscles, bones, and nerves have been adjusted and returned to their peak. Jiu Gong has achieved a small success, plus the supreme flesh and blood. The bone spear instantly broke through the sound barrier, and in just a few meters, it accelerated to Mach 10. With a loud bang, one of the dinosaurs lined up in a row exploded on the spot, and its 15-meter body was directly smashed into pieces of meat by the bone spear. After a short pause, the dinosaur, whose chest and most of its lower abdomen were blown to pieces, shook slightly, then fell to the ground with a bang. After a brief twitch, it completely lost its life. In an instant, the pupils of hundreds of dinosaurs shrank into a line, and the black dinosaur at the head widened his eyes. It couldn't believe it, and it couldn't believe it. No, this is impossible. They are the same as the other party, but they can't be killed even by nuclear bombs. This is impossible. This is not true. It's not true. The black dinosaur couldn't help but roar loudly, unable to accept the scene in front of it, which was completely the same as a month ago. Then, it stared with its feet, and turned around and ran away. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Ah. As he moved, the dinosaurs that ran over in a mighty force, which shocked the group of dinosaurs that surrounded Li Su, and the fear that once suppressed his heart again, and the courage that he had finally mustered up, disappeared in an instant. Looking at the collapsed dinosaur army, Li Su sighed faintly. Isn't it better to use your brain? Why do you have to use your body? You can become stronger, but you're talking as if I can't. Chapter 855. Ending. Awake. Li Su spoke softly, looking at the woman whose body had been healed by him, and whose soul had been settled back. Her eyebrows trembled slightly, and Luoyu slowly opened her eyes when she heard the voice. At this moment, she had a hazy look, heroic, yet with a unique feminine softness, and a hint of confusion on her pretty face. After a while, she seemed to recall something, and a trace of fear was visible in the depths of her pupils. The terrible sound, the temperature that seemed to burn the soul, and the severe pain in the body that was like 1,000 knives cutting into pieces. Her pretty face was pale, and her body couldn't help but struggle subconsciously, as if trying to grab something. Nuclear explosion. She remembered what happened at the 330 base. Even if it was only a moment, it still broke the confidence she had accumulated through fighting and practicing. In the face of such a vast power, individual human life is too small, making her unable to resist, and making her despair. Facing Luoyu's reaction, Li Su coughed dryly, and stretched out his hand directly. Li Su hugged the girl, who had lost her heroic spirit, and turned into a pitiful girl, tightly in his arms, and gently patted her back to comfort her. After a long while, a roar with a hint of dissatisfaction sounded. It was not sharp, but very heavy. Not far away, a blue dinosaur squatted on the ground, and several eyeballs stared at Li Su with a strong sense of dissatisfaction. That was Lan, Luoyu's teacher. When Li Su's blow to the bones once again shattered the confidence that the traitors had accumulated with great difficulty, Lan did not move, but stood there blankly, waiting for the final moment with bitterness. Because of the resentment in her heart, she chose a path that was contrary to her former self, but she ushered in this ridiculous ending. What else can she do except smile bitterly? Finding that the other party seemed to have accepted her fate, Li Su did not kill her. When facing an enemy who is not resisting, he usually won't kill him. Of course, a dead enemy is another matter. No, usually he won't give the other party a chance to give up resistance. Basically, he will kill the person before that. And this extremely special shout suddenly awakened Luoyu, who was in a panic. As a top soldier, and a general in the base, even if the nuclear bomb had a great impact on her, it was still not enough to make her collapse directly. She woke up quickly. Although she didn't know what happened, she was supposed to die, and not only survived, but also didn't seem to be hurt too much in various parts of her body. Not only that, she found that her strength had improved. The first level of Jiu Gong was inexplicably completed, and the second level was also completed. There is no doubt that at another time, this would definitely be enough to make her scream excitedly for a long time in her bed to express her happiness. This time is different. The girl's body is slightly stiff. Not only because it was the first time she was held in the arms of a man in more than 20 years, but more importantly, she found that she was obviously naked at the moment, and the only distance between her and the man in front of her was the leaves covering her body. That's right, the clothes have been burned, and the weapons obviously can't withstand the terrible high temperature of thousands of degrees. The person is almost carbonized. Even if she is tough, she still can't change the current situation of being a woman. Although she has never used it, she has never lost her sense of shame and immediately came out. However, she held back. She didn't scream like an ordinary woman and then slapped Lee Soo in the face and threw a word of stinky hooligan at the other party. Instead, she quickly calmed down and withdrew from Lee Soo's arms. She immediately looked up and looked at the place where it happened. Although she had never heard it, this tone was not wrong. It was a dinosaur. Facing a dinosaur without weapons, and it was a large dinosaur. For the people in this world, even if it was a general level, it was still quite deadly. Eye contact. Luou was slightly startled. It's not that the other party's weird appearance, but the eyes gave her a very familiar feeling. It was as if she had been seen by the teacher. The blue dinosaur's eyes moved slightly, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously raised, revealing a smile. The next moment, before Luou could speak, the dinosaur stood up. After a low hum, it looked at Luou again, and then rushed into the forest without looking back. With a huge roar, it quickly went away. Sitting on the ground, Luou was in a trance. It seemed that she saw her teacher vaguely. After waving to herself, she turned around and disappeared. Her chest kept rising and falling, and countless words came to her throat. She wanted to speak several times, but she couldn't open her mouth. For a long time, until the footsteps of the dinosaur disappeared completely. Let's go. On the side, Lee Soo patted his butt and stood up. Luou was stunned, and couldn't help but said, "Where are we going? I'll send you back first. The food and traitors are all taken care of. Next, you will help me find a way to get out of this world." The rebels naturally couldn't escape. After all, since they were delivered to the door, how could they be allowed to escape? There were only about 300 of them in total. It would only take about a minute and a half to throw 3 spears in 1 second. There was no way. The gap between the two sides was too big. It's not just about strength, but also about biological genes. Under the effect of the supreme flesh and blood, the height of his cells is thousands of times higher than that of ordinary biological genes. The man called Yang Tao does have a lot of talents. Although he is tyrannical, he is indeed very powerful in biology, and has broken through several levels at once. But he is still too far away from Lee Soo. His virus, the strongest means and the greatest reliance, was directly used as food by Lee Soo. Otherwise, transforming himself into a dinosaur would really cause Lee Soo a lot of trouble. It can be said that from the beginning, Yang Tao chose the wrong opponent. If he changed his opponent, it would not be like this. He briefly described what happened later, and took Luou on the road directly, found the sub-base, and after Luou completed the report, Lee Soo took a communicator and left first. He went to the 8th observation station first to find the 6th stone tablet of the 9-9 mysterious art. As for the base, people will be arranged to come over immediately, and the 8th observation station is unlikely to be used. Although this resulted in a lot of missing data, the researchers were still there, and the exploration old man Key was fully involved. Although he could not tell Lee Soo in detail, he could barely point out the location of the 7th, 8th, and 9th stone tablets to Lee Soo through the drone. In addition, there was also the flood. The base also began to design it. If the mysterious skills did not work, or the door at the end could not be passed, a high-intensity corrosion arc would be made for him, so that he could go down along the flood and see if he could get out of this world. After getting the response from the old man Key, Lee Soo did not stay for long. He directly took a radiation-resistant communicator and chose to go on the road. Outside, there were too many things waiting for him to deal with. He had to get out as soon as possible. As for this world, Luou stood at the door of the 345th base, watching Lee Soo's back as he left. She took a deep breath and said softly, "Thank you, Mr. Lee Soo. Gratitude is natural. Whether it is rebellion or food, Lee Soo is undoubtedly a great favor to the entire base. It is not an exaggeration. to say that he is a savior. But both the base and Luo knew that this man was just a passerby to them. Why not keep him? Base, Kileo's laboratory. A female voice sounded from the communicator. With him, we can easily analyze this world and master it thoroughly, and he is ours, right? Kileo paused and quickly shook his head and said, you know his current identity. He is the Taoist of Jijio, one of the 8 major sects in the mythology world. Not only that, he also caused the human sect and the Chan sect, one of the 8 major sects, to join forces to suppress the Black Mountain sect, which is also one of the major sects. Even if you look at the mythology world, he is one of the top level favored sons of heaven. How could he be allowed to stay here? The female voice said, I didn't expect that so many things would happen outside in less than 100 years. I don't know what the situation is like in Zaya country now. Take your time, Kileo said suddenly. How are those people in the demon court? We are extracting their Dao foundation. I didn't expect that the people who came down this time would be at least AI perfect. Damn, it's a waste. It's really a waste. The female voice couldn't help but speak, quite dissatisfied. Hearing this, Kileo's face was helpless. Who knew that the person who suddenly came down this time would have such an amazing realm? After thinking about it, he couldn't help but say, although some of it was wasted, hasn't it been recovered? Those dinosaurs have been found, right? The Dao foundation is broken. What's the use? At least can't we still extract the extraordinary factor? The extraordinary factor is of no use. What I want is the Dao foundation. To complete the Dao foundation. The girl suddenly said, by the way, you actually let the rebellion happen under your eyes, and the other party almost succeeded. It really made me laugh to death. Ha ha ha. No, I have to keep it well. When you wake up, I will share it with you. Hearing this, Kileo's expression froze, and the movement of his hands stopped immediately, and his old face quickly turned black. Hurry up and deliver the materials I need. Although the communicator has been sent out several times, this is the first time and we must not make any mistakes. Don't worry, I'm different from you. By the way, old man, the door at the end is very dangerous. Are you sure it's okay to let him go? It's not a big problem. It can't be opened anyway, right? That's right. But, old man, I'm a little curious. If the other party knows that the reason why you, an old guy, deliberately proposed that the door is the so-called exit is actually to take the opportunity to get all the remaining 99 profound arts. Go away, you are the only one who talks too much. Besides, did I lie? That door is not an exit. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 856. The 6th stone tablet was easy to find. By locating the 8th observation station and the news from the base, Lee Su did not spend much time to find the place full of toxins and radiation. No wonder the other party wanted to find him. The concentration of radiation and toxins was quite excessive. Ordinary people would definitely die if they came in. It had little impact on Lee Su, and he walked in directly. The process was not smooth. Not long after entering, he encountered the creatures that the base said. It looked like a lizard, but it had slender limbs, which made it very agile and able to quickly move among the trees and rocks. Its claws were very sharp, and it could easily cut into even stones. Not only that, this thing was colorful green, and it looked unrefined. It was poisonous, a very special biological poison. It was quite fierce. Not only were there on the claws, but also on the tongue that was spit out, and its tongue was covered with barbs. When it swept across the tree trunk, it directly scraped off a large piece. The individual was smaller, but the threat level was increased. Although the body size is a thing in the animal world, the bigger the stronger it is. But the dinosaur in front of him obviously posed a greater threat to Lee Su than the dinosaurs above 10 meters in length. They were too agile. Not only that, he frowned when he saw the head that was blown up by his punch, but it didn't die immediately. Instead, it was madly tossing and madly attacking the surroundings. It took several minutes for it to die. This vitality is beyond imagination. There is also the coverage rate of control nerves. You should know that for most creatures, the head is the key point, because its brain carries 80% to 90% of the control nerves in the whole body. Once the brain is lost, even if the body is not completely dead in a short time, it will lose control and wait for death to come in a convulsive way. But this thing in front of him is different. Not only did it survive for several minutes, it was still attacking. The overall strength has exceeded the first level warrior. Although it is still a little short of the general level, its vitality, sharp fangs, and poison make it no less threatening than the general. Unless the base drops a hydrogen bomb directly here, it would be extremely difficult to get the 6th stone tablet by human. Even if the threat of the environment has decreased, it would probably cost a great price. Lee Su was not worried about whether the base could obtain it, or whether it was difficult. After all, it was someone else's business. What he was worried about was that, if the 6th stone tablet was like this, what about the 7th, 8th, and 9th? Especially the 9th. How strong would the creatures there be? You should know that when the base's drone approached the location of the 9th stone tablet, it was almost destroyed instantly. It was unclear what means, and who did it. Although he was not afraid of trouble, his main problem was not trouble, but time. There was not so much time to waste here. Looking up, looking at the more than 10 ghost-like things in the shadows not far away, Lee Su took a deep breath. In terms of threat, one more thing had to be added. Killing one would attract a large number of these things, which means that they have cluster properties. With a hissing roar, dozens of ugly lizards rushed out and pounced on Lee Su. About half an hour after fighting for more than 300 heads, Lee Su finally arrived at the center, where the 6th stone tablet was located. In an instant, he was attracted by the stone tablet. The ancient breath tilted down, and the torrent of time and space rumbled past. In a trance, he seemed to see a huge world, and there stood an infinite giant in the center of the world. With the sky above his head and the ground under his feet, he held up the whole world. That was Pangu Sage. Even without explanation, even without introduction, just this simple scene, he instantly determined who he saw. Too big. Even if he knew the other party's identity, Lee Su was still shocked by the scene at this moment. I thought that in front of Pangu Sage, he was at most a hair. However, when it really appeared, I found out that there was no hair there. In front of Pangu Sage, he was not even a microorganism. Unable to help but take a step back, Lee Su rarely covered his head. There was a sharp pain in his brain like a knife, and blood was flowing from his mouth and nose. Facing his own situation, he was undoubtedly a little stunned and a little unbelievable. This was not an attack, but an excessive amount of pheromones. In short, at that moment, his brain was filled with too much content, and his brain could not bear it and burned. It was obviously just a glance from a distance, and it was obviously just a corner of the scene. The information contained in it almost burned his brain. You know, what he saw was just the hugeness of Pangu Saint, and it was just an illusion. If this was the real body, wouldn't it mean that he would be killed by this terrible torrent of information, just by looking at the other party, let alone taking action? He shook his head vigorously, and the pain gradually subsided after a while. The supreme flesh and blood was activated, and the brain cells were being repaired quickly. The previous glance caused quite scary damage to his brain. If the skull was lifted, many dense cracks could be seen. It's just a stone tablet, but it looks so dangerous. Rubbing his eyebrows, Lee Su opened his eyes again. This time, he was very careful, and did not look at the stone tablet directly again, but looked through the corner of his eyes. He did not want to repeat what happened just now. He planned to simply remember the content, and then leave directly. However, this time was slightly different. He could still feel the amazing ancient atmosphere, and the magnificent time flowed on the stone tablet, but the scene he saw just now did not appear again. It seemed that such an experience only happened once. This undoubtedly made Lee Su relieved. If the situation just now really continued, it would be very difficult to obtain the 6th content. Lee Su frowned. Without the illusion, the content on the stone tablet naturally appeared in his eyes. Obviously, unlike the previous 5 articles, this one did not have any text content. There were only cracks on the stone tablet, one by one, hundreds and thousands, completely covering the front of the stone tablet. It seemed that it was hit by some attack. causing the center to begin to shatter, all the way to the edge. The text was destroyed. He was stunned. He was actually quite looking forward to the 9-9 profound art. After all, the chapter on the physical body had benefited him a lot and improved him greatly. It was very important for him to be able to easily establish himself in this world. As a result, he waited until the 6th chapter, but there was no content. He was undoubtedly disappointed. After all, it was the Pangu sage's method. If he said he didn't want it, that would be a joke. This was the only one among the saints who believed in proving the truth with force. Just when Li Su thought that the words on the 6th stele were destroyed, he was suddenly stunned. His sight was involuntarily attracted by those traces. His brain was spinning wildly at this moment, and a ray of inspiration was caught in his hand. No, it was not destroyed. This was the content of the 6th stele, the practice method. After a moment, Li Su's eyes flashed, and his face couldn't help showing a trace of shock. After all, he was not an ordinary person. He had an extremely terrifying bonus in talent, and his understanding of the method was too amazing. Even this kind of saint-level method was still caught by him, and broke the door. Force, the gathering. After an unknown amount of time, Li Su slowly lowered his head, and woke up from his epiphany. At this moment, his pupils kept shrinking, and he was shocked like never before. There is no doubt that compared with the first 5 chapters, the difficulty of this 6th chapter has increased by more than 100 times. Even if he said that it took him a lot of time to comprehend it, understand the mystery of this chapter, and the way of cultivation, its record completely transcends the stage of body and enters the realm of law. Moreover, this is not an ordinary law, but a fundamental law. If you want to describe it in words, this is the scene of the collapse of the universe being transformed into a skill, allowing practitioners to imitate the collapse of the universe in their own bodies, the singularity of creativity. It is simply incredible. Pangu Saint actually integrated the wonders of the universe into himself. For a moment, Li Su couldn't help but be shocked and horrified. If this 9-9 mysterious art is perfected, what is it cultivating? The universe itself? Chapter 857. Difficulty increases. After getting the 6th chapter, not long after leaving, a drone flew over. It should not be said that it flew over, but it hovered nearby for a long time. From the time he entered to the time he came out, it took a whole day. It took at most an hour to read the contents of the stone tablet and learn the exercises, and it took a little more than an hour to go in. As for the rest of the time, it was all because of the wonder that consumed a lot of Li Su's time. Facing this scene, Li Su was a little anxious. 3 days for the 6th chapter. What about the 7th chapter? What about the 8th chapter? He hurried on his way non-stop and quickly found the location of the 7th chapter through the drone and went in directly. This time, it was almost 3 days when he came out. He saw the wonder in front of the stone tablet again. If he had seen a corner of it at the far end before, then this time, the distance was infinitely shortened, and he could feel the horror and vastness of the giant more and more. The content of the 6th chapter is in the body. The content of the 7th chapter is on the surface. The complexity is naturally different. It is very amazing. Even Li Su spent a whole half day to understand the pattern on the stone slab, which was scattered like stars in the sky, but also with mysterious spirals. This process consumed a lot of Li Su's brain cells. He didn't know how many brain cells were burned. He went to the 8th stone tablet without stopping. This time, the difficulty was really increased. It was not the difficulty of learning, but the difficulty of entering. The weirdness inside was very powerful. Even though Li Su's physical body was a small success and there was the supreme magic of flesh and blood, they were caught off guard. There was a very strange thing living inside, like an enlarged version of a leech, with a length of more than tens of meters, and even hundreds of meters. The body is thin and long, with amazing toughness, and can easily tear steel. Not only that, these creatures have things like suction cups on their heads and tails. Once bitten by them, even a tree that 10 people hug will be sucked dry by them, draining all the water. Facing this monster, even Li Su suffered a great loss at the beginning. After being swept across the waist, he felt that his intestines were about to be broken. He spurted out a large mouthful of blood on the spot and flew out, breaking dozens of tree trunks as thick as buckets, until he hit a huge rock and sank deeply into it and then stopped. This time, there must be hundreds of tons of force, which has completely surpassed the maximum force that a general can burst out. If it weren't for his amazing recovery ability, the supreme flesh and blood took effect instantly, repairing his rotten abdomen and broken intestines. This one blow would almost beat him to death. For the first time, Li Su, who came out of the rubble, showed an unprecedented solemn look. This can already be considered an extraordinary creature. It is no longer in the category of normal creatures, and its strength is comparable to the level of foundation building. Compared with the opponent, his current strength is at most in the middle stage of foundation building. With just his physical body, he is no match for the opponent. This stage leap is too amazing. The previous one was only comparable to the early stage of foundation building, but now it is directly perfect, skipping almost 9 realms in the middle. There was no other way. Li Su could only ask the base to send him some extraordinary factors. Under the current circumstances, unless he stopped and concentrated on practicing the 9 mysterious art and successfully practiced the 6th and 7th chapters, otherwise, relying on himself, he would not be able to fight against the things inside. That's right, although Li Su understood the skills on the stone tablet, he did not practice. Whether it is the 6th or the 7th chapter, it is not something that can be learned in a short time. There are many reasons for this. One is that his accumulation of physical body is not enough. Without extraordinary particles, the practice of the first 5 chapters is still too slow, even if the nutrition is better. At present, he has just achieved a small success and weighs only 10 tons. The accumulation is far from enough. To practice the 6th chapter, Li Su's body weight must reach at least 50 tons. By that time, the force formed in his body will be enough to provide him with the foundation for practicing the 6th chapter. As for the 7th chapter, it is even more difficult. At least 100 tons of body weight is required. Therefore, in order to obtain the 8th chapter, he could only rely on the base, through the extraordinary factor, to activate his own Taoist magic and kill the thing guarding the stone tablet with the 7 Saints Supreme. Soon, the base sent him a full 30 tubes, each of which was 1000 milligrams, enough for the general level, to use for several years. Because of the flood, the base has begun to prepare to enter the rest period, and the extraordinary factor is temporarily unavailable, so all the rest are given to him. After obtaining the extraordinary factor, Li Su stepped into it again. This time, Li Su directly used the Soul Supreme. Although these monsters are powerful and infinitely close to the great perfection of foundation building, they may die if they encounter a bad one when they first enter the golden elixir, but they are still just ordinary creatures. The soul without the blessing of extraordinary particles is not small and hard enough, but it is undoubtedly far behind the Soul Supreme. Before being entangled by the other party and the suction cup was about to cover himself, Li Su successfully extracted its soul. Through the reading of the soul and the acquisition of flesh and blood, his own breath was changed and simulated into the appearance of that thing. Considering the side effects of the extraordinary factor, Li Su did not choose to kill his way in, but planned to sneak in. There were a lot of these things inside, and there were probably thousands of them along the way. Facing this scene, Li Su felt a little regretful. After all, this thing was very nutritious. Eating one was more nourishing than eating 10-15 meter dinosaurs. Although it did not contain extraordinary particles, the energy contained in its flesh was surprisingly high, and it was also very heavy. Just like Li Su, it looked small, but in fact, it was as big as a hair. If an ordinary person ate it, his internal organs would be directly crushed. Facing this scene, he almost doubted whether these things also practiced the 9 mysterious skills. Soon, the contents of the 8th stone tablet were in hand. This time, the wonders were even more amazing, and had already affected reality, and through the scene, affected his body. The powerful body made bursts of creaking sounds, as if a building that had been built for 100 years was crumbling. The bones seemed to be shattered. Fortunately, Li Su saw that something was wrong and quickly injected a lot of extraordinary particles, activated the supreme flesh and blood, and reorganized his own cells. Almost crushed the cells. Faced with this result, Li Su, who got the content of the 8th chapter, couldn't help but be shocked. The 8th chapter is like this. What about the 9th chapter? Standing in place, Lee Soo couldn't help rubbing his eyebrows. Considering the difficulty of the 8th chapter, now he is heading to the 9th chapter. The risk factor is very high, very high. The risk factor here does not mean being injured, but dying. The probability is at least more than 50%. Are you kidding? Who is he? Lee Soo? Unless he is passive. Otherwise, if there is a little active space, he will never go to die. As a mature adult, Lee Soo slowly turned his head and looked at the leech-like creature not far away. There is no way. I can only delay it for a while. After all, the first 8 chapters are in hand, and the 9th chapter involving the Holy Road. Even Lee Soo can't let it go so easily. Following Lee Soo's gaze, the leech-like creature felt something strange, as if it sensed some kind of crisis, and couldn't help but raise its head and look around itself. What's going on? Chapter 858, The Gate at the End. Phew. It took 1 day to get to the 6th chapter, 3 days to get to the 7th chapter, and it felt like 6 days to get to the 8th stone tablet. In other words, he had already spent 10 days in a little over a month. Then there was the time to travel. Although he was very fast, the drone was another matter. It took almost 5 days to get to the 8th stone tablet. In order to get the 9th chapter, Lee Soo had to stop and plan to strengthen himself before going on the road. After all, the creatures in the 8th chapter could really hurt him, and the scene formed by the 8th chapter not only had a huge impact on his spirit, but also came into reality and acted on his body. It almost crushed him. This degree of improvement was too fast. It was simply terrifying. This stay took a lot of time. A full 9 days. Fortunately, there were a lot of ingredients here, and they were extremely nutritious. It was as if the flesh and blood were filled with concentrated gasoline. Lee Soo's mouth and nose were smoking after eating, and his whole body was red, as if it was about to burn. Faced with abundant food, although it was still far inferior to the lowest level of extraordinary particles, he was no longer an ordinary person. His absorption rate of energy was amazing, and there was almost no emission. In addition to the increase of the 9-9 profound art itself, even if the extraordinary was extinguished, his digestive ability was still amazing, infinitely close to the level of foundation building. At this level, his stomach was like a furnace as big as a basketball, and the flesh and blood that fell into it turned into firewood. In 9 days, he ate nearly 100 big leeches, but only went to the toilet twice. It was also said before that this thing weighed more than a 15-meter tall dinosaur, and the thinnest one weighed about 15 tons. In other words, it weighed nearly 1,500 tons, which was definitely an extremely amazing number. It was 150 times his weight before practicing, and he was digested. At this moment, his weight had reached 20 tons, which doubled. Lee Soo still did not practice the 6th chapter. In the past 9 days, he was doing his best to promote the physical chapter, which was the content of the first 5 chapters, constantly practicing, constantly consolidating, and constantly consolidating his own foundation. Originally, he had 10 days to prepare, which was exactly 25 days, and there were 5 days left in a month. Unfortunately, after continuous practice, his body, even after adjusting through the supreme flesh and blood and resting in shifts, still reached its limit. It's not that the progress has reached the limit, but the digestive capacity has reached the limit. The stomach and intestines are too tired, and the cells have become sluggish. It's like above the key refining stage, the meridians can't bear it, and if you go on, it's not an improvement, but a harm to the body. Helplessly, he can only stop. He must give his body a break. It's not just a problem of harming the body, but the improvement is also unstable. What a pity. You know, in these few days of practice, he even used the extraordinary factor to activate his cells and allow them to recover. Otherwise he might not be able to bear it a few days earlier. If the extraordinary was still there, how could it be so procrastinated? About a day is enough for him to push more than 1,000 tons, corresponding to the golden core stage in the myth world. Leaving the forest, Lee Soo came to the place where he placed the drone. At this depth, the base could no longer control the drone. From the 8th stone tablet, it was in automatic navigation mode and the destination was directly input. Before asking for the extraordinary factor, Lisu had to go back thousands of kilometers before he could contact them. He wasted most of the day. Taking a deep breath, Lisu turned on the last drone. With a buzzing sound, the drone took off quickly and circled in the air. Lisu did not move, standing there and watching quietly. After a while, the drone lit up, and a beam of red light pierced directly in a certain direction. Taking a breath, he jumped up, staring at the red light above his head, and quickly rose in that direction. In an instant, he tore through the air, and the extraordinary factors were activated by him, rushing to the location indicated by the red light with all his strength. The distance between the 8th and 9th stone tablets is very far, considering the speed and energy of the drone, and by the time he got here, there was no signal from the base. The drone was sent here before, mostly to let it fly, by relying on air currents. The climate in this world is very calm most of the time, and there are few changes in a year. The harsh environment is more on the ground, not in the sky. If it weren't so, the base would never have been able to find all 9 stone tablets. Therefore, the final direction was just the old man's guidance, based on the photos that the drone had taken and sent back from the air. He was very fast and could easily reach Mach 2.5. With the addition of extraordinary particles, it doubled. 4,000 kilometers only took 10 minutes. This was the limit speed before, but now it is being improved, and the speed is infinitely close to Mach 6. You have to know that this breakthrough was a bit hasty and has not been stabilized. Even so, the breakthrough of Mach 1 is still amazing. It makes his maximum speed close to Mach 7, and 1,000 kilometers only takes about 5 or 6 minutes. The extraordinary factor can be activated once and can last for about 10 minutes. He now has 4.5 tubes left. He dare not use too many when practicing to avoid being melted by the world. The 9th stone tablet is estimated to be about 3,000 to 4,000 kilometers away from the 8th, which means half a quarter of an hour, including the rest time. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be able to arrive in an hour. As expected, something unexpected happened. After flying most of the way, suddenly, a white light hit Lisu. He couldn't help shrinking his eyes. It was air, compressed air. It was more than 100 meters wide, and it sprayed directly from the undulating mountains not far away, and hit him directly. If he didn't change the direction of speed, this ball would undoubtedly hit him directly. Air cannon? Lisu was a little stunned. Although he expected the process to be not peaceful, he obviously didn't expect to be greeted by such an attack. He turned around, and turned a corner in the air, to avoid the flying air. He didn't stop, and continued to run. There was not much time left. He had to get all the stone tablets as soon as possible, and then start to think about how to get out of this world. It has been 2 months, and the next world fragmentation will be less than half a year. When he gets out of it, it will be a 10,000-year war in less than a year. Time is very tight. The next second, a vast expanse of white, countless compressed air, overwhelming, sprayed from the mountain not far away. The range and distance are beyond imagination. Because the distance is too close, and Lisu is moving forward at a high speed, the impact hits him in an instant. With a thud, Lisu trembled all over. The density of the compressed air was too amazing, like reinforced concrete. It is easy to imagine what it would be like to hit at high speed. With a loud bang, the air cannon exploded. Lisu was also rushed out by the force and smashed directly on the mountain not far away. Boom. There was another loud bang, and he directly smashed a mountain of more than 10 meters, and sank into the ground tens of meters deep. The sudden impact made his body bleed, but Lisu didn't care. At this moment, he widened his eyes, and there was only an expression in his eyes. What is that? He saw the target attacking him, a group of pigs with noses like cannon barrels. That's right, no matter from which angle, it was undoubtedly a pig. The only difference was its nose, which was big, long, and round, like a cannon barrel. The air cannon that shot him away was sprayed from that nose. But that's not important. He also saw his destination, the 9th stone tablet. It was just opposite the mountain behind the group of pigs. The stone tablet was on the top of the mountain, surrounded by a circle of fog, and it was unclear what was in the fog, just like the 6th, 7th, and 8th. But that's not important. He saw the door, the exit door, that the old man told him about. Yes, this is very important. Very, very important. Sitting in the pile of dirt, Lee Soo couldn't help shaking. His face was pale, and he rarely showed a look of fear, as if he had seen something incredible, amazing, terrible, suffocating. The soul couldn't help shaking and trembling. What hit him was not the door. It was behind the door. It was indescribable and indescribable. Countless pairs of eyes, countless weird bodies, 1 billion, 10 billion, or 100 billion. There were too many to count, too many to think about, layer upon layer, repeated upon repeated. They were densely packed beside the gate, clinging there, staring at this place. Those, all of them, were uninjured, intact, extremely horrible evil. In an instant, even if he just thought about it, he couldn't help but get goosebumps layer by layer. His whole body was covered with cold sweat, as if it was a nightmare. Damn, what the hell is that place outside the door? Chapter 859 Vow. Frightened. It was as if he was standing naked in the endless darkness. Every hair on his body stood upside down. The sound of his heart beating so fast was so loud that his ears couldn't help but hurt. His chest seemed to be pressed by something. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't breathe. He could only watch himself slowly walk into the darkness. Underground, Lee Soo was sweating profusely, and his face turned blue. At this moment, he was like an ordinary person, losing control of his body and mind. His whole body seemed to be solidified, without a trace of temperature. Damn it. He roared with a livid face, and his flesh and soul became wildly agitated. His heart was thumping, constantly pumping the blood in his body, and each time it was more and more, forcibly making his body burn, pulling himself out of the endless deep space. He knelt on one knee, and couldn't help but gasp. His pupils kept shrinking, and cold sweat kept pouring out of his body like rain. It took him half an hour to relax, curling up his body and breathing deeply. His spirit was shocked, and the scene outside the door almost broke his heart. It was like a dimensionality reduction attack, as if the life of the second dimension saw the life of the third dimension for the first time. The feeling of despair was no longer something that could be borne by will and courage. That kind of attack was simply unbearable. It was as if the worldview, outlook on life, and values were shattered. It was not a certain point that was completely denied, but everything. If Lee Soo had not been a practitioner who had experienced several reincarnations and faced countless tragic battles, this scene would probably have crushed his mind. Although he woke up in time and dispelled the fear with awe, he still couldn't help but gasp and tremble all over. What was outside the door? What was the final outcome of the ancient destruction? No, that's not right. It should be said that the ancient destruction, did it really end? Or, in fact, whether it is the mythical world or the mortal world, it is still in the process of great destruction? They are just ants who were lucky enough not to be killed in the first wave of attacks and thus survived? Otherwise, how can the scene outside the door be explained? Although he had seen scenes like the end of the world, such as the ruins of Wazhan Temple he encountered shortly after entering the mythical world. There he saw the legendary Zinio and Axon fighting with the evil demons from outside the domain. He also learned from Pangubana that there was a great crisis buried under the glamour of this world. But at that time, he didn't think much about it. More importantly, if the sky falls, there will be tall people to support it. Apart from other things, the 8 major sects in the mythical world may not be as good as those in ancient times, but after millions of years of accumulation, they should have the strength to fight now. Not to mention the 8 saints, there are also hundreds of Dalo and countless Taie. Although they don't deal with each other at ordinary times, they have their own interests. But when the crisis comes, they will naturally join forces. You said betrayal. Civil strife. Yes, but not much. Because these foreign demons are not here to invade and occupy the myth world. They are here to eat, and I'm the tender beef tongue, crispy goose liver, and chewy pig's feet on the plate. But now, it's different. It's completely different. Facing the picture that floats in his mind, Lee Soo asked himself, if one day, that door is broken, what will happen? It will be destroyed. The myth world will be destroyed in an instant, and all people will become food for the other side, and be eaten up and wailing and screaming. Faced with such a result, Lee Su shuddered, and for a moment it seemed as if a pair of big hands were pushing his back, pushing him little by little towards the terrible abyss not far away. Everyone will die once that door is broken and pushed open by them. In an instant, various scenes kept appearing in Lee Su's mind, that is, his parents, friends, lover, and offspring. All the people that Lee Su cared about and wanted to protect fell into a world like purgatory, where they endured endless pain and wailing. Ah. Lee Su couldn't help but scream loudly, fear, trembling, pain. The screams became louder and louder. Gradually, the screams turned into roars. Lee Su was not a saint. His world was very small, really very small, so small that Xiaodao could count them quickly even with his fingers. He had no consciousness of saving the world, nor did he have the idea of becoming a savior. If possible, he would just take care of his family, hug his wife and children, and practice happily. Becoming a patriarch was not his dream. He was an ordinary person from beginning to end. Now, with the scene outside the door, he realized the truth of this seemingly stable, but actually precarious world, realized that the tall people in the myth world could not stand it at all, and realized that once they came, everything he cared about would be wiped out, and everything he loved would usher in unprecedented misery. Thinking of the future of the people he cared about, after a moment of fear, there followed infinite anger, and his heart seemed to be burning at this moment. I don't accept it. Lee Su roared like crazy. He raised his hand and smashed everything around him, and rushed out of the soil. He jumped up, and jumped into the sky. At this moment, he widened his eyes, without fear, without shrinking, but staring at the scene that almost made him despair and tremble not long ago, wanting to remember it and engrave it on his soul. His pupils turned blood red, and his emotions gradually became extreme and full of tyranny. Enemy. This is the enemy. For the first time, without any contact or communication, he identified another creature as his enemy. It is an enemy who will fight to the death, and it is also a life and death enemy. The will is burning, and the fire in the heart is steaming. 6 billion cells roared wildly, and the soul let out a shrill roar. Pangu Banner, Takai Diagram, and King Ping Sword were all shaking. Affected by Lee Su's tyrannical emotions, they couldn't help but turbulent in this extraordinary extinguished space. Lee Su's Dao was ringing, awakening from extinction. The 7 Saint Dao fruits, at this moment, opened their eyes one after another. Their eyes were blood red. Even the smiling Buddha Dao fruit showed a hideous and angry look at this second. They were responding to his extreme, responding to his wishes. Looking at the countless evil things outside the door at the end, at this moment, at this instant, Lee Su had only one thought in his mind. Kill them all. No matter how much it costs him, no matter how long it takes. Before they threaten the people he loves and cares about, he will kill them all without leaving a single one. It has nothing to do with good or evil, justice or not. Looking at the terrible truth in the sky outside the door, Lee Su made a promise in his heart for the first time, and made a vow. That day, at that moment, at that second, as if sensing something, as if listening to something, there was a loud rumble in the sky. In response, it gave a huge echo. Chapter 860 The Great Flood. Lee Su quickly suppressed his fluctuating emotions, but the scene outside the door was deeply engraved in his heart. The first exit no longer needed to be passed. Undoubtedly, this saved Lee Su a lot of time. After all, even if he saw the door, the distance was still extremely far away. If he wanted to pass, even he would probably need several days of effort. Not only that, the creatures here were more difficult to deal with. Seeing Lee Su flying again, the strange porcupine not far away immediately attacked him. The air pressure cannon that could crush golden stone flew towards him like rain. Faced with this scene, Lee Su naturally reacted and approached the other party directly. After killing a few of them, the porcupines trembled slightly, realizing the horror of the two-legged beasts in front of them, and ran away without hesitation. Faced with this scene, he did not chase. Instead, he lowered his head with a look of surprise, and felt it silently. The further he went in, as he thought, and as the old man in the base said, the more terrifying the creatures inside were. The porcupine in front of him was stronger than the big leech in the 8th stone tablet he encountered. Not only did it have the means of long-range attack, but more importantly, its body hardness was beyond imagination. Its fur, muscles, and bones were very hard, as if they were made of steel and cement. All the damage that fell on them was directly reduced by more than half. Its strength far exceeded Lisu's original expectations. 10 days of practice outside did not allow him to catch up with the strength of the creatures around the 9th stone tablet. Instead, the gap was further widened. It was obviously very strong, and even Lisu felt very strong, but he didn't spend much effort to kill it. The bone spear easily pierced through the opponent's defense and stabbed into the opponent's vital points. A simple blow took its life. Looking at the porcupine that was quickly digested by his own cells on the bone spear, Lisu was a little confused. From the beginning, he found that his control over himself became easier. It's strange to describe it this way. It's as if a person suddenly grew up overnight, and the way he handles things is completely different. The situation that was originally difficult to deal with became handy. Strength has not improved. It's just that the control of the technique has become satisfactory. Probably, as a supreme saint, with amazing comprehension, he has learned very well. Learning well is undoubtedly a good thing, which means that future achievements will be very high. But it is not without disadvantages. That is, it is very laborious to use, and the technique is seriously beyond the scope, which leads to excessive pressure on him. Fortunately, as Lisu's realm continues to advance, the burden is gradually decreasing. However, there are always some shortcomings. It seems that something is missing, and it is pinched. At this moment, the pinch seems to be unblocked, which directly improves his mastery of the technique by a level. Is it because of the spiritual will? Feeling this ease, Lisu's eyes moved slightly, and he quickly understood his own situation. In terms of mentality, have you caught up? As a saint's technique, what it inherits is naturally not only the cultivation of Taoism, but also the vision and mind. Saints, their mentality is so high that it is completely imaginable. For countless years, they have stood at the peak of life, controlling the life and death of all things. Their will and way of thinking are naturally completely different from ordinary people. Lisu practices the sage's way. Apart from his comprehension, his mentality is more or less problematic. He is just an ordinary person. But now, it is different. With his enemy, he has to kill all the enemies without leaving any alive, and this enemy is the enemy of the ancient sages. Not to mention his strength, this transformation undoubtedly gave him a state of mind that matches his own strength. It allows him to have the ability to fully control his current strength. Without too many words, Lisu went directly to the place where the last stone tablet was located. He walked in without any intention of procrastinating. The enemy appeared. Monkey, that is something that looks very much like a monkey. The whole body is covered with gray hair, hands and feet, slender and powerful, but the face is a little special. From the human sense, it is very ugly and hideous. The skin color is very dark, thick and tight. The breath is very strong, far exceeding the porcupine encountered. Very fast, Lisu attacked him the moment he stepped into the white mist, a blow to the heart. The nails are very sharp and extremely sharp. Breaking through the air, a circle of white gas can be seen forming on the arm. That is the sound barrier. The speed has exceeded Mach, and with the sharp claws, once it is stabbed, it is probably not a wound as big as the arm, but an explosion like being hit by a cannon. Lisu reacted very promptly. No, it should be said that when the monkey stretched out his hand, his fist had already been raised and hit. Before the monkey's arm could be straightened, it hit the opponent's finger first. The monkey was stunned. It is very confident in its sneak attack. Before launching the attack, there is no movement. By the time the opponent realized it, its attack was actually over. As a result, it did not expect that the opponent would react, not only react, but also attack. In astonishment, the two sides collided with each other. There was a loud thump. The next second, the monkey's expression changed. With a crackling sound, its fingers cracked. 5 fingers were broken on the spot, the entire bone palm was shattered on the spot, and the arm was cracked because of the huge impact. Not only that, the opponent's power actually moved in its arm on its own, like a sharp sword, directly tearing its muscles and cutting its nerves. With a bang, its entire arm burst into blood, and its grey fur instantly turned blood red. Not only that, the powerful force did not stop. along the opponent's arm, all the way up, and poured into the body. Its body trembled, and it was visible to the naked eye that its chest swelled abnormally, and the right chest bulged up, forming a raised fist mark. Not only was the right lung torn, but the sternum was also broken. The monkey widened his eyes and showed an incredible look. It clearly collided with the opponent head-on. Why? It was extremely confused, and because of the severe pain, it couldn't help but wail. The next second, it was like a pool of meat mud, and it collapsed directly in front of Lee Soo. The right hand fingers were broken, the hand bones were shattered, the arm bones were cracked, most of the arm muscles were torn, the shoulder bones were dislocated, the lungs were injured, and the heart was injured. The degree of injury was severe. Unless he has special regenerative abilities, his arm will be permanently damaged, and he will be unable to move within the next hour, unable to walk normally within a week, and will need at least a month to recover. Overall strength early stage of Jinden. Looking at the monkey that was severely injured by him, Lee Soo thought silently. There is no doubt that this is the most powerful biological individual he has encountered along the way. It is much more powerful than he expected when he was at the 8th stone tablet. Under such a severe injury, this thing is still alive and not completely dead. Undoubtedly, it surprised Lee Soo. It's a pity. He met himself now. If Lee Soo wanted to deal with it before seeing that door, it would not be so simple. Not only in terms of strength, but also in terms of mind. Lee Soo is sure that he has undergone a transformation and has entered a very amazing state of mastery of power. Because the extraordinary is extinguished, the supreme is still suppressed, and some of it cannot be seen. But once he leaves this world and returns to the myth world, his combat power will probably usher in an amazing growth again. After a pause, he confirmed through its faint breathing that it did not have the ability to heal itself quickly. After the injury could not be recovered for a while, Lee Soo did not kill it all, but took his own steps again. From the bottom of the mountain, all the way to the top of the mountain. It took almost an hour. There were quite a lot of monkeys in the white fog. He encountered hundreds of them, which slowed down his speed a lot. Especially the last one that came over. Its body was obviously bigger. It should be the king of the monkey group, and its speed, attack, and defense were all amazingly improved. This made Lee Soo, who was obviously not strong enough, spend a lot of effort. In the end, he used the shanking sword intent and practiced a few fingers to destroy the opponent's lungs, heart, liver and other vital parts before ending the entanglement. The 9th stone tablet was right in front of him. The ancient wonders appeared again. This time, Lee Soo did not wait in place. He was shocked by the grandeur and used the extraordinary factor to make the shanking Dao fruit awaken briefly and directly cut himself out of the wonder. At this point, all the 9 mysterious skills were in hand. After memorizing the content of the last piece, Lee Soo left the foggy mountain without looking back. He took a deep look at the huge gate not far away, and the endless weirdness in the curtain behind the gate. He jumped up and rushed to the direction he came from without looking back. The exit is not here. He can only hope for the flood. The speed is very fast, close to Mach 8 or above, and he flies with all his strength. After all, he has little time left, and the flood may come at any time. He needs to rush back to the base first and sit in the tool, prepared for him by the other party. The flood is highly corrosive and full of poison. For Lee Soo, who is extinguished by the extraordinary, it is quite fatal. He can't stay for a long time, and he needs transportation to help him withstand it. Lee Soo ran very fast, and it took about half a day to return to the 8th stone tablet. From the 8th stone tablet to returning to the base, even if the extraordinary factor is not used, it will take about 1 day. There are still about 10 days left before the shortest 3-month period. Food, traitors, and stone tablets only took about 2.5 months. There is undoubtedly still time left. Just when Lee Soo was thinking about the time of the flood, he suddenly found that the creatures near the 8th stone tablet were very agitated. They ran out of the forest at a high speed and ran to both sides with the blood-colored river in the center as the center. They looked very panicked. Many creatures ran directly past Lee Soo and ignored him. Facing this scene, Lee Soo was slightly startled, and a thought came to his mind. Could it be? Boom. Just when Lee Soo was doubting, a terrifying earth rumbling sound suddenly broke out, which was very shocking. The whole world shook, whether it was the gate at the end or the direction of the base on the other side. The next second, an extremely shocking scene appeared on the side, where Lee Su had just come. The earth actually began to rise slowly. The speed was not fast, but it was extremely obvious. And as it rose, countless blood began to tilt down. The river, which was originally tilting in the middle, was visibly growing larger, like a wild horse running away, rolling down, and the two sides were being covered quickly. Facing this scene, Lee Su's face changed instantly. He jumped up, and his speed instantly increased to the limit. The extraordinary factor had no intention of saving at this moment. Once there are signs of a flood, please return immediately. This is the old man's special reminder to him. As for the reason, it is also very simple. The river in the center. That river is not flat all the way down, but like a ladder, there are many flat areas. This causes the river water to stay there. After filling up those flat areas and forming lakes, it will continue to flow down. These lakes, one by one, the higher they go, the larger they are. Once the flood begins to break out, although it is not instantaneous, the amount of water on the upper side will increase rapidly, and more. This time, the lake formed on the flat layer is overwhelmed and collapsed. Once it collapses, everything under the lake will be affected. Because, no matter how big the blood water in each layer of the lake looks, in fact, it is enough to flood its downstream. So he must rush back as quickly as possible to prevent the boat prepared by the other party from being washed away by the precursor. Chapter 861 Come out. Boom. With a loud noise, a monstrous wave rose up. It set off a 1,000-foot wave, which seemed to be able to destroy mountains and shake the earth. In the big wave, there was someone. He was in a terrible state, being swept by the monstrous blood and water, turning over and over again. After an unknown amount of time, he finally hit the ground heavily. With a boom, the earth cracked. It was originally a plain with a diameter of thousands of kilometers, vast and boundless, enough to build a country with a population of more than 1 billion. It trembled violently, and there was an extremely serious collapse. Millions of cubic meters of stone and soil tilted down, and the loss was more than 1% of the whole. The scattered tide receded quickly. Because there was another extremely terrifying wave roaring in the distance, the huge potential energy could continuously extract the blood and water around it, and gather towards it. Facing this scene, the collapsed mountain was hit hard, and vomited almost a liter of blood. In order to avoid being swept back into the terrible tsunami by the tide, the person who was clinging to the wall of the mountain with both hands could not help but let out a strange cry. He used his hands and feet to climb up like crazy. This man was in a terrible condition. His flesh and blood had melted away, and you could see the white bones above the 7th layer of his body. His internal organs were burned, his intestines were full of holes, his lungs had rotted 8 layers, his liver was pitch black, and his heart was leaking air. His injuries were serious. Really serious. However, the strange thing was that despite such a serious injury, he was extremely flexible and fast. He climbed to the top of the mountain in a short while, then stood up and ran forward with his bare bones cracking. There was another bang, and the mountain collapsed, and the diameter of more than 10 kilometers was exploded. The person running madly was also affected, and many broken stones flew towards him. He ignored it, as if he didn't feel anything at all, and just ran madly. Even though his arm was hit by a stone, he didn't look back, but picked up his arm and continued running. It was not until his right leg was blown away that he showed some emotions. He cursed and picked up his right leg that was blown away. He could not help cursing, then picked up his right leg and continued to run wildly by jumping with his left leg. He ran for more than 100 kilometers and stopped only after he was sure that he would not be affected for the time being. He exhaled, wiped his forehead without scalp, and pressed the arms and legs that were knocked off back to their original positions. The skillful operation was obviously not the first time. This person is very special and extraordinary. Even though most of his flesh and blood disappeared, he still looked energetic. Moreover, if you look closely, you will find that his bones are quite unusual. There are fluorescent lights flashing on them, and there are scriptures densely covered, showing holiness. From beginning to end, whether it was churning in the sea of blood, or being smashed on the ground, these bones were still intact and shining brightly. The arm and leg bones were blown away just now because the connected flesh and blood were gone. There was no problem with the bones alone. The man, who took a deep breath and confirmed that he was finally safe, finally sat down on the ground, breathing out with his tongue. He was exhausted. He had never been so tired in his life. The 7 little people in his body were all paralyzed, lying in the palace, just lying there, exhausted. Not only in spirit, Tao fruit, and body. At this moment, in the vast galaxy, the Xinhuo flag, which should have been full of vigor, was lying down. The flag was no longer flying, and it was lying across more than a dozen planets. The flagpole was dim. It was not tired. After all, it was not a person, but a treasure. It just felt a little grey, and couldn't stand that it actually appeared in that kind of place. After a while, the Xinhuo flag recovered a little bit of spirit, and couldn't help but start to complain. "Boy, I said you are fine. What do you want to do in that place?" It was disgusted and felt dirty. Although the place is related to the saint, and it is a legendary first saint of the ancient prehistoric world, the existence of the work of opening the sky, the entire prehistoric world can be said to be created by him. As a latecomer, he should have 120,000 points of respect. But when he thought of his current location, Xinhuo couldn't respect him at this moment, because the taste was too strong. That's right, the person who came out was Li Su, who fell into the legendary place of reincarnation of the 5 grains of the sage of the beginning of the world, because of a trap. He succeeded in coming out before the great flood came, and was about to submerge the entire world. He successfully entered the boat prepared for him by the base, and was washed out of the 6 internal organs of the sage by the rolling flood. The process was beyond description, especially when the safety belt broke. It was called ecstasy. Fortunately, his body was strong enough, otherwise, bungee jumping plus roller coaster, without a safety belt, he would have been shaken directly. The scene was very bad for a while. And what's worse is that not long after, his boat began to creak, obviously unable to bear it, and was about to disintegrate. Fortunately, at this time, the extinguished extraordinary started to restart. The dormant Dao fruit, the great Dao, and even the realm returned, and the signal of the lost Xinhuo was also connected. Watching the hull disintegrate, Li Su offered the Xinhuo flag without hesitation, and wrapped himself up. After taking a nap, and being handed over again, the Xinhuo flag was still a little dazed, but when it was covered with blood, felt the nature of the blood, and felt the place where it was, it jumped up and down. This flag was so furious, that it wanted to turn into a murderous weapon, that loved to kill its master and hit Li Su twice on the spot. It was too shabby. No, it was too shabby. The thought of meeting the first saint of the prehistoric world who only appeared in legends in such a situation was simply too much. Lying on the ground, Li Su ignored the flags that kept complaining in his own galaxy. He was really tired. He had been tossed around for too long. It was as if he had experienced a century, especially in the later period. Even if the Xinhuo flag was offered, it didn't mean that he could rest easy. The invasion of blood was very serious. It penetrated from outside the flames and melted his flesh and skin. Even though the 7 holy fruits bloomed with supreme brilliance at the same time, they still couldn't stop the erosion. They almost melted and couldn't withstand the high-speed regeneration. They melted to the point where only bones were left. At this moment, he was extremely tired. If it weren't for the wrong environment, he would have wanted to just sleep and have a good sleep. After resting for a long time, as the galaxy lit up again, a large number of extraordinary particles were captured and absorbed by him. The cells on the dazzling bones quickly proliferated and covered, and the injuries were repaired. Li Su sat up directly, exhaled frequently, and then began to look around. It was not the blood sea that he jumped into, nor was it the place that the old monkey told him after he entered the ship. That's right, that old guy knew that the flood was the way to leave from there, and he also knew that the door at the end could not be opened. When he thought of that old man, Li Su couldn't help but want to grind his teeth, and he had the urge to go to the blood eye again. It wasn't his impulse, but mainly because this old bastard was too much. He played tricks on him 3 times before and after. No one could stand this kind of thing. The next moment, Li Su's face suddenly changed. He lay on the ground without any demeanor. His body was tightly shrunk. All his breath was suppressed to the limit. His pupils were wide open, staring at the vast coastline not far away. There are people, Tai, and there are several of them. They were covered in blood, their faces were full of fear, and they flew past the coast in panic, thinking about the distance and running away. Their bodies were burning, and a lot of blood was released. It was a blood escape, which achieved amazing speed by burning life. It was an extremely simple, but very practical spell that could be used in almost most stages, and had a very strong effect. Except for a few magical powers, it was a panacea. They fled very fast, almost desperately, throwing a lot of life essence into it, and running desperately. Almost in the blink of an eye, they disappeared from Lee Su's sight. Just when Lee Su was wondering what danger this group of people had encountered, or was it someone who was chasing them? Behind them, a dense crowd of figures appeared. The army. An army of hundreds of people appeared. There were soldiers wearing ancient armor, and holding long spears. There were generals riding leather armored horses. Although these people's armor was broken and bloodstained, and there was visible copper rust on their weapons, the whole team looked disabled, but they gave people an extremely suffocating feeling, as if they were elite soldiers who had just rushed down from the battlefield. The pace was very fast, and each step was hundreds of miles away, chasing after the fleeing group. As the team passed by, it could be felt that there was a rolling yin-ki erupting with them as a center. Although they were very far apart, Lee Su, who was hiding, still couldn't help but feel a shock in his soul, and felt a special Dao rhyme pulling his soul. As if he had a feeling, the horse-riding general at the front of the army remembered to turn his head suddenly, and his sight direction was directly looking at Lee Su's position. Taking a breath of cold air, he did not hesitate to operate the Soul Supreme, changing the nature of the soul, so that the Dao rhyme pulling the soul lost its landing point, and passed by him. In the distance, the general of the army paused for a moment, then turned back, and led the troops to chase without stopping. It was not until the army disappeared into the sky, and could no longer be seen, that Lee Su, who was lying on the ground, could not help but let out a breath of air, with cold sweat glistening. Not to mention the things in front. The things behind were obviously not living people, but a large army of dead people. Moreover, their special image. There is only one kind that matches it in the western regions. The yin soldiers of the underworld. How could it be? Question mark? Lee Su's pupils could not help but shrink, and a look of shock appeared on his face. The western regions, at the drop point of the underworld. It is not uncommon to have such things, but the yin soldiers of the underworld, they have always only appeared near the underworld, that is, the deepest part of the western regions. Was he washed to the deepest part of the western regions by blood? No. Lee Su shook his head directly, and denied this reason. The reason is also very simple. Whether it is the heaven or the underworld, the deep places are a place where Dao may die if he is not careful, let alone a mere Tai. This can be said to be common sense in the entire mythology world. Even if he could be rushed here, what about the people in front? They are not even in the late Tai stage. Are they seeking death in the depths of the underworld? Faced with this extremely contradictory situation, Lee Su frowned more and more. What happened? Chapter 862 Fengdu. Damn it. After discovering the yin soldiers, Lee Su didn't care about resting, and chose to go on the road directly. He had to find out the situation and find out where he was. It was definitely very dangerous when the yin soldiers appeared. Even Lee Su, if possible, would never want to confront the yin soldiers directly, even if he had the supreme soul. It's not that he can't beat them, but once he fights with the yin soldiers, it's easy to attract more terrible things. For example, this damn thing on his head at this moment. Through the ground projection, huge shadows can be seen, a total of 16. They are hand in hand, arm in arm, and patrolling in the sky. The main body is very large, several kilometers long, and the breath is extremely fierce. The Shanhaijing records that there are gods and men, Erba, Lion Bee, and the Emperor's secretary in this wild. Erba means night wandering. In other words, the thing that slowly floated over his head should be the night wandering god in mythology, who keeps watch for the Emperor of Heaven and hides in the daytime. Hiding in the shadows, Lee Su's face was quite ugly, and he was extremely afraid of the things floating above his head. From the moment he discovered them, Lee Su was very abnormal, and had a series of problems. First of all, his body began to rot inexplicably, and his arms, chest, and thighs were festering, with a fishy yellow-green liquid flowing down. Not only that, there were diseases. Various diseases occurred inexplicably. These diseases were quite vicious and out of control. In just a dozen seconds, he got sick for more than 100 reasons. And the most terrifying thing was that the cause of the disease was the deterioration of his own cells, as if he had gone wrong in his practice, and the cells had malignant changes. He obviously had the supreme power of flesh and blood, mastered the power of life, and was in the Tai realm, but he actually had such a situation one after another. It was simply unimaginable. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the night wandering god gradually went away. Lee Su himself stood up with cold sweat on his head, his pupils slightly contracted, and his expression became more and more ugly. The Yin soldiers were fine, but the night wandering god also came out. This thing is recorded in GGO. There are many kinds of spells. Among them, the strongest ones are related to luck. For example, during the conferred god period, the Seven Arrows book, which killed the GGO outer sect disciple Zhao Gangming with luck, is a very famous luck curse method, which is extremely insidious. There are many others. Among them, for example, this night wandering god. It is not strong. It should be said that it is very weak, but no one dares to mess with it easily, because its talent involves curses and luck curses. It is a rare fierce god among the gods, and colliding with him will bring misfortune. For example, if there is a problem in cultivation, such as suddenly falling down, and a knife stabbing into your stomach, even if you are in the Dalo realm, most of them will choose to retreat. If the Yin soldiers only patrol near the underworld, the night wandering god should almost stay in the underworld. How could he appear in this flat wilderness? Unable to help, but stretch out his hand to rub his eyebrows, Lee Su chose to go on the road again. He had left the Sea of Blood, and advanced a considerable distance to the land, almost more than 100 kilometers. As Tai, it should not be so slow. The main reason is that along the way, the number of Yin soldiers passing through the border is too many, and even the night wandering gods have appeared. Although he has mastered the space Taoism and can travel through the boundary, when he cannot be sure whether the other side is safe, Lee Su still chooses to go directly on the road. Once he finds that there are Yin soldiers passing by, he will hide immediately. Before figuring out what happened, he does not intend to confront the Yin soldiers head on, even if he can beat them. Thinking of this, Lee Su couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Unfortunately, because the fact that he was carrying the treasure was exposed, the GGO token and the Taoist costume were all thrown into the ghost domain by him and blocked by the treasure. Otherwise, he should be able to understand a lot of content directly through the GGO token. It's not that Lee Su doesn't believe in GGO, but he doesn't dare to gamble. Human nature can't stand the test, not to mention this kind of temptation. It's his life that is put on it. Use his life to bet that the other party is a good person before he clearly understands the situation outside and understands the follow-up of his being hunted. Lee Su doesn't plan to use the identity of GGO Daozi. At present, I can only rely on myself. I don't want to think about villages and towns. In the current situation, some people may have died long ago. I just hope to meet people, living people, preferably those who are not being hunted. On the road again, avoiding the direction where the night wandering god went, Lee Su continued to move forward cautiously in the general direction where the Tai fled. Keep walking. Keep walking. It took almost 4 hours to walk almost 200 kilometers. Undoubtedly, it was very slow. But Lee Su's face became more and more solemn, and a sense of uneasiness filled his heart. The problem might be more serious than he expected. During the time he was away, there was a high probability that something went wrong in the myth world. As for the reason, it's not the ghost soldiers, but he looked up and looked at the sky. The long night was still dark. There was no sign of brightness. 3.5 hours means 7 hours. Although the myth world also has the situation of short summer nights and long winter nights, even in winter, the sky should have begun to change. But he has been walking for so long. Lee Su did not see the shadow of the morning light. The surroundings were as dark as ever. If it were not for his extremely high realm, his vision would have long been transformed. If it were an ordinary person, there would be no way to move forward in such a dark night. Something was wrong. This was too wrong. You have to know that there are saints in the mythology world, and not just one, but 9. Although they are not as powerful as the ancient gods of the heavenly way, Lee Su has at least seen the saints take action. With a slap, a piece of starfield was almost evaporated. Therefore, how could such a thing that changes the weather happen in the presence of saints? Taking a deep breath, Lee Su was silent for a while and then set out again. 1 hour, then another hour. If the sky still did not change, and if he still did not meet anyone, just as Lee Su secretly decided that, if it continued like this, he would take out the GGO token to understand the situation. After thinking about it, he set out again, and continued to move forward. After walking for about half an hour, Lee Su's eyes suddenly condensed, and his forward steps stopped on the spot. There is light ahead. Moreover, it was a fire, not a ghost fire, but an open fire, the light of a candle in the world. This made him a little stunned and very strange, because in the direction of the fire, he could see that there were ghost soldiers passing by, and there were quite a few of them, but those ghost soldiers did not rush to the fire, and they were still patrolling around, as if they could not see the fire there. Exhaling a breath, Lee Su did not hesitate, and quickly took his steps, dodging the passing ghost soldiers, while heading towards the place where the fire was. The distance was not far, about 20 miles. Because of the ghost soldiers, Lee Su wasted a lot of time, and finally got close. However, when he saw the whole picture over there clearly, Lee Su, who was originally wondering why the ghost soldiers did not go to the fire, was stunned, and his mind buzzed. It was a city. An extremely huge city. Inside, the lights were brilliant and the voices were bustling. The fire almost illuminated the nearby night, and he could feel the abundant and boundless human fire energy inside. Millions. No, tens of millions. No, hundreds of millions. There is no doubt that it is comparable to the time of the Human Teaching Alchemy Conference. Of course, these were not enough to shock Lee Su. What really shocked him was the 2 ancient characters written on the city gate. Fengdu. Facing this scene, Lee Su was stunned for a moment. What on earth was going on? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 863, Conquest. Fengdu City is very large. The wall alone is nearly 30 feet long. The wall is mainly black, and is made of huge stones with a diameter of 3 feet long and 3 feet wide. There are special ancient characters carved on it. There are thousands of characters on each stone. They are pieces of scriptures, which are extremely magical. There is a Taoist rhyme flowing in them, surrounding the entire city. In this endless night, it does not feel weird and gloomy, but rather a sense of sacredness. There are ordinary people and monks in the city. Let's not talk about ordinary people. Let's talk about monks. There are actually people that Lee Su knows. He saw Liang Kong, a disciple of GGO. He saw him once when he was traveling to destroy ghosts and souls. The other party ran over in a hurry and captured the monk of Shangmingzang, who was hostile to Lee Su, and sold him for money. There are several people around him. Although they are dressed differently, they can feel the same breath. There is a commonality in Taoism and magical powers. They should have practiced Jishin Sutra and are also disciples of GGO. Not only him, Lee Su also saw more than 10 Buddhist disciples with strong Buddha light on their bodies and scripture surrounding them, which was very impressive. There were also people from the Ghost Gate. Their cultivation methods were very special. In this crowded Fengdu, the Yin Qi was extremely heavy, giving people the feeling that no strangers were allowed to enter. Although he did not see the disciples of the Western Chan sect, he thought they should be among them. After all, his eyes could not cover the entire city. In addition to the big sect, he also saw many monks with strong and weak auras. They should come from the upper, middle and lower 3 places of the western region of the mythical world, and they were all gathered together. Facing this scene, Lee Su was a little stunned. Ghost soldiers, living people, Fengdu City. It should be weird, no matter how you look at it. There should be something wrong inside. These living people are probably not normal. As a result, he saw the disciples of the big sect among them, as well as many disciples from different sects. It is not surprising that the disciples of the big sect will come when there is a problem in the underworld. The strange thing is that the monks of the upper, middle and lower realms, this level of situation is not something they can participate in by themselves, let alone opportunities. Most people are likely to become cannon fodder directly. If they have a little bit of reason, they will not take the initiative to participate in such things. Lee Su frowned. The scene in front of him made him want to open the ghost domain and take out the GGO token. What happened in the western region? Fengdu City is so big, even the disciples of the big sect are here. Why didn't the saints react? The next moment, he held back. He dug a pit without making a sound and hid himself in it, and all his breath was restrained. In the sky, a team of ghost soldiers was approaching rapidly and rushed towards the direction of Fengdu City. Lee Su had seen this group of ghost soldiers. They were the first team of ghost soldiers he found after returning. They chased and killed several Tai surface level monks and quickly went away. At this moment, they appeared again, and the general in the lead was dragging a chain in his hand. The chain was amazing. One could feel the extremely rich soul breath. The fluctuations were amazing. One could vaguely see a great road carrying it. The diorama of millions of bases was attached to it, forming a whole. Lee Su couldn't help but change color, and was shocked by the chain. That was the Deo method, which was interpreted to the extreme of supernatural power, completing the small way, the middle way, and finally the art of the Deo, that merged into a form. As the owner of the Supreme Soul, through the Deo pattern, Lee Su analyzed the situation of this method in an instant. It was just the simplest soul binding method. It was estimated that the ghost messengers in the underworld would use it to go to the human world, to bind the souls whose lifespans had reached the end, or the wandering souls who were not far from the underworld. It was not a profound secret technique. However, the one in front of him was very different. It was equivalent to a pistol that was repeatedly modified by it, and finally a shot blew up a planet. This method has been practiced to an extremely terrifying level. Even if Lee Su, who holds the Supreme Soul, was pierced by its chain, he would probably feel extremely uncomfortable. The soul would be under great pressure, which would lead to a significant reduction in strength. It is a typical one-trick pony that can eat everything. It belongs to the magical power of the Dalo surface level. At the other end of the chain, the Tai who escaped before were all there. Their faces were very pale, as if they were dead. Their breath was shockingly low, and their life essence was severely consumed, almost to the point of oil drying up. Judging from the situation, they should have run until they were exhausted and then caught. What is more strange is that they have no injuries on their bodies, and the Yin soldiers did not torture them physically. It took Lee Su a long time to get here, almost half a day. It took so long to be caught. I'm afraid that living people would be impatient, let alone dead people. Several people looked very terrified and panicked. Their bodies were pierced by chains, and their souls were completely suppressed. They lost all their holiness. The galaxies in their bodies were dim, the huge holes were turned off, and their 5 senses were sealed. Although they were not dead, they were like zombies, and could only follow forward, completely unable to be independent. But the soul was intact and there was no problem. As they got closer, the team of ghost soldiers unexpectedly began to fall. Instead of flying directly in, they led the team to the wall of Fengdu. The reins were pulled, and the horses stopped. The general turned over and dismounted, dragging several people forward towards the main gate. As for the ghost soldiers, they did not follow, but quickly walked towards the wall. In the sight of Lee Su not far away, they disappeared on the other side of the wall. At the other end, as the general approached the city gate, with a creak, the city gate opened, and an official came out. He was wearing a red official robe and a black official hat. His dynasty was closer to the Tang dynasty. This person had an extraordinary aura and special patterns on his body. He blended with Fengdu City, as if he was a part of it, but also independent. Seeing someone coming out, the general shook the chain in his hand, and with a slight clang, the chain disappeared. The few people who were locked up immediately came to their senses. They reacted almost at the same time. No matter what, it was better to escape first. However, the next second, several people trembled and fell to the ground. There was no way they could do anything because their life essence was burned too badly. After being detained, they basically maintained the original situation and were unable to do anything. Good harvest. Several of them are TIE. The official smiled before speaking, looking at the TIE at the bottom, and said, however, generally, the consumption is a bit high, and there is not much life essence left. It can't be used at all. Hearing the official's words, several TIE couldn't help trembling, and their eyes went black, as if they saw their miserable future. General Lee spread his hands and rolled his eyes at the official. I don't want to do that either, but what can I do? These guys are too weak physically, and their souls are average. The soldiers under my command are veterans who have fought hundreds of battles on the battlefield. Their punches and kicks are heavy and fierce. If you are not careful, they might be beaten to death. The only way is to drive them to run continuously. When their life essence is almost burned out, we can go up and control them directly. You see, the effect is not bad. The casualty rate has dropped a lot immediately. Fortunately, I have experience in driving away wild beasts. You should know that this kind of driving cannot be too loose, and you can't chase too closely, otherwise it is easy to hit the bottom and rebound. Hearing General Lee's words, the few people lying on the ground couldn't help but tremble. There was a trace of grief and anger on their fearful and pale faces. It turned out that they tried their best to escape and saw hope several times. It turned out that the other party was intentional and treated them as wild beasts. Whatever. The official side, let them be consumed. It's good that they are alive. Anyway, as long as they are not dead, they can be rescued. Rescue? As the official spoke, the people who fell were stunned, and Lee Soo, who was eavesdropping from a distance, was also stunned. The official clapped his hands, and soon someone came out of the city gate. It was not a dead person, but a living person, and a monk. He quickly trotted over, clasped his fists, and bowed to the official. Wang Xiu, I greet you, sir. The official waved his hand, and asked him to deal with the few people whose life essence was almost empty first. Yes. The monk stood up and quickly walked in front of the few people. After taking a look, he smiled and said, just right. Although the origin is damaged, there is no big problem. You are worthy of being General Lee. The people you captured are the easiest to treat. After that, he took out the Yuan Budan and fed it directly to the few people. On the side, General Lee grinned when he heard the words. Although he didn't say anything, he was very happy to be flattered. Bring the stretcher, carry them in, send them to the mansion to rest. They should be able to get out of bed in 3 to 5 days. Hearing the voice, several more people ran out, also living people and ordinary people. 2 people in a group, a total of 4 groups, carrying a stretcher and ran over. By the way, the Yuandan and the rest in the mansion all cost money. Remember to make up for it later. Under the stunned eyes of the 4 TIE, they put them on the stretcher, lifted them up, and were about to enter the city. Wait. A TIE couldn't help it. He spoke, looking at General Lee who was chasing them. You captured us and treated us. What exactly do you want to do? Fight. Fight? What does it mean? Without waiting for them to ask again, the official waved his hand, and soon several people were carried into Fengdu City. General Lee, thank you for your hard work. Please have a good rest next. General Lee nodded, did not enter the city, and also walked towards the city wall. He got on the black horse and started to move, and followed him directly, disappearing inside the city wall. After watching the other party disappear, the official stood quietly at the gate for a while, and then returned to the city gate. Soon, with the sound of clacking, the gate of Fengdu City merged again. At this moment, 20 kilometers outside the city, Lee Soo, who was lying on the hill, lowered his head and silently digested the information. The captured people were not killed, but were treated. This is undoubtedly good news, which means that he does not need to fight the ghost soldiers to death. But the purpose of the Fengdu ghost soldiers, to capture people, is to fight. Although who to fight for, it is not said. Who to fight with, it is not said. But since it involves fighting, it means life and death, which is obviously not good news. But in such a situation, the people in Fengdu City did not feel the taste of anxiety. The disciples of the big sect are the same, and their breath is very stable. Of course, this may also be because they are more determined and withstand the fear brought by the war. But what about ordinary people, middle and lower domain monks? It's really weird. Chapter 864 very friendly. Just like that, I waited for 3 whole days. At least, that's how it felt. Lee Su was not in a hurry. He had a lot of resources left, and the 99 profound art had also been promoted. So far, it has been close to 2,000 tons, and it is still increasing. With the resources at hand, there should be no problem with the 100,000 ton level, and it is estimated that the 1 million ton level will be a bit difficult. But it doesn't matter. When he reaches the 100,000 ton level, he can almost start practicing the 6th, 7th, and 8th chapters. As for the 9th chapter, that chapter is a bit weird, and Lee Su is a little unpredictable. It feels right, but it feels like an old man has lived enough and is going to hang himself. The Big Bang. It is the content of the 9th chapter. Its only requirement is that when the physical body chapter reaches its limit, the 6th, 7th, and 8th chapters can no longer be pushed, and then you can start working on the 9th chapter. Collapse all the forces to form a cosmic explosion and reopen the world. Facing the direction he realized, Lee Su once wondered if there was a problem with his talent bonus, a bug, and a crash. How could such a thing be possible? The big explosion here is not to gather the power to a point, then explode, and let it ripple in the body. Instead, everything collapsed and then exploded. After the whole thing was blown up, it was reorganized. The body, the soul, the avenue, until everything was reorganized. The 9th chapter was considered to be successfully cultivated. Listen, is this human talk? The avenue was blown up, and there was still a lamp to be reorganized. Although the saints are supreme, none of them can be easily and simply cultivated successfully, but the practice of Pangu Saint, especially this 9th chapter, really confused him, and he didn't think that this practice had the feasibility of success. Speaking of which, after Pangu Saint opened the sky, he immediately began to support the heaven and earth. After supporting the heaven and earth, he died. The primordial spirit became the 3 pure ones, the eyes became the sun and the moon, and the hair became the stars. So, the question is, where did this Jiu Jiu and Gong come from? In addition to the improvement of Jiu Jiu and Gong, Lee Su is also consolidating his own cultivation, pushing the realm into the level of great perfection, entering the middle stage of Tai, condensing the 3000 middle ways, and casting the foundation of Daluo. For 3 whole days, many Yin soldiers returned. Many monks and mortals were captured. Most of them were not injured, and were easily captured. After all, there were not many Thais, and only a few suffered some hardships. Yin soldiers were originally big soldiers in their lives, and taking care of people was obviously out of their professional scope. Although the captured people were shocked to see that it was a living person who took them into the city, there was almost no communication and they were quickly sent in. In other words, after 3 days, Lee Su did not get any information about Fengdu itself. The people in the city never came out from beginning to end. In a sense, they could only enter but not leave. In this way, it would undoubtedly be more difficult for him to get specific and detailed information. Of course, Lee Su had also thought about becoming a Yin soldier. He knew the art of transformation and mastered the soul Taoism, so it was not difficult for him. But the problem was that the Yin soldiers who went out would not go in at all, and the only official who would come out of the city would at most stand in front of the gate, and his aura was connected to Fengdu, which made Lee Su quite afraid. Thinking of this, Lee Su took a deep look at Fengdu and made a decision. He began to retreat quietly, intending to leave the vicinity of Fengdu first and look for living people outside. Putting aside the intelligence of Fengdu, at least we need to know what happened in the western regions first. Why is it dark all the time? And why the saints have no reaction to this? These must be figured out. Asterisk 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 very cautious. He has been observing for so many days, but still has no intention of coming in. I think you are the one. You are still so relaxed. You clearly discovered it 3 days ago. What are you doing? It's okay. He can't get out anyway. He will come back sooner or later. It's okay. Don't you know what the situation is over there? 9 of the 10 kings of hell have been taken away, 3 of the 5 ghost emperors have been lost, and the throne of the emperor of Fengdu has also been affected. Do you understand our current situation? Once they succeed, Fengdu will become fizz. I think you should understand what will happen then. This boy can trigger a reaction in Fengdu, which proves that he has inherited some kind of underworld Taoism, or even the law of the emperor. If he participates in the war, he may be able to regain the throne of the emperor. Calm down. Isn't it often said that you need to be calm when encountering big things before you can achieve it? Damn, calm down, you head. How can you ask me to be calm? Fengdu is almost becoming someone else's property. No problem. Didn't you notice? What did you notice? This child looks very kind. I'm kind to you, big-headed ghost, surnamed Z. Do you know the current situation? A fat man with a fierce face, dressed in black, and with the 4 characters peace in the world, written on his official hat said angrily. Next to him, there was a smiling man with a tall and thin figure and a pale face, and the official hat on his head was written with one side makes money. Behind the 2 of them, there were 2 giants. They were extremely energetic, their eyes were extremely fierce, and their bodies were full of muscles, which were pregnant with incredible power. One had a horse face, and the other had a bull head. Seeing the 2 quarreling, the bull-headed and horse face couldn't help but look at each other, revealing a helpless look. Here they come again. It's been so long, and I'm not tired of it. However, it must be said that the child who left really gave them an indescribable sense of intimacy. It was really weird, and I had never seen it before. After all, what kind of place is the underworld? It is the darkest department in the 3 realms. It manages the bad karma of all living beings after death. From top to bottom, it is filled with the breath of sin and wailing screams. Although the Buddhist bald donkey's Sanskrit sound can be heard occasionally to calm down the fire, it is not good for the body and the brain to listen to it too much. After all, they are yin gods, and listening to Buddhist Sanskrit sounds is no different from self-salvation. Not to mention that the bald mantism has bad intentions. Salvation is fake, but brainwashing is real. Look at the 8 divisions of the Buddhist Cheyenne Long. How did Yaksha and Ajura come from? Aren't they saved by him? For this reason, the old ancestor of the Styx was so angry that he went to his house to discuss the Tao. In the underworld, even monks are full of calculations. Naturally, the word kind is usually not used. It is too far away from them, the ghosts. So, looking at Lisu who was going away, the ox-headed horse face couldn't help but think, weird. There are actually people who can make the ghost messenger feel good and friendly. In a sense, this is also a very special talent, right? Or maybe it can be said to be a genius? The man in white did not look at the furious black guy, but turned around and said, bull-headed and horse-faced, you 2 follow quietly, and don't let them find out. The 2 giants nodded and quickly followed, not getting close, just watching from a distance. And you'd better control your temper and don't offend. We are all entangled in great cause and effect. Once we take the initiative, the cause and effect will be implicated. Although they can't do anything to us, it is very easy to kill it through the cause and effect curse. After the 2 left, the smile on the face of the man in white was restrained, and he said coldly, don't move. Not because you don't want to move, but because you can't move. There are too many eyes watching us. The man in black did not speak. He lowered his head, and a red flame burned in his pupils. It was not ordinary fire, anger, but karma fire that burned all sins. Damn it. Chapter 865 Another kind of dead man. It's not as easy as imagined to find someone. To avoid the ghost soldiers, you have to pay attention to the night wandering gods flying by from time to time. It's not easy to move. Of course, the more serious problem is that the ghost soldiers have searched the surrounding area, and basically everyone who can be caught has been caught. Along the way, Lee Su encountered several teams of ghost soldiers, all of whom were escorting people from far away, otherwise robbed. Looking at the people led by the ghost soldiers to Fengdu, Lee Su couldn't help but think about it, but looking at the chain in the hands of the leader of the ghost soldiers, he still held back. The Taoism that touches the Dalo realm is quite daunting. Although his soul is supreme, he will not be suppressed like the group of people who were caught, but I'm afraid it will be very uncomfortable. Moreover, although these ghost soldiers seem to be far away, they actually provide support very quickly. A distance of hundreds of kilometers is just a few seconds for them. If he can't take him down quickly, Lee Su will be exposed, and even if he takes him down, he will probably be exposed. If he loses control and accidentally kills one or two people and makes enemies, then the effort and reward will be completely disproportionate. Even though he knew what happened in the myth world, Lee Su had a hunch that he might still have to go to Fengdu. As for the reason, let's keep going. With a glance, Lee Su cut open the space. Yu King is supreme, there is no problem. Wherever he goes, he can open a passage. However, he can't feel the existence of the other world. In other words, he can't directly escape from this place shrouded in darkness. This world is completely blocked. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, damn it, this method is too much. In the distance, watching Lee Su disappear again, and then reappear, directly dozens of kilometers away, the ox-headed horseface, who originally thought it should be an easy job, couldn't help it. What is now covering this land is the long night of the underworld. It is a kind of barrier between heaven and earth. It is extremely rare in the ancient times, and only a few places have it. First, there is the Saint's Dojo, then there is Lingshan, then there is the Heavenly Court and the Underworld, and the rest is the dojo of the ancestor of the earthly immortals, Zinio and Axon, and there is also the Dragon Palace. In these places, the space is extremely solid, not to mention space movement. Even physical flight is not easy, unless you walk along the road open to you. Otherwise, even a cultivator at the Dalo level will be suppressed miserably. After all, this is equivalent to the old nest. Unless you hold a pass and obtain permission, you will basically not let outsiders pass through at will. Let alone, what if something is stolen? As for other dojo, there is no doubt that there is no problem with the long night in the underworld. It is centered on Fengdu. The place where Fengdu is located will be shrouded in endless night. Although the underworld was almost silent during the ancient war, and it also had a certain impact on Fengdu, the core origin was not damaged. The long night at this moment is basically no different from the ancient times. As a result, Lee Su broke through the space again and again, constantly performing instant movement. This is too much. If this method is used to cause trouble, who can live with it? I don't know which ancient big shot developed it. He has bad intentions. The bull-headed and horse-faced looked at each other and couldn't help complaining in their hearts. This method is too much. It is equivalent to being able to go in and out of other people's homes at will without permission. The case has been solved. No wonder there were constant incidents in the ancient times. I'm afraid it is inseparable from this method. Later, I must ask the fisherman who inherited it. It's too much. The bull-headed couldn't help but said angrily, the real dragon that was secretly beaten suddenly disappeared. Maybe it was stolen by the creator of this method. The horse-faced eyes flashed for a moment, a little unnatural, but the next moment he nodded and said angrily, that's right, I finally dug a piece of kunpeng meat back then, and it disappeared. When I turned around, it must be this person. The bull-headed coughed dryly. When the little guy enters Fengdu, it is necessary to kowtow to him. The horse-faced nodded, of course. Soon, the two increased their speed and flew towards Lee Su's location. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After moving in a straight line for a whole day, Lee Su finally stopped, and a hint of joy could not help but appear in his pupils. Very happy. You know, although the distance moved each time was not far, only a few dozen kilometers, but if it was an average of one move every 3 seconds, it would be at least 500,000 kilometers in a day. It was not easy. It was equivalent to that he had walked almost 5 journey to the west. At this point, although the night was still long, the number of ghost soldiers was very small. After all, the territory was too large. The number of ghost soldiers he encountered along the way alone was more than 1 million. If this was spread out with Fengdu as the center, the number of ghost soldiers would definitely be quite scary, at least 100 million. Thinking of this astonishing number, Lee Su couldn't help but shudder. Fortunately, he didn't make a move, otherwise the scene would definitely not be very good, and he might not be able to kill them all, even if he killed them until his legs were weak. If he played games, I guess his fingers would be bald and the keyboard would be broken. He looked up and saw that there were not fewer. Taking a breath, Lee Su approached carefully. It was not easy. After searching for so long, he finally met someone. He frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong. The group of people encountered the enemy and were all injured. Their aura fluctuated significantly, and they seemed to be in crisis. They were also dead, but unlike the Yin soldiers, their aura was wrong, very low, as if they were dead, and full of the smell of decay, as if they were rotten. Before Lee Su could observe clearly, the people being chased suddenly accelerated and jumped up. Lee Su was startled, because his location was just a flat ground, and there was no place to hide. Because he did not feel the breath of the Yin soldiers, and because he had finally found someone, he did not deliberately hide himself when he wanted to inquire about the situation. In an instant, he was seen by the other party. Their eyes met for a moment, and the embarrassed faces of the few people instantly showed a look of joy. They accelerated without hesitation, and ran directly towards Lee Su's location, shouting at the same time, "Dao Yao, please help." Lee Su frowned slightly, a little unhappy. He ran towards him without hesitation, obviously intending to divert the trouble. However, considering that he had to ask the other party and cause trouble for others, he suppressed his unhappiness. After thinking about it, he decided to ask what the thing chasing them was and find a way to deal with it. However, before Lee Su could ask, several people suddenly attacked. Green light, sharp sword, a bronze bell, and colorful cloud sleeves swept directly towards Lee Su. The green light hit his hands, the sharp sword cut his feet, the bronze bell shook his body, and the cloud sleeves swept his head, targeting his consciousness. They were all killing moves. Once hit, if not dead, they would be seriously injured. In an instant, Lee Su's face turned cold, and murderous intent emerged in his pupils. These people's ideas were quite vicious, and their thoughts could almost be felt. Obviously, they wanted to severely injure him, and then leave him to attract the monsters behind, so that they could successfully escape. In an instant, Lee Su's eyebrows lit up, and the sword light whistled up, and turned into a sword wheel. This is not the supreme of shanking, it is just pure sword intent. As a double peerless, and still in the Tai realm, the attacks of a few true immortals were not worth mentioning in his eyes. With a clang, the green light shattered, the sword light turned into ashes, the bronze bell was smashed to pieces, and the cloud sleeves were also cut into several sections. Several people were shocked. Lee Su's sword intent not only cut off their magical powers, but also cut their minds through magical powers. The terrifying sword light instantly cut the four people's Dao hearts and directly cut the four people's Dao foundations. Blood spurted all over their bodies, and the sword intent shone from the soul into reality, reflecting on their flesh with their Dao foundations. The four people suddenly became bloody people, falling directly from a high altitude, like a puddle of mud, and fell around Lee Su. The faces changed drastically, and the pupils of the four people showed an extremely fearful look. Obviously, they did not expect that the person in front of them, who looked similar to them, was so terrifying that only one sword destroyed their foundations. Ignoring the four people who fell to the ground, Lee Su looked directly at the rotten dead souls that were running quickly behind them. His eyes moved, and the sword light turned and chopped directly towards the dead soul. With a clang, the dead soul split and was cut in half by Lee Su's sword intent. There was no joy on his face, but his brows were furrowed. The sword intent that cut off the opponent actually appeared in a large area of grey. After flying away from the opponent, it actually decayed by itself. The extraordinary particles inside seemed to have lost their luster, and the sword intent also dimmed. Not only that, the dead soul seemed to be unaffected. The cracked part closed directly in the next second. It continued to rush towards Lee Su without stopping. Immune to his own attack, but it also eroded the sword intent in turn. Lee Su raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Haha. Seeing this scene, the blood-soaked people had no regrets on their faces, but full of resentment and curses. The wounds on their bodies made them realize their fate. They looked at Lee Su with great viciousness and couldn't help but say, Taoism and magic have no effect on them. The immortal essence will be rotten and the will die. Not only that, once you attack them, they will remember your breath completely and will continue to hunt you down everywhere. You are dead. We will wait for you below. The three men and one woman cursed Lee Su, gritted their teeth, their souls glowed, and their Taoist foundations were shaking. They planned to self-destruct. Mana, Taoist foundation, souls, planned to be annihilated together. But Lee Su raised his hand and snapped his fingers. With a snap, the four people's souls were shocked, and they couldn't control it at all. They were beaten out of their bodies on the spot, and their Taoist foundations were isolated. He glanced at the four people coldly. You are just a true immortal, and you still want to destroy yourself? Did I give you permission? The four people who were laughing crazily froze completely. This second was really chilling to their bones, and freezing their souls. Ignoring the mad dogs, Lee Su tapped his forehead, and a ray of red light appeared in an instant. With a clang, the sword flashed thousands of times. Everything within his sight was chopped into ashes and killed into powder. 1 kilometer in front of him, the molecular level substances were all smashed into pieces by him and broken up into structures. The Supreme of Shanking, Xianjian. The swords clashed, and there was a decayed smell, forming spots, which actually wanted to corrode the Supreme Sword intent. However, the next second, a shrill red light suddenly appeared, and Xianjian burst out with terrifying sword intent. However, after several tremors, the decayed bit was like rust, and was shaken off by Xianjian. Not only that, the dead soul was no longer calm. It let out an extremely shrill wail. Xianjian hit its roots, and its body directly dimmed 10 points. The whole soul became transparent, without the sense of entity before. At this moment, its face showed a reaction like a living person, revealing a look of horror. The next moment, its soul actually cracked automatically, like loose sand, and disappeared with the wind. Lee Su's eyes sank, and he stepped out, and punched the void. With a loud bang, a twisted figure was shaken down in the vast blood. A shrill wail sounded, and the figure rolled wildly. The blood covering it continued to burst out amazing light. There were real dragons roaring, phoenixes crying, and epic beasts gathered in it, strangling it, biting off its soul bit by bit, and tearing it into pieces. The corrupt air was tilting, and the blood made a hissing sound, and large pieces died. After 3 seconds, the blood disappeared completely, and the dead soul raised its head, looked at Lee Su with great resentment, and its body began to shrink and quickly solidified, turning into a blue crystal, and falling to the ground. Damn it. Standing there, Lee Su was stunned for a moment, revealing a look of surprise. Puppet? Chapter 866, Beloved. Although he only used a little bit of strength, he also used the supreme power. He didn't expect that. After fighting for a long time, he actually killed only a puppet? A substitute-like thing. Lee Su was a little surprised. He raised his hand and waved it, sucking the fallen crystal over. After making sure that the decayed breath had been completely wiped out by himself, he injected his consciousness to sense it. After a while, he opened his eyes and was a little surprised. The decayed power was the power of the soul carried by this crystal, and had nothing to do with the crystal itself. This crystal is very special. Its nature is somewhat similar to the Chaos God Mud. It can be dissolved with consciousness, but it does not enhance consciousness, but can be used as a carrier. To put it simply, this is equivalent to a special flesh and blood, which can make the soul like a substance, with the power of flesh and blood, and can burst out the strength of the original body about the 8th level. This is quite incredible. No wonder the other party looked at him so resentfully. The value of this thing is probably amazingly high. Even if it is not as powerful as the Chaos God Mud, it is at the top level. Just the fact that it carries the soul is equivalent to a top level soul type immortal weapon. Only when facing Lee Su's 2 supreme beings, Shanking and Life, did he completely penetrate the defense. If it was not a clone, but the main body, it would be very difficult to destroy the opponent's soul. Good stuff. Even for Lee Su, it is a rare treasure. His soul is also very powerful, and he has a treasure in his hand, but it does not mean that this thing has no effect on him. In fact, with it, there will undoubtedly be a qualitative change in the soul, an amazing improvement. Unfortunately, the number is too small. After a slight feeling, if this thing carries his soul, in order to reach the level of his physical body, this crystal is probably enough to cover his fingernails, and the index finger is not enough, only the little finger. There is no way. People can't compare. The soul of the thing before is obviously different from Lee Su, and its physical body is undoubtedly different from Lee Su. Therefore, in order to accumulate enough to achieve qualitative change, this level of dead souls, Lee Soo estimated that he would have to kill thousands or tens of thousands, and each one would drop. Perhaps it would be enough. Thinking that he had run so far and only met one person, Lee Soo suddenly felt a little bored. However, there was still good news. The other party's soul was killed by him, which means that, although it knew that its clone was in trouble, it didn't know who killed it and how it was killed. This is undoubtedly good news, and his information will not be exposed. Thinking of this, Lee Soo's eyes suddenly turned, and then turned to look at the 4 people he suppressed. Following Lee Soo's gaze, the 3 men and 1 woman couldn't help trembling. For them, it was like a nightmare. It was killed directly with just 2 moves. How big the impact was, it was completely imaginable. It was even greater than that they were not allowed to commit suicide. They knew too well the consequences of falling into the hands of dead souls. In order to survive, some companions were abandoned by them. The result was extremely miserable, and it could be said that life was worse than death. This was also the reason why they chose to self-destruct. Instead of such a miserable end, it was better to be directly shattered. As their eyes met, the 3 men and 1 woman immediately showed a pitiful look, and their souls spit out pleading. Especially the female monk. Her eyes were like water, and the emotions in them were clear at a glance, as if anything was possible, as long as she could seek life. Lee Soo smiled, and he stretched out his hand and grabbed the soul of the only woman among the 4. The soul Daoguo opened his eyes and read the information in the soul without hesitation. In an instant, the female monk's eyes widened, and then she couldn't help but wail. The reaction was as if someone had used a red-hot iron rod to poke into her brain and stir it. In just a moment, her soul shattered and flew away. The method was very rough, mainly because there were restrictions in their souls, which needed to be broken before they could get it. And there were many restrictions. For example, this woman had no less than 5 restrictions in her brain. Once one was triggered, the others would also have a chain reaction, so he had to do it at the same time to get what he wanted before the restrictions broke out. As a result, the female monk naturally left very uneasy. The beautiful face of the body was extremely distorted, black blood was flowing from the 7 orifices, and the brain turned into a paste. Facing the result of the female monk, the remaining 3 people could not stop trembling. As a monk, they were naturally beautiful, and the only female was naturally good looking. Men would not be able to walk when they saw her, but at least they would not be able to help but look at her a few more times and feel a sense of charm. As a result, the other party not only killed her, but also killed her in this way. What does this show? It shows that this beast is naturally cruel and heartless. However, the next second, the 3 people widened their eyes, somewhat unbelievable. Because the other party did not kill them, nor did they read their souls and thoughts, but pressed their souls back into their bodies. Could it be? Although I have heard of that kind of special preference, some monks have a heavy appetite, but I didn't expect to encounter it. For a moment, complex, uncomfortable, and a little joy could not help but rise from the bottom of my heart. Maybe I don't have to die. However, the next second, the 3 people's complex thoughts disappeared. Because the blood-red sword intent that they had seen briefly stabbed into their brains, pierced through their souls, and hid inside. That was the Zion sword, one of the 4 swords of Zhu Zion, the supreme of shanking. In an instant, the 3 people were like being cut into pieces, once every second, and they kept scraping and scraping. It was too painful, and they instantly sank into the abyss of pain, and their souls let out a shrill wail. Obviously, this was completely different from what they imagined. Done. Lee Soo clapped his hands and stood up straight. He looked at the female monk who died very unpeacefully, and his eyes flashed. He directly destroyed the other's body, and by the way, cut off the other 3 limbs and split the body, causing a very fatal heavy injury. Alas, you are still too soft-hearted. In fact, cracking does not require such violence. 4 baits are obviously better than 3. But as a gentleman, he really couldn't bear to cut a woman into pieces repeatedly, so he could only choose to let her get rid of it easily. How did the protagonists in those novels do it? It was incredible that they could treat everyone equally. With a slight sigh, he raised his hand and cut through the void, leaping to a hill a few miles away, hiding himself, looking expectantly at the place where the three were, and waiting quietly. So, will they come? Probably. In the look of the soul that was hanging, he did not see fear and terror in that resentment, but more of the anger of being bitten by ants. Lee Su was not unfamiliar with this way of thinking. Asterisk 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 I think this kid has a very problematic understanding of the meaning of the word too soft-hearted. While Lee Su was setting up the trap and quietly ambushing, the corner of the Neotao's mouth, which was silently watching him from high in the sky, could not help but twitch. Weed away the soul, trigger the ban, and let the soul fly away. Among the many ways to die, this can definitely be ranked in the top 5. Although the process was very fast, just looking at the black blood flowing out of the 7 orifices, it is completely imaginable what kind of pain the other party suffered in those few seconds. On the side, the horse-faced man disagreed. Really? I think this kid is kind-hearted, a good person, who can help people die well, and is worthy of trust. The ox-headed man couldn't help but look at the horse-faced man with an incredible look on his face. Are you sure? 1 died from breeding souls, and 3 people were living a life worse than death. Good person? Where is the good? The horse-faced man said as a matter of course. Even if you let the person who murdered you die so easily, if it were you or me, hey, we would have to visit the 18-story scenic spot for at least 100 or 80 years, right? The ox-headed man was startled, but he saw it hissing, and recalled what the 4 people had done, and frowned after a moment. No. What? Miotao shook his head immediately. This kid is too kind-hearted. That's good. That's good. If he really enters Fengdu. Mamian interrupted Miotao without waiting for him to finish. That's good for us. Miotao was stunned when he heard this, and was stunned for a long time. Niu clapped his hands. Yes, if he enters the underworld, such a leader who is clear about gratitude and resentment and decisive in killing, is obviously much easier to serve than the leader who is complicated, has too many tricks, and always likes to make you guess. But, this kid is obviously planning to go fishing, right? No matter what? Let's see first. If it doesn't work, let the Night Wanderer come to interrupt. The misfortune of the Night Wanderer here is a natural nemesis of those bastards. That's right. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Just when Lee Su entered the grass and squatted, the Neotao and Mamian above his head called the Night Wanderer to approach this side. But he saw a few figures on the horizon, coming quickly, heading straight to the position of the 3 people left behind. They are all dead souls. There were 4 of them, with a corrupt force, and they landed directly in front of the 3 people. Among them, the leader had a stiff face and a rotten face, but judging from his outline, he was obviously the guy who was killed by Lee Su once. At this moment, his eyes were very smart and full of anger. The loss of the clone was a huge loss for him, and he could not accept it at all. The dead soul who lost his clone spoke with a hint of murderous intent. The clone disappeared here. It walked up to the 3 monks, who were lying motionless, stretched out its hand and touched them, and then sneered. Your soul is injured, and you deliberately stay here, to cover up your own breath. You think I can't find you like this? Naive. Chapter 867. Fighting the Dead Souls. The scene was shocking. I thought they would devour souls in a brutal and elegant way, but the result was unexpected. Only brutality remained. They didn't even check if there were any problems with the bodies left behind. They just started to eat them, as if they had been hungry for more than 10 days. All I heard was a numbing snapping sound and a series of strong convulsions. 3 people weighing more than 100 kilograms disappeared directly into the mouths of the 3 dead souls, truly showing what it means to eat them up. With a mouth full of blood, the dead soul seemed to be shaken. The picture is very fragmented, the souls have been cut, and there are mixed powers that do not belong to them. It is a trap left deliberately. One of the dead souls spoke with a sneer. They obviously knew that there must be something wrong with the 3 dead and alive things left behind, and they should be the opponent's backup. The other 2 dead souls were also laughing, obviously not paying attention to this behavior. As dead souls, their situation is very special. Most of the methods of the monks are difficult to produce effects on them. They are not living people, and do not have flesh and blood. The soul activity is very low, and the thinking is like a grain of dry ice. They are already dead, and the power of the Taoism that targets the living is naturally insufficient. Just the innate advantage of the population has allowed them to surpass the monks and look down from a high position. Then there is their power of corruption. That is not a simple magical power, but the accumulation of time. It is the power of time. The accumulation of time gathers endless dead air, and even extraordinary particles can make it rot, stink, wither and wither. In the mythological world, except for a very small number of top-level magical powers that can barely fight, the dead souls can be said to be the existence of the monks. Therefore, they don't care about the means left by the other party. The same is true for the dead soul in the lead. At this moment, it is waiting coldly, wanting to know how its clone was killed. There is only one possibility, that the underworld has given a treasure with the power to strangle the ghost. If so, it would be great, equivalent to ironclad evidence, that the other party did not abide by the agreed rules. As long as the evidence is in hand, it can return to the tribe through this, and use it to cause trouble in the underworld and gain greater benefits. This is also one of the reasons why it was so eager to come here, and it accounted for almost half of the loss of its clone. Then, a shocking wail sounded. The Xianjian sword exploded in the bodies of the 3 dead souls. Are you kidding? Shanking is the highest and the most murderous. Even the user himself dare not let the sword intent explode in his body. The amazing red light was temporarily released from the bodies of the 3 dead souls, forming a vast sea of swords, with thousands of sword intents bursting out, cutting souls and spirits, and chopped them into powder without any hesitation. During this period, the 3 dead souls also resisted, and the power of corruption sank down and attached to the terrible sword light, trying to corrode it and make it wither. However, this is the sword intent of Zhu Zun. When it is cultivated to the pinnacle, time can be annihilated, and the void can be killed. The moment the rust-like spots appeared on the sword, the Xianjian shook, making a harsh roar, exploding an even more amazing sword light, directly chopping those formed spots, and peeling them off inch by inch. The decayed power could not play the role of the cause, and the fate of the 3 dead souls can be imagined. It was even more miserable than the clone of the leading dead soul, that was killed transparent by Li Su's sword before. They swallowed it, and the sword intent exploded directly in the soul. As the sword aura exploded, the 3 dead souls did not even have time to make extra movements, and exploded on the spot. Sky blue crystals appeared, and the souls in the clones were strangled to death. Facing this scene, the leading dead soul was shocked. Obviously, he did not expect that it would be a Taoist magic. This was definitely beyond his expectations. People from the great sect? At the first time, he couldn't help but make associations. This kind of Taoism is definitely not something that ordinary cultivators can master. It can resist their decaying power, and is definitely a top grade or even super grade Taoism. It was shocked and very annoyed, but at the same time, there was something else in its eyes. Top level magical powers mean top level cultivators. Their flesh and souls are no less than the 10,000-year immortal grass, the heavenly jade liquid, and the top level tonic. If they can get them, they can not only return to the human world, but also directly reach the top. It trembled all over, and had countless thoughts in an instant. This result was obviously beyond its expectations when it came, which made it not fully prepared. If it had known earlier, it should have come directly, instead of doing this now. However, it doesn't matter. Although it came in a hurry, it didn't mean that it was unprepared. It had already lost a clone, so it naturally wouldn't be careless. It had the secret treasure of the Dead Soul clan in its hand, and it had practiced special methods. With such a trap, the other party might not have left, and should still be nearby, watching from afar. After all, apart from anything else, the sky blue crystal alone can be said to be priceless. That is the top soul secret treasure, with amazing value, comparable to the legendary Chaos God Mud. Not only that, the most important thing is that this thing is not from this world, but from another huge world behind it. Although the 3 dead soul clones died, they only dropped a fingernail size, each of which is extremely precious, and has a huge benefit to the people in this world. It can sublimate their souls, make them transform, and obtain the bonus of another world. Therefore, the other party will definitely not be able to bear it. If it is near here, it will definitely not be able to bear it. The dead soul lowered his head, and the soul sense spread all over, directly covering the area of several miles. This is a unique secret technique of the Dead Soul clan, similar to the sixth sense of this world, observing the world from another angle, and cannot be seen by the Taoism of this world. Come on, come quickly. With his head lowered, his eyes flashed with strong emotions. This target is absolutely incredible prey for him. In the distance, Lisa moved naturally. The moment the Xianjian was activated, he began to act. As a top genius, his grasp of the fighter is naturally top-notch, and it can be said to be a millisecond reaction. He straightened up, and the shadow of Pangu Banga was reflected in his pupils. The Jade Purity Supreme Deo fruit opened his eyes. He raised his palm, pointed his finger like a knife, and stabbed directly. Between the forefingers, there was a hazy feeling. The world was stacking, and the space was overlapping. One side of the world was directly cut out by Li Su. The knife flashed, but it appeared several kilometers away, at the waist of the dead soul, who bowed his head. The space was turbulent, and the dead soul caught it at the first time. It was not happy but frightened, and its pupils could not help shrinking into a thin line. This attack came too suddenly and too close. It actually appeared directly on its waist. Even if it sensed it, the body had no time to react, and the terrible knife light cut into its body. Space Taoism. The dead soul's pupils almost popped out of their sockets. Obviously, he didn't expect that there were people in the myth world who mastered this kind of Taoism. Cause and effect, time, space. No matter what field, they are definitely the ceiling of power. They are too high, and ordinary cultivators are not qualified to master them at all. In the mythology world, even the Supreme Tai can only feel the existence of space clearly and grasp it to a certain extent. This shows how terrible the domain of this power is. The power of corruption tilted and poured into his lower back without money. The opponent's attack was very insidious and hit his spine directly. Although as a soul body, the spine is no longer the vital point of the flesh and blood body, but this is the place where its soul gathers the most. It is the second most important core besides the brain. If the soul here is destroyed, this clone will undoubtedly be severely damaged. Facing the power of corruption, the blade of space is obviously not as sharp as the previous Xianjian, which washes away the rust of the sword. It was corroded, and large patches of spots appeared. Just like other Taoist magic, it is collapsing and withering. However, the dead soul's face did not improve because of this, but became more ugly. Too much, too big. The blade seemed to carry a huge world. Although it corroded quickly, and was extremely terrifying, facing this kind of power in units of the world was another matter. It took time, a lot of time. The blade was covered with rust, layer by layer. It broke through the dark power of the dead soul and hit the opponent's spine heavily. With a thud, the dead soul's body was deformed and twisted. The dragon on the back waist was hit and broken. Facing the impact of the world, it could not bear it at all. Shattered. The lower half of the dead soul was crushed into ash by the hand knife stabbed by Li Su. Not only that, the part below the chest cavity was also affected, and a large area of collapse occurred. The body formed by the soul was burst. There was blood. The dead soul's face turned pale, and he spit out a mouthful of blue blood when he opened his mouth. Although this clone was not its original body, it carried nearly 1/3 of the soul source, and hosted the true destiny. The injury was very serious, and most of the body was cut off. At this moment, the dead soul's pupils lit up, like two headlights in the night sky. The remaining body was glowing, flashing brilliantly from the inside out. It was a scripture, forming bones, tendons, flesh, and blood. In this way, he stabilized his body. His flickering body was forcibly fixed by his special magical power. With the appearance of the scripture, the dying serious injury was stabilized. The Zhao Sheng Sutra, the life-saving method of the Dead Soul clan, the top life-saving magical power. No matter how serious the injury is, even if the head carrying the soul is shattered, it can be fixed in an instant to ensure that it will not die. The next second, the dead soul with only the upper body left suddenly turned around. It did not escape, nor did it continue to perform the skills to repair itself. Instead, with a startling killing intent in its pupils, it directly locked the hand that appeared at the waist. A grey light appeared between the eyebrows, and a nail flew out of it. It was a coffin nail, but it had an extraordinary origin. It was taken from the coffin, where the king-level strongmen of their clan were sleeping. For tens of millions of years, it has been baptized by the holy death energy. With time as a pen and corruption as ink, it has left the mark of time on the nail, forming an amazing Deo seal. This is the secret treasure of the Dead Soul clan. It will not be used easily. Once it is used, ordinary Dalo realm monks cannot bear it. Its size moved, and a large number of scriptures were tilted down on the coffin nails. The text was very mysterious and ominous. The content was like a curse. There was a mysterious sound, and the space was affected. Everything within a kilometer around changed, starting with the soul, the distortion, and then shining into reality. The stones were ringing, the earth was ringing, the sky was ringing, and the mountains and rivers were also ringing, reciting strange and evil scriptures, filled with horror and ominousness. The dead soul suddenly shouted angrily, and used all his strength. While his soul was shaking, he controlled the soul nail, and stabbed it into the hand that appeared behind him. A few kilometers away, Lee Su's eyes moved, and he felt a terrifying aura. His soul seemed to be locked by something. Dalo level? He frowned slightly, and a little strange color appeared on his face. Although he was only Yu-King Supreme, he didn't expect that he couldn't kill the opponent directly with a full strength attack. After such a heavy blow, not only did he stabilize, but he was also able to quickly counterattack. And the means of counterattack were obviously of a very high level, beyond the Tai level. Lee Su withdrew his hand, but found that his soul was locked by the opponent. The incomparable chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. The soul light was vibrating, and there were signs of corruption on it. Humph. With a cold snort, Lee Su's soul diameter lit up, and the supreme scripture appeared on his soul, and the mystery of the soul flowed out of it. A flame suddenly ignited in his soul, directly igniting his Zaozeo things. This is not an extremely high temperature, but an unparalleled cold. The things touched were instantly cracked, and were completely frozen from the molecular surface. The decayed spots extending from his right arm began to vibrate, and were frozen by the soul fire ignited by Lee Su. They were frozen and cracked, and fell from his soul, and turned into dust. He grasped with 5 fingers, and a spiral appeared in his palm. There were countless souls in the spiral: chickens, ducks, pigs, dogs, cows, sheep, and horses. Those were the 6 domestic animals. The 6 reincarnations, the animal path. He raised his palm and directly hit the coffin nails, where the dead soul fell, covering it with the animal path. The terrible soul power eroded it, and it was forced to reincarnate into a domestic pig. He took a deep breath, threw another punch, and hit the domestic pig with a bang. The domestic pig was punched away by Lee Su, turned into a stream of light, flew hundreds of kilometers, and with a loud bang, it actually smashed a mountain of 100 feet. The piglet shook wildly, its body was glowing, and there were evil scriptures emerging, and its twisted body was recovering quickly. Obviously, this transformation is only temporary, and cannot be maintained permanently. But even if it was only a brief moment, it still frightened the dead soul, and a rare look of fear appeared in his pupils. The Taoist method used by the other party not only involved the soul, but also was so high that it was frightening. Although the coffin nail had supernatural powers, it was still just a dead object. The other party actually used the power of the soul to forcibly transform it into the appearance of a domestic pig, which simply broke its cognition. This kind of change, undoubtedly, can only be touched by the holy law. In an instant, it panicked, completely panicked. The holy law can kill the dead soul clan, not to mention this holy law involving the soul. It directly used its own power, and wanted to escape without hesitation. Not only would the loss of this clone have a great impact on it, but it must also bring this matter back, to inform the Dead Soul clan, that a top-level genius has appeared on the cultivator side, a top-level genius who masters the holy law of the soul. This kind of person must be killed, otherwise it will be too threatening to the Dead Soul clan. Apart from anything else, if this kind of person goes to Fengdu, the advantages accumulated by the Dead Soul clan for thousands of years will undoubtedly become a bubble. Since he had used the Supreme, how could Lee Su let anyone escape? From the moment he decided to take action, he had no intention of leaving anyone alive. His eyes flashed with cold light, and the void trembled, and turned into a solid entity, directly nailing the dead soul in place, making it unable to move. Facing this scene, the dead soul's eyes went crazy. Its body kept shaking, struggling desperately, trying to break the cage. Unfortunately, in order to drive the coffin nail, it consumed too much energy, and since it was not the main body, it had no way to recover quickly. The most important thing was that it really didn't expect that its strongest killing move would be resolved by such a move. It couldn't help but start calling, feeling the connection between itself and the coffin nail, and wanted to lead it back. How could Lee Soo give the other party a chance? He stretched out his finger, half of which was black and half was white. In the other party's wide eyes, one finger pierced into the other party's forehead. Ah! With a scream, the dead soul's soul was opened, and the index finger pierced deeply into its origin. But a black and white flower bloomed in the air, and the dead soul was dried up at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a moment, with a bang, the other party's soul was completely exploded. The appearance of the blue crystal meant that his clone was completely withered. He exhaled, stretched out his hand, and grabbed the 4 crystals on the scene, cancelling the space. He moved his feet and appeared directly under the collapsed mountain in the next moment. He didn't care whether the ghost soldiers would come after hearing the sound, and began to look for the whereabouts of the nail. To be honest, he didn't expect the other party to bring such a treasure. Although he didn't feel the existence of the weapon spirit, it was hosted by a trace of Daluo's power, making it extraordinary. Even Lee Soo didn't want to touch it barehanded without a weapon, so he had to turn a corner and knock it out. This thing undoubtedly needs to be taken back and suppressed somewhere, otherwise it may cause him a lot of trouble. After landing for a while, Lee Soo's face was a little ugly. He didn't hesitate, turned around and left. The nail was gone. Basically, it means that he probably can't stay in the wild, otherwise he will be easily targeted by the dead souls. If he attracts a strong man, it will not be a good thing for him. Apart from other things, this nail means that there must be a strong man at the Daluo level behind the other party. At present, he obviously can't afford to offend. He jumped up directly, and the direction is naturally Fengdu, intending to go directly into the city. Some intelligence has been collected. There are a lot of contents in the female monk, enough for him to understand what happened in the western region. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. However, not long after Lee Soo left, with a buzzing sound, hundreds of miles away, a ray of grey light rushed out from the ground. It was the coffin nail. At this moment, it was obviously attached with a trace of consciousness, looking at the direction where Lee Soo was going with a resentful look. It was that dead soul. At the moment, when it was destroyed by Lee Soo, it transferred its own thoughts and boarded on the coffin nail, then entered the ground, and did not come out until it was 100 miles away. Obviously, it was preventing the other party from using spatial magic. It suffered a huge loss twice before and after. However, several supreme laws, even involving the soul, just this information brought back is enough to make up for its loss. It sneered, "Soon, we will meet again." "No, you won't." Just as it finished speaking, a heavy voice like a drum sounded. The dead soul was horrified and couldn't help turning his head to look, and then his face turned pale and his pupils widened. In the meantime, 2 tall figures stood silently behind it, with eyes as big as copper bells, staring at it. It couldn't help but shout, bull-headed and horse-faced. "That's right, it's sus. No, we have an agreement, you can't." Before it finished speaking, the horse-face directly reached out and slapped the coffin nails. With a snap, the dead soul's consciousness was annihilated. Not to mention consciousness, the coffin nails were broken. "This child, you are stupid, and you still have an agreement." "I made an agreement with your grandmother." The horse-face couldn't help but mutter. "No, it's not stupid, it's famous for double standards." The bull-headed shook his head. The thing in your hand is obviously a deadly horcrux. It's out of limit." The horse-faced guard couldn't help but lower his head and twitched. Then he became angry and his eyes became anxious. "This bastard, he actually dared to break the agreement. Let's go, old cow. Let's go to the Dead Soul clan and ask for an explanation." "Wait a minute. Wait for something. Send the kid back first. Make sure he has entered the city, then ask for an explanation." "Oh, that's right. Let's go. Let's go." 2 huge figures jumped up and galloped towards the direction where Lee Soo disappeared. Chapter 868 Entering Fengdu. That day, there was a huge explosion. Then, the whole sky turned black. After that day, the sky never brightened again, and the night became the main theme of this world. The only thing we know is that after that day, the ghost soldiers appeared, the dead souls appeared, and the night wandering gods that could not be killed and would inevitably appear once encountered, flying in the sky. Many people died. All the monks who had reached a great perfection disappeared. There is a rumor that something went wrong in the underworld deep in the western regions, and a big explosion occurred, which made it come out of the abyss and revive. There is also a rumor that there was a war between the great sects, and the saints were fighting. They tore the depths and let the underworld see the light of day again. The above is the information Lee Soo got about the western regions. The specific truth is unknown. But there are two things that can be confirmed. One is the big explosion, and the other is that the underworld sees the light of day again. The changes in the western regions began with the earth-shaking explosion, and then the night enveloped all places. Not just the depths, but also the depths. But including the depths, the upper domain, the middle domain, and the lower domain. Not only that, among all the above contents, what Lee Soo cares about most is the time issue. According to the memory of the female cultivator, the appearance of the underworld is not 1 or 2 days, 1 or 2 months, but it has been 3 years. Lee Soo couldn't help but feel his world book and wanted to check the schedule. As a result, he found that the 1-year period had stopped just after he came out of the intestines of Pangu Saint and came here. Although he still didn't understand what happened specifically, this content did make Lee Soo's thoughts explode. Especially the two rumors. The first one is okay. The second one is undoubtedly a bit weird. Are the saints fighting? Even if it is a rumor, this kind of thing also involves the saints of the big sect, which inevitably makes people think too much. Who and who? And why? Thinking of his disappearance, Lee Soo couldn't help but touch his cheek. It shouldn't be. Did the saint of GGO fight with the Black Mountain Patriarch because of him? So it affected the depths. No, 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 how could it be possible? Besides, the time is not right. According to the time in the female cultivator's memory, the explosion in the depths of the western regions did not happen after Lee Soo was trapped, but almost a month and a half later. It is impossible that the saints fought for half a month because of their own affairs before the explosion affected the depths of the western regions, right? It is illogical, right? Lee Soo took a breath and stopped tangling with the above questions, but began to summarize the known information. The female cultivators did not squat in the same place and wait for death in the past few years, but made many attempts, such as constantly breaking through the border, trying to find a city that can be teleported to the eastern region and leave this ghost place. As a result, the city is still there, but the people inside are gone, and the formation cannot be driven and is restricted. Then they leave. When they go to a certain extent, no matter how far they go, as long as they turn back, they will inevitably appear back to a certain position, like a ghost wall, and they can't leave at all. In other words, if they want to break the situation, Fengdu is probably an unavoidable hurdle. As for the dead souls that appeared together, it is obviously impossible to cooperate here. Living people are just food for them. However, these dead souls are a bit strange. Their nature is very similar to that of evil creatures, especially the corrupt power, which is very contagious. That is to say, when they met Lee Soo, the female cultivators fled desperately because they knew that they could not beat them, and their Taoist magic was ineffective against them, and they would be corroded by their power. The only difference is that these things do not feel evil in their bodies. Or is it because they are just clones? Thinking of this, Lee Soo couldn't help but take a breath, and the flow of magic power became a little impatient. Although the intestines of Pangu Saint seemed nothing on the surface, they actually put a lot of pressure on him, especially the scene behind the door, which made him a little anxious. No matter how good the talent is, no matter how strong the Taoist magic is, if the realm is not enough, facing the legion of hundreds of millions, the role that an individual can play is still very low. Dalo realm is imperative. There are also tests from Master Pangu Fan and others. If possible, after the 10,000-year war is over, and I have settled the people of Za country, I will prepare immediately. Be sure to kill from here before that day comes. No, before that day comes. The ancient prehistoric world has already suffered a great loss in a local battle. Obviously, the saint had not lost yet, but the prehistoric world broke, causing a direct fault in the entire ancient world. If not, according to the Taoist scriptures left by the Emperor of Heaven, how could such a situation of being blocked at the doorstep occur? They would have fought back long ago. This incident alerted Li Su that he could not wait for the other party to come in, but had to fight before that. Otherwise, even if he was powerful, what would it matter? Because, if he missed even a little, it would be an extremely terrible disaster for this world. The appearance of the underworld may not be a bad thing for him. He can just use this time difference to perfect his own realm. He practiced too fast in the early stage of Tai. Although the method was more dangerous, the foundation was still solid, but there were still many gaps in the subtle places. This made him have to stay in this realm for a while, constantly sharpening and consolidating those gaps. This undoubtedly takes a lot of time. When holding the treasure, it is not easy to find a suitable time cave without relying on the big sect, mainly because it is too expensive. His own cultivation needs are very large, and basically there is no spare money left. I made 7,000 or 8,000 yuan before, but now I have less than 100 yuan. The seven saints are like a beast that devours money. They are strong, but they also use dozens or hundreds of times more than others. Not to mention that there is now another 99 mysterious art. Although it is still to be determined whether it is the art of Pangu Saint, even if it is only the first 8 chapters, it has basically been hammered that this art is in the category of super quality. In addition, it is a physical body method, which is quite attractive to Li Su. The group of things outside the door. Taoism alone is not enough, the physical body must be better. If it doesn't work, he can still jump into the monster group with the zukes and sword to open the unparalleled, use the magic power to become a sword, and use the physical body to chop. The 3,000 meter long sword, one horizontal and one beam, is no less than the explosion and killing of the Taoist magic. Anyway, as long as it can improve his strength, so that he can have more trump cards and burst more, Li Su will not hesitate. When he came out, the speed was not fast, but it was very fast when he went back. After a short half day, the brightly lit Fengdu city appeared in front of him again. The bones creaked slightly, and Li Su changed his appearance, replaced the face of the Gigio Daozi, and restored 1/3 of his original appearance. You ask why 3 point? Just kidding. What does 10 point mean? You know, for a long time, he didn't dare to look in the mirror, mainly because he would be stunned if he was not careful. Cultivation itself has the effect of adding beauty. What about Li Su? Starting from the martial arts realm, most of the cultivation methods have the effect of changing appearance. Even the Vajra indestructible divine art is the same. Not to mention the Tao heart planting demon, the subsequent flesh and blood supreme and soul supreme. Although these will not mainly strengthen the appearance, they will eliminate flaws and make Li Su's life more and more perfect. This leads to the effect of revealing the true face, which is comparable to blowing up the street. If you walk 2 steps, you will probably get stuck in traffic. Ahem. Having said so much, the main purpose is to let everyone understand that his appearance has now become a weapon. He used the Taoist method to reflect his own face. Although his aura was suppressed and his sharpness was reduced, this face was still so outstanding, and the more he looked at it, the more exciting it was. Alas, it is hard to give up one's natural beauty. If it doesn't work, he will find a mask or something to cover it up after entering. He dressed neatly and took a step forward. He didn't attract any ghost soldiers. After struggling for a long time, he was caught and taken in. He walked directly to the main gate of Fengdu and prepared to enter the city on his own. Just kidding. Those who were caught before and came for treatment are the same. Whether it is medical treatment or accommodation, there is a charge. People haven't even entered yet, but they owe a huge amount of money. Li Su is not going to be such a sucker. Just when he arrived at the door opened by itself. It was not the previous one that opened a narrow gap so that people could pass through. Instead, it was almost half open, and the scene inside could be seen. It was the same official as before. He was still smiling, very kind, and seemed to be a little more happy. After walking out, he immediately stepped aside and said softly, "Welcome, please come in." Li Su was stunned. This attitude was very good, like a spring breeze. Is it because of the automatic door? Sure enough, forced braking is not as good as semi-automatic, and semi-automatic is not as good as fully automatic. In this way, a good impression has been made. I wonder if there will be preferential treatment after entering. With curiosity, Li Su took a step and walked into Fengdu, where the flames were soaring into the sky. I don't know what the so-called conquest is. How to pass the customs. Watching Li Su disappear in the gate, the official smiled and said, "Seventh Master, the child is back. Is he here? Very good. Tell all units not to be too excited. Don't ignore it. Just because you feel friendly, treat everyone equally as much as possible, and never let the people on the dead soul side notice it and make trouble before he completes the inheritance. Do you understand everything?" "Understand." A rumbling sound rang out. The city wall was shaking, and countless ghost soldiers were in it. Well, the official's attitude was good, which obviously had nothing to do with whether Li Su was proactive or not. Chapter 869 Household Registration Card. In March, the spring breeze blows sideways, swallows fly across the water, and egrets spread their wings. There are small bridges and flowing water, magnificent lights, ancient houses, and bluestone roads. This life in the world is different. This world is bustling and bustling. Entering the city, looking at the dazzling lights and ancient cage lanterns, Li Su couldn't help but be stunned. For a moment, he seemed to have stepped into the heyday of the Tang dynasty and was fumigated by the fireworks of the world. Bustling, really bustling. The door behind is really like a world away. On the Bluestone Road, people come and go. Even though he had plans in his mind, Li Su was still attracted by the bustle at this moment and couldn't help but stop where he was. He has been in the myth world for a long time. He has seen a lot of myths, but he hasn't seen this fireworks world for a long time. Looking at the scene of the ancient city, Li Su was very touched, and the road was touched, and responded with a long cry. The Dao rhyme in the body was vibrating, and the 7 saints Dao fruits could not help but open their eyes. Affected by Li Su's state of mind, they could not help but look at this rare scene in the human world. Fengdu is really an extremely ironic word. Thinking back to the previous life, there was also Fengdu, where evil ghosts and fierce gods walked through one hall after another, which made people shudder. But here, the human heart and ghost realm are most like the human world. Li Su could not help but take a breath, and stood for half a quarter of an hour, taking in the scenery in front of him. After remembering it in his heart, he was ready to go on the road again. It's very touching, right? Basically, everyone who is sent in is like this. A body was affected, and the young man in white, with an ancient jade hanging from his waist, came over and stood beside Li Su, with a sigh. Li Su could not help but look at the other party. Well, a very handsome guy, worthy of the world of cultivating immortals, either stunningly handsome or ugly. In short, there is no such ordinary and inconspicuous face. Let me introduce myself. I'm Yang Ping. I'm a part-time Fengdu tour guide. I help newcomers quickly understand this ancient city. The man clasped his hands together, clenched his right fist, and raised his left fist to his chest. He stood without bowing, and saluted Li Su. His manners were quite elegant. The simple salute gave people a unique temperament, which made people feel good about him. Li Su naturally returned the courtesy to the polite person. He also clasped his fists and said, "Hello, I'm Li Su. Please give me your advice." Yang Ping smiled and said straight to the point, "I think you have a lot of questions in your mind, but I have to make it clear first. This service is not free. According to the different questions you ask, I will charge corresponding fees to avoid disputes." Li Su was stunned for a moment and quickly nodded. It was not surprising to charge. After all, he was a tour guide. Unless the official arrangement was made, he still had to make a living. "No problem, but if you want something that's special for Fengdu, I don't have it." Yang Ping smiled and said, "No problem in that regard. Next, I will take you to the government office to register your information and get your household registration card. As for the fees, they will be deducted from the household registration card after you get it. The household registration card can be used as an advance payment, and you can repay it by working in Fengdu later." "I see. If you don't have any problem, then I will take you to the government office first." "Okay." Soon, under the leadership of the young man in white, Lee Su followed him out of the city gate and walked towards the city. Until the two disappeared in the crowd, a voice rang out. Another unlucky guy has come. Haha, if that guy knew that he could only compensate for his debts through the bounty earned from war, I wonder what kind of expression he would have. I think he should be furious and want to punch Yang Ping to death with one punch, right? Hate. That requires him to come back alive. There are already hundreds of guys who have been cheated by Yang Ping, and how many of them have come back? Most of them died in war. Not to mention this guy, his own strength is amazing. Although some people have come back, they still have to suffer this loss in the end and let it go. The beast in human clothing is not called that for nothing. Yeah, some people suspect that this guy has an extraordinary background. He may be a disciple of the upper domain, and it is even possible, cough cough. Unlucky guy, he actually came in normally. It would be great if he came in injured. Although he would owe a debt, he could recuperate in the mansion and make money at the same time. Spending 2 or 3 months, not only would he not be in debt, but he could also save a lot. And the most important thing is that this time is enough to get all the information he should know. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Following Yang Ping, he crossed almost 5 streets and walked almost a mile. Lee Su saw a large ancient building with 2 Yamen runners standing at the door. On the door was written the government office of Dingjiu district, Nancheng. Yang Ping did not go in, but said, the household registration card is processed inside. Outsiders are not allowed to enter the government office without business. You need to handle it yourself next. Okay. Lee Su nodded and walked over. After informing the purpose of his visit, he was soon taken in by one of the Yamen runners. He thought he would be taken to a small room and registered by a special official. Unexpectedly, he was led directly to the court, which was where the office was examined. It was very vivid, with a bright mirror hanging high in the middle, and wooden signs on both sides, read avoid and silence respectively. However, the county magistrate in the middle was not there, only a red-clothed official sitting below the county magistrate. He was wearing an official robe, which means that his identity was not a clerk, but an official. Patrol inspectors and historians were obviously not, because their professions were not suitable. The only official who could be thought of in the government office who was involved in household registration was the chief clerk. Lee Su was stunned for a moment. Although the chief clerk managed the household registration in the county government, he was the person in charge, not the registrant. This was equivalent to a secretary or clerk in a modern county government. Name. When Lee Su came up to him, the red-clothed official spoke directly. Lee Su. The red-clothed official nodded and saw him take out a book, spread it out, and began to register. Lee Su did not speak either. Although it was a bit strange, at the moment, when he did not know much about Fengdu, he should talk less, watch more, and listen more. Lee Su was suddenly stunned. When his eyes swept across the county magistrate's position, he could not help but pause. There was something like a floating on the county magistrate's position, and there were scriptures engraved on it, looming. In an instant, he was fascinated and attracted by the scriptures. After all, it was Lee Su. His talent was so terrifying that anything related to cultivation, even the saint's skills, would be quickly understood by him. The scriptures on the county magistrates were also profound, but compared to the saint's skills, they were undoubtedly much simpler. Not only was he memorized in an instant, but he also understood its function through the scripture itself. This is not a magical power of Taoism. This is the essence, which carries thoughts, is a description of Taoism, and involves the mysteries of the soul. Lee Su was stunned, a little incredible. In the instant of enlightenment, his soul formed a sympathy, and the corresponding words were formed on his soul. The scripture on the board was written into his own soul, and it also made his soul stronger. Are you kidding? He has the highest soul, but this thing actually refined his soul? It's incredible. He couldn't help but open his eyes, and at the first time he looked at the red-clothed official who registered for him with a guilty conscience. Are you kidding? If such a classic is placed in the sect, it is definitely not the true teaching of the person himself, and it cannot be viewed. It was stolen by Lee Su all of a sudden, which is a big problem. Even if the scripture on the board can only be said to be ordinary to Lee Su, it is another matter for others. things related to the government office and county magistrate. If they really violate the taboo, he will definitely be in trouble. Thinking of this, Lisu was not only a little sad and angry. You said that you put this kind of treasure in the room. What's the point of putting it in the court? In an instant, he was mentally prepared. If the other party got angry, he had to take the initiative. After all, you put the classics outside, so this matter is not his fault, it's your problem. As a result, Lisu was shocked to find that the red-clothed official seemed to have no feelings and was still registering his name. And the strange thing was that the other party wrote very slowly, and every stroke was very strong, as if he wanted to write through the book in his hand. There were only 2 words in total, Lisu, with only 16 strokes, and it took 2 minutes to write it. When the other party finished writing, an amazing scene appeared again. The other party did not ask other questions, such as age, but directly tore off the page with his name, written under Lisu's stunned eyes. In the flickering soft light, the torn page of paper began to deform and turned into a black wooden sign. The red-robed official exhaled. It seemed that this process was not easy. Sweat could be seen on his forehead. He picked up the wooden sign and handed it to Lisu, saying, "This is your household registration card." Reaching out to take the household registration card, Lisu had a very strange expression. Registering is so strenuous. I remember when he was outside the city, he saw at least hundreds of millions of people in the city. With so many people, this official actually registered them one by one and was not exhausted to death. And the book in his hand, how thick is this thing? I'm afraid it should be a spiritual treasure. Speaking of the underworld, talking about books, it's inevitable that people's thoughts are scattered and they think of one of the 3 books in the ancient times. The Book of Life and Death. No way. When his palm touched the household registration card, Lisu, who was thinking wildly, couldn't help but tremble. The household registration card did not fall on his palm, but was transformed by his hand and sank directly into his soul and appeared in the center of his chest. It was directly connected to his life. As if there was a feeling, the scriptures on the county magistrate's board that Lisu had understood and written into his soul quickly gathered and surrounded the token. Enlightenment, 7th grade text, reward, in silver yuan, 500. Standing there, Lisu was stunned. Before he could ask, the Yamen runner who led him in suddenly appeared and stretched out his hand and said, "The household registration is complete, please." With a confused look on his face, Lisu was invited out of the county government. Standing at the door, it took a while to come back to his senses, and then he couldn't help turning his head and looking at the government office with a strange look on his face. Not to mention the board scriptures that he understood, but the household registration card gave him a great shock. This thing, the quality is close to Lingbao, right? And it still involves the surface of the soul. It's hard to say how high the grade is, but it's definitely rare. It's comparable to the crystals dropped by the 4 dead souls killed before, and has the effect of warming the soul. Even his soul body felt a sense of comfort, and the soul's supreme bearing became much easier. And through perception, Lisu did not find that it was tampered with. From the moment this thing merged into his soul, it completely belonged to him. The underworld, is it so arrogant? Such treasures, the other party gave hundreds of millions? It's simply terrifying. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In the government office, the chief clerk was a little shocked and saw a flash of light on his body, and he turned directly into the impermanence of death in white clothes, a tall hat on his head, and a smile on his face. I was just looking forward to it, but I didn't expect it to be far beyond my imagination. On the side, the Yamen runner who led the way also appeared. He turned into a short and fat black-clothed watch and fierce god. At this moment, he couldn't help but be shocked. His eyes were bright, and he couldn't help but say, he actually realized the 7th grade Yunwen in an instant. Maybe it's because it's his first time to see it, but with such a speed, this boy may be able to carry the throne of Fengdu. Haha, it's really hard to be unhappy. I originally wanted to use a page of the Book of Life and Death to secretly protect him. Will it pass? After all, even if it's just one page, the requirements for the soul are still extremely high. If you can't quickly obtain the Yunwen and improve your rank, it will be a problem. Now it seems that it's a good thing that this decision was made, otherwise the ordinary household registration card can't withstand the other party's comprehension. Frequently changing household registration cards. It's okay before, but there are too many. It's impossible not to attract attention. The two looked at each other, and at this moment even Harry Watchung couldn't help showing a happy expression on his face, although this made him look even more ferocious. But the better Lee Su is, the happier they are. After all, the situation in Fengdu is not good, and a genius in the soul aspect is needed to resist the invasion of the dead soul. Oldsy, do you think he can reach the first rank? Harry Watchung couldn't help but ask. I don't know. Bei Watchung shook his head and sighed. After all, the dead souls have been attacking Fengdu for thousands of years, and the advantage is too obvious. Now there is only about 100 years left. Although he has good talent, the time left for him is too little. Now we can only hope that the other party can take back part of it. Harry Watchung's eyes suddenly darkened, and he couldn't help but hammer his hand with a snapping sound. Damn it. This is not fair at all. How can there be so many fair things in the world? Let's go. This is all we can do and help, and the rest depends on him. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 870 Fengdu Intelligence. Lee Su stood there, somewhat excited. The arrogance of the underworld gave him hope, the hope of perfecting the 99 mysterious art. This set of skills is really a bit of a scam. The higher you go, the more difficult it is, not to mention the resources required. However, the mere million-ton level can consume all his remaining resources. You must know that there are tens of millions, hundreds of millions, and billions above. It is simply too high to reach. This skill is very important to Lee Su. The more you go to the later stage, the higher the blessing on the physical body. Although the stone tablet did not introduce the ultimate scene of the 99 mysterious art, since it is a saint level skill, at the end, it is at least in an indestructible state. Let alone anything else. Just look at the intestines of the Pangu saint. It has been so many epochs, and it is still there. The underworld is so arrogant that it must have no shortage of it. It just supports the gap in perfecting its own realm and improves the 99 mysterious art. Let's not talk about the 99 level. 89 must be perfected. If the practice is successful, Lee Su has a hunch that he can probably hit the treasure with his physical body. Not to mention resisting it completely. At least even if the physical body is destroyed by the treasure, he can resist it for a long time. In addition to the 99 mysterious art, the Yinwen is also very attractive to him. Now he has also felt it. This Yinwen is very magical. It does not bless the Taoism, but mainly improves Lee Su's soul. This should be a great way, recording the contents related to the soul in the form of text. If he can comprehend it, it will be of great help to his soul. Everything related to the soul will be improved. Not only that, the soul and the physical body are originally one, and the improvement of the soul will feed back to the physical body. This is equivalent to a peerless medicine that can improve and change his original qualifications. It is a bit like the gifted fruit of the heavenly court, but the level is much higher than it, and the value is unparalleled. Thinking of this, Lee Su couldn't help but feel hot in his heart, and he felt impatient. The main reason is that the pressure is too great. Every time he thinks of the scene outside the door, he feels uncomfortable and has an extremely strong desire to become stronger. Now, the situation in the underworld is still unclear, but he has seen many ways to become stronger. It's like throwing meat buns at a dog. Bah, no, it should be the heavens who know that his life is not easy. For a moment, Lee Su was full of energy and quickly walked down the stairs and walked in front of the young man in white. Yang Ping was a little stunned. He found that the eyes of the person who came over were extremely hot, with a raging fire burning in them. The whole person was excited, completely different from the appearance when he just entered the city. It's just a household registration. What's wrong with this guy? He was a little confused. After all, Lee Su's mood changed a lot. It was different from before. The eyes were too enthusiastic. Sir, you. There's no need to introduce the scenery. Let's focus on things related to Fengdu, right? For example, the battle. Li Su was a little excited. It was a coincidence to see the plate. He didn't think it would be so easy to see it next. There was also the battle. It's impossible for Yin enlightenment to be given for free. There should be some connection between the two sides. For example, you have to go to the battle to be qualified to watch more Yin. Think about it, it's right. How could the underworld show you this kind of magic for free? It's a huge discount to charge for it. Going to the battlefield is nothing. The information obtained from the female cultivator shows that all the cultivators above the great perfection of Tai are gone. He didn't see any Dalo level when he was observing outside before. Without the Dalo realm, it's very simple for him. Although he has just reached the great perfection of Tai, there is still a long way to go before the great perfection of Tai. It involves the practice of 3000 middle ways, and the road is extremely long. It is said that, if you have average comprehension, you may not be able to succeed in practicing a middle way even after 10 years. But it doesn't matter. As a double pilus, in the early stage of Tai, all the stars in the galaxy in his body have exceeded 100, more than double that of the 15 fire prodigies. With the blessing of the Supreme Saint, even if he faces the great perfection of Tai in the late stage, he is not afraid. At most, he will just run away. It is difficult to kill him for the general Dalo, and the extreme Dalo is about the same. Therefore, for him, fighting doesn't matter as long as he can get resources. Without the existence of the two levels of Dalo realm and Saint, Li Su was fully confident in his own strength. Even if there were disciples of the same sect, he would not care. Yang Ping was stunned for a moment, but he nodded quickly and said directly, "It's okay when the time comes, but the content involved in this aspect is very expensive. My personal suggestion is." Li Su no longer had the heart to argue with the other party or bargain. It was really important to figure out the situation and then start. Although the underworld was arrogant, when I thought of the many people in Fengdu City, hundreds of millions of lives, how long could they eat and chew? I'm a big household, and I'm determined to consume resources. It's already 3 years late. If I wait any longer, I'm afraid there will be no soup. Let's sign a contract. How do we do it? Okay. As a service worker, since the other party strongly requested it and paid, Yang Ping would naturally not refuse. He stretched out his hand and made an oath. Under the witness of the underworld soul weapon, I, Yang Ping. He said a lot of things directly, nothing more than fair and reasonable charges. After listening to the other party, Li Su confirmed that there was no trap in the other party's words, nodded and said, "Then what? What should I do?" As soon as the words fell, a ray of soul light appeared in the other party's body, directly connecting with him. Feeling the clarity transmitted by the soul light, Li Su blinked and nodded directly, "I agree." Soon a symbol appeared on the back of their hands, indicating that the oath was completed. Yang Ping took a breath and said directly, "Excuse me, sir." Li Su directly repeated the words just now, asking about the content related to Fengdu. Yang Ping nodded, and after thinking for a while, he said, "Your question is a bit broad, involving too many contents and many details. If you explain them all, the fee will be very high. So I will explain it in a broad sense first. How about it? Okay. First of all, it's the issue of money. In Fengdu, whether it's food, clothing, housing, transportation, or cultivation and improvement, it is directly related to money. It can be said that everything is easy with money, and nothing can be done without money. Let's not talk about food, clothing, housing, transportation. If you have money, you can even use it to directly exchange for cultivation resources, dragon liver and phoenix marrow, 10,000-year fairy grass. In this underworld, there is everything. Not only that, there are even some great wonders. The origin of the fruit, which is extremely magical. Not only can it change a person's bones, but it can also steal the sky and change the day. 2 years ago, someone exchanged for a cup of Yuanshan wine. He was originally useless. When he was in the Tai realm, someone pierced his origin with a sword, leaving him with a lifelong injury that could not be repaired. As a result, he was reborn overnight, and the old injury was gone. Someone else exchanged for a rebirth flower. He had problems with his cultivation. When he was cultivating in the Chindan period, he failed to break through the mythological boundaries and set foot in the upper realm. He should have regretted it for the rest of his life, but because of the rebirth flower, he actually got a chance to live again. From waiting for the Chindan realm, he cultivated again. Now he has ignited the mythological flame, not only crossing the 11th fire, but directly achieved the 12th fire, and jumped into the ranks of top Xianzhuo. It can be said that in Fengdu, as long as you have money, no matter how magical the fortune is, you can exchange it. As for money, there are only 3 ways for us cultivators to get it. The first one is the simplest, working according to the needs of the natives in Fengdu, complete their tasks and get wages. This is the most stable and basically no danger, but the money is very little. Usually at the end of the day, most of it is just enough for food and drink. The second is to fight. You will be sent to a special secret place, where you will fight with something called dead souls. The chance of revenge is very high, but the process is somewhat dangerous. If you are not careful, you will most likely die in it. Because it is dangerous, the rewards are also very rich. You can obtain a large amount of yin in one go, which is a huge difference compared to working. Then there is the third type, which is to comprehend the yin text, that is, to realize the Tao. In this Fengdu city, there are many places with special strange scenes, big or small, which carry some special text. If you capture and comprehend it, you can also obtain yin. Among the 3, the last one is undoubtedly the most powerful. Not only is the comprehension of yin text of great benefit to oneself, but the yin obtained is also the most considerable. But if you have to choose between the 3, the last one is the most difficult and the most dangerous, because it requires extremely high comprehension, and comprehension will consume the power of the soul, which can easily make people addicted and unable to extricate themselves. Often when they wake up, they are either exhausted or inexplicably dead. Listening to Yang Ping's words, Li Su almost shivered. What did he hear? The comprehension of yin is free. Oh my god, there is such a wonderful thing in this world. Is this a dream? As for the talent requirements, sorry, he has never had a headache in this aspect in his practice so far. As for the mental consumption, he naturally knows, but it is very difficult to drain Li Su's mind, not to mention that Li Su has a treasure that can directly warn him and wake him up from his epiphany. In an instant, Li Su's eyes were a little wolfish, green and glowing. Sure enough, Yang Ping, you are hurting people again. Just when Li Su was so excited about the third kind that he seemed to have Parkinson's disease, a cold voice came with a strong anger. The next moment, several people rushed over and surrounded Li Su and Yang Ping. One of them pointed at Yang Ping and couldn't help cursing. You disgusting bastard. How many people do you want to hurt before you are satisfied and satisfied? Chapter 871, The Melon of Jijiro. My fellow Taoist, you have been deceived. Didn't he tell you that the information needs to be charged? You can owe money for the household registration card. It will be fine if you make money to make up for it later. Without waiting for Yang Ping to speak, one person looked directly at Li Su and said angrily, he is deceiving you and not telling you the whole truth. It is true that you can owe money for the household registration card, but once you really owe money, it means that you can only solve it through conquest. The natives will not hire people who have debts. You simply cannot earn the yin to repay the debt. Once you cannot pay the money and exceed the time limit, you will be forcibly conscripted and sent directly to the battlefield. Basically, people who are sent to the battlefield like this will almost certainly die. So far, there have been nearly 100 people who died there because they were sent to the battlefield. Listening to the angry words of the person in front of him, Li Su was a little surprised and couldn't help but glance at Ping Yang. Obviously, he didn't expect that this elegant young man in front of him was so cruel. Under his well-dressed clothes, was he hiding a man-eating beast? Faced with the criticism, Ping Yang unexpectedly said nothing. He just shook his head and turned around to leave. Watching the other party leave, the besiegers still couldn't help cursing, obviously accumulated a lot of resentment and had a deep hatred for him. What the hell? Asshole, if it weren't for this Fengdu, I couldn't do it. I must kill him. Ping Yang paused and couldn't help but look back, looking at a few people with a cold look. Why, still want to do it? Facing Ping Yang's gaze, someone sneered, as if he had something to rely on, and was not afraid of the other party's attack. Ping Yang took a deep breath, and finally said nothing, intending to leave. Bah, you still think you are a disciple of a big sect? You have an extraordinary status? Without the saints and Daluo, you guys are at most a group of second-rate people in the mythology world. Watching Ping Yang leave, one of them directly spitted, with a sneer on his face. A disciple of a big sect. On the side, Li Su was a little surprised. As the leader of the mythology world, it was hard to imagine that a disciple of a big sect would be treated like this. It was incredible and unbelievable. As if noticing Li Su's surprise, someone immediately laughed. Brother, you are surprised. Don't be surprised. Since the appearance of Fengdu, the halo of many guys who look like dogs has been stripped away. For example, that guy is like this. He has mediocre talent, but he relies on his background to act insidiously and harm many people. Because his behavior has angered the public, a real big sect genius said that, if he dares to go to the battle, he will definitely be in trouble. Look, he was immediately beaten back to his original form. In Fengdu City, fighting is not allowed. The party who fights will be fined. If they can't pay, they will be forcibly recruited and sent to the battlefield. Now that the real big sect genius has said something harsh, once he goes to the battlefield, this guy will definitely die. Li Su was stunned for a moment. That's it. After thinking about it, he became curious. By the way, which sect is he from? Don't his fellow disciples care? According to observations outside the city, there are many disciples from several major sects, and there is no situation of being left alone. This group of people seems to be a little too arrogant. Not only that, there is actually a genius from a major sect who took the initiative to speak out, which is undoubtedly quite surprising. After all, which sect doesn't have one or two geniuses? Which sect can it be? Of course it is GGO. As for his senior brother, his true colors have long been exposed, and he can't save himself. As the other party finished speaking, Li Su was stunned. This melon has been eaten by himself? Although he has some concerns, because of the treasure, he has no objection to his identity. As the last disciple of the Shanking Saint, the cause and effect between GGO and him cannot be separated. By the way, junior brother, take a look at how much has been deducted. If it's less, we will make it up to you, and you can pay us back slowly while working later. The few people did not look at Yang Ping who was leaving. They had said more extreme things before, knowing that this guy would not do anything. Now GGO is like a stray dog in Fengdu. Many disciples have disappeared inexplicably, and someone is hunting them. They will not expose themselves to risks. For them, as long as they make the other party hate them, it will be fine. GGO's hard days have not yet begun. It will only get worse in the future. The gates of hell are opening. Hey, junior brother Yang Ping, slow down. Our deal is not over yet. Li Su spoke, ignoring the words of the few people, but looking at Yang Ping who was walking away. In an instant, the few people were stunned, and Yang Ping, not far away, also paused and looked back in confusion. Several people frowned immediately, and looked at Li Su and said, brother, didn't you understand what we said? Ignoring them, Li Su looked at Yang Ping who turned around and asked curiously, brother Ping Yang, if you fight in Fengdu, what will the fine be? Yang Ping was stunned for a moment. There was an oath between them. If the other party asked, he had to answer. The price is very high. The fine for killing and injuring is 1 yuan silver dollar, and the fine for killing is 5 yuan silver dollars. The currency in Fengdu is yuan, and yuan. The ratio is 1000 to 1. If you work part-time, you may not be able to earn 1 yuan silver dollar in 3 months. Very thorough, he was deducted 5 yuan, plus the previous one, a total of 20 yuan. Now he won 499 yuan silver dollars, and another 980 yuan. Li Su was a little stunned, and couldn't help but say, in 3 months, you can't even earn 1 yuan silver dollar by working part-time. You know, he just squinted his eyes, and got 500 yuan silver dollars. Yang Ping was startled, and found that the focus of the other party was a little improper. Not really, there are still 3 yuan a day, but people have to consume at least 2 yuan a day, and for Fengdu, People are more needed to do the second and even third items, so the first item is more to maintain basic life. 3 a day, that is to say, only 100 a month. He had just arrived and earned 500 yuan silver dollars, equivalent to 500,000 yuan, and according to the average wage of 3 yuan a day, he was undoubtedly a wealthy man. After getting more yuan, he could definitely become an oligarch in Fengdu. Make money, no worries. Blinking his eyes, Li Su continued to look at Yang Ping and said in a faint tone, "They just said that you deceived the outsiders and forced them to go to war in this way, thus killing people. Do you have anything to say about this?" Since the other party is a disciple of GGO, Li Su, as a disciple of GGO, naturally cannot ignore it. After all, although the huge industry of GGO is currently owned by Saints and Dalo Realm, it will eventually become his in the near future. Since it was his stuff, he naturally couldn't just ignore it. However, before that, he needed to figure out one thing. That was whether the elegant man in front of him was really a liar. If so, it was a bad industry and a negative asset. It had to be cleared as soon as possible, and it couldn't be allowed to ruin the reputation of GGO. Yang Ping was stunned. It was another unexpected question. He didn't want to answer this question. Although both parties signed an oath, there was no requirement in the oath that all questions had to be answered. However, he answered as if possessed by a ghost, "Of course not. Although it will incur debt, you can actually take the initiative to apply for the war. Fengdu will not force people to die. They will make corresponding arrangements based on their strength. The risk factor is very low. So far, there has been no case of death in active participation, unless you are too greedy. And once you participate like this, you will get a lot of yuan, as long as you come back. At most, you will get 1 yuan silver yuan in 1 month. Those people will die because they tried to avoid owing debts and were frightened by the slander of others, which led to overdue debts and forced signs. Forced signs themselves are a punishment. The risk is naturally very high and the mortality rate is high. At this point, Ping Yang couldn't help but sneer. He didn't intend to endure it anymore. In fact, these people know it all. Not only do they know this, but in fact, lending you yuan and letting you pay off your debts is the real trap. In Fengdu, unless it is clearly stated in advance that all debts do not require interest and have no specific repayment period, otherwise, after the money is lent, it will automatically enter a 1-month debt cycle. They will not tell you that once you borrow money from them, they will only delay the idea of repaying the money as much as possible until the debt defaults. And once the default is made, they can go to the government office and exchange the default for a breach of contract. If someone defaults in Fengdu and faces a compulsory sign, they can pay a fine, and with a breach of contract, they can be exempted. To say that it is a breach of contract is no different from selling yourself, which is equivalent to having your life completely held in the hands of the other party. As Ping Yang's words fell, the faces of several people changed immediately, and they wanted to speak. However, Ping Yang did not give them a chance, and said lightly, "I swear by the Tao, that the above content, if there is any lie, I will be struck by lightning." So that's it. Li Su breathed a sigh of relief at the first time. He was really afraid that Yang Ping was a liar and was pretending to be powerful. The few people were startled, their faces became uglier, and they had a lot of words stuck in their throats. The oath of the Great Way, what's the difference between this and flipping the table? After all, the other party dared to do this, but they didn't. After taking a breath, the faces of the few people sank, but unexpectedly they didn't go to trouble Yang Ping, but turned their heads and looked at Li Su grimly. It seems that this friend has a special relationship with GGO. Obviously, for their own behavior, the few people did not feel guilty at all, but directly gave Li Su an expression of being friendly with GGO, and obviously put all the faults on him. One of them sneered and said, "It's a mistake. I played many tricks, but I didn't expect to be played today. Now, do you think you are very smart? You see through all this? You think you are a dog, and you will understand soon." The malicious intent was not concealed, and the account had been put on Li Su's head. His appearance and name would be registered. He would become the next chicken, to be killed to scare the monkeys, and he would die miserably. Before he finished speaking, Li Su became impatient. He ruined the reputation of GGO, troubled my disciples, and still complained here. Do you think that my butcher knife is not good? Without thinking, Lee Su slapped him. He took action. Haha, this bastard actually took action. Facing this scene, several people were not surprised but happy. There was a hint of viciousness in their pupils, and they couldn't help but smile. You are dead. Even the King of Heaven can't save you. No. Not far away, Ping Yang's face changed, and he immediately showed an anxious look. He never thought that Lee Su would take action directly. Unlike debt, the fine for taking action must be paid on the spot. If it cannot be paid, he will be forcibly recruited immediately. Even if the other party has strength, the problem is that someone is now secretly targeting GGO. Once the other party is sent to the battlefield, he will almost certainly die. Lee Su did not hate him directly because of their words, which made Yang Ping feel good. In his heart, he regarded him as a friend of GGO and couldn't bear to see him die because of it. Just when Ping Yang was anxious and the people around Lee Su were sneering, obviously expecting him to make a move, the target covered by Lee Su's palm gradually changed his expression. He was very happy at first. While using the Taoist magic to hold his head, he wished that the other party's slap would be faster. After all, there is a rule that the other party must attack, and it doesn't count if he takes the initiative. Otherwise he would have planned to take the initiative, to move his head forward, and let the other party hit him. It's a good deal to pay a little bit of teeth and spit out some blood in exchange for the life of this bastard. The other party is related to GGO, and the higher ups must know about it and reward him a lot. As a result, when Lee Su's palm slowly approached, a huge pressure directly suppressed his heart. After his body and soul were fixed, his expression changed. Standing still and being hit by others, and being suppressed by the other party without being able to move, are obviously two different meanings. As the small hand approached, the person who was locked found that there was light on his palm, flashing with thousands of Taoist rhymes, and there seemed to be real dragons, phoenixes, and millions of rare and exotic animals roaring fiercely. Just approaching him gave him great pressure, as if to crush his whole body of Taoism. The man's face turned pale instantly, and he realized that this slap was not to shut him up, but to kill him. No. Just as a syllable was uttered, Lee Su's slap arrived. With a bang, it was like a watermelon being hit by a stick, and it exploded on the spot. The protective divine light bursting out of the opponent's body did not play any role at all, and was directly crushed and smashed by Lee Su's palm. The avenue was shattered, and the soul was scattered. He was unable to show his strength at all, and was killed by Lee Su's headshot. Blood splattered, milky white brain matter and scarlet blood, as well as blue veins scattered everywhere, and many flew directly into the mouth of the person next to him who was also sneering. As the strong blood filled the air, the expressions of those people froze, and the sneer froze on their faces. You know, the person who was killed was a true immortal, the strongest among them. In an instant, several people were horrified, and cold sweats fell down. The original thoughts and ideas disappeared without a trace, and fear instantly filled their bodies and minds. Their souls could not help but tremble. They forgot the original rules of Fengdu. They roared and burst out their magic power. They were ready to fight for their lives. But they saw the sound of swords, and the brilliance of light exploded. In a flash of lightning, it passed over several people like mist. With a hissing sound, several people who had just activated the Taoist magic power did not even have time to make a sound or scream. Their bodies were broken on the spot. The magic light formed by the middle grade immortal magic in their bodies and the Taoist scriptures were cut open, like paper, and were chopped into ashes. The soul was annihilated on the spot. The only thing left was the head that Lee Su deliberately did not cut off. It fell to the ground blankly, with a horrified expression. Obviously, he would never believe that he would die like this. Looking at the group of guys who died, Lee Su suddenly slapped his head and couldn't help showing annoyance on his face. Oh no. At this moment, Yang Ping rushed over, but he was still a step slower and stopped in front of several heads. At this moment, his expression was extremely complicated, with 7 parts of shock and 3 parts of anxiety. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. What shocked him was naturally the strength of the other party. These people were not weak, not inferior to him. Otherwise Yang Ping would not have been able to endure it all the time. If he could kill in exchange for killing, as a disciple of Gigio, he still had blood. Unfortunately, facing several people, he couldn't do it, and his strength was not enough. So he hated those guys in his heart, and he almost couldn't hold back several times. Now that they were killed, he was naturally happy in his heart, but when he thought of the price of killing, he couldn't help but feel distressed. Not only would he be forcibly conscripted, but the matter would probably be reported back. Yang Ping didn't even need to look back. There were not many people in front of the government office, but there were many people watching here secretly, especially when he was troubled by others. There were quite a lot of eyes. No, I can't let the other party really get into trouble. For Gigio, friends come with wine, enemies come with swords and guns. It's too late to contact the brothers. Why are you so impulsive? Why are you so impulsive? Brother, you are the eldest brother. I have told you, so clearly the price of action. What's the point of crying out now? Li Su sighed deeply. I should have kept one, at least one to go back and tell the news. Look at my brain, I'm just angry. Yang Ping was stunned. He was extremely anxious, but he suddenly became numb. No, brother, you regret this? Chapter 872 Self-Examination. It didn't take long for Li Su to be upset. He immediately became serious and earnest. He soon found that his behavior was a little sloppy and a little forgetful. He was a simple man with a straight and iron mind. As for his enemies, he would naturally try his best to bury them in the soil and turn them into nutrients for nature to nourish future generations. The reason why he suddenly thought of keeping people and did something that was seriously inconsistent with his own style was mainly because he suddenly wanted to make himself the focus, intending to directly attract the opponent and then kill him. After all, the other party's behavior was too abominable. He was digging the roots of his own industry, targeting and smearing at the same time. Any person would be furious, right? He was naturally no exception. The root of this idea was mainly because he knew that there were no cultivators above the great perfection of Tai in this world. Doesn't this mean that he, Li Su, is the current ceiling of Fengdu? The emergence of this idea caused him to be a little floating. This is not good, and it seriously violates the code of conduct he has always followed. He quickly woke up and realized that his mentality was not right and he needed to review it. Soon, Li Su looked up and swept around. He looked at the people who had been peeping openly and secretly since the people he killed came over. As he was the Thunder Killer, many of these people looked wrong. Some began to retreat, obviously intending to inform. Before Yang Ping could speak, Li Su moved. Wait a minute. After saying that, his figure disappeared in an instant, and the picture was distorted. Not to mention his eyes and sight, it was difficult to capture his consciousness. That was a rapid performance. In an instant, Li Su transformed into a dozen figures and appeared beside the group of eyes. He raised his palm, and the Dao Rhyme radiated, and the blood boiled, forming a dragon claw. The dragon claw clenched into a fist and hit one person directly. With more than 10 dangs, the owner of the eyes looking here was knocked to the ground. Dahao's head was hammered into the ground by him. With a loud bang, more than a dozen people collapsed there and were knocked unconscious by him. There was no way. The highest level of these people was only the middle stage of the true immortal realm. In the early stage, most of them were only heavenly immortals. Facing a peerless genius like Li Su, who was a cultivator at the Tai realm, there was really no room for resistance. Not only was his body shattered, but his origin was also shaken. For a moment, he felt the sky collapse, and the earth split. There was a starry sky in front of him, and he almost ascended on the spot. He still held back. After all, the compensation for killing was a bit high, 5 times the amount of the injured. Most of the more than 10 people were spectators, and there were 1 or 2 participants who were just shrimps, and it was meaningless to kill them. Looking at the more than 10 people who fainted on the ground, with their heads arched up almost an inch high, Li Su thought about it, and felt a little uneasy. He stretched out his fingers, and a soft light appeared, which directly pierced into the brains of the more than 10 people, and hooked their souls. He touched the memory of the last hour or so. Even though the picture transmitted back was already quite chaotic, he still rubbed it back and forth several times, to cut off the possibility of the other party recalling it. After making sure that there was no trace of everything, Lee Su smiled and returned to Yang Ping's side. At this moment, Yang Ping couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Although he was a handsome man, his heart was a little trembling. Although some people were hiding, there were also some who did not hide and were watching openly outside the government office. Therefore, he saw Lee Su's actions clearly. Just now, he thought that the other party was too arrogant and overbearing. He looked like he was going to fight directly with the people who targeted GGO. Unexpectedly, he turned around and hammered the audience together, destroying the body and destroying the traces. This shot was really sharp, with many contradictions, as if it was not one person. And whether it was killing those people or hammering the audience next to him, the attack could definitely be said to be dark and heavy. As a disciple of GGO, Yang Ping was knowledgeable, mature, and strong. He was not afraid of cruel people, nor was he afraid of fierce people, but when he encountered this kind of thing, he was really a little scared, for fear that the other party would suddenly give him such a blow. I don't know which senior brother of GGO dared to know such a cruel person. At the same time, Yang Ping was slightly relieved. Although he could not escape the call for conscription after killing someone, the news was covered up. When the other party reacted and searched again, it could delay a lot of time. Moreover, he could see that the person in front of him was very powerful. He was either a true immortal or Tai realm, and he was very powerful. With time buffer, he might be able to complete the punishment before the other party found out. However, it was a bit strange. Normally, the Fengdu Yin soldiers would appear after killing the first person. Why is there still no movement, even when the audience was beaten? Could it be that the Yin soldiers were also fishing? They planned to let Lee Su owe him more. After all, it was known that the conquest lacked people. Otherwise, there would not be such a thing as selling body contracts. 3 selling body contracts offset 1 breach of contract conscription, which is evident. Now it's good. Killing 5 people, 25 yen silver dollars. Knocked out at least 15 people, and another 15 yen silver dollars. Adding up, it's 40. Even Tai, I'm afraid he will have to spend a lot of time on the battlefield. For a moment, Yang Ping couldn't help but feel a little worried. Even if Lee Su could erase the audience's memory, this was Fengdu, and it was always watched by the Yin soldiers. People could buy information with money. In other words, it was destined to not be covered up for long. He had to remind the other party so that they could accumulate the fine as soon as possible. Asterisk 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 at this moment, Lee Su also exhaled a breath, and the whole person was relieved. While criticizing himself for being a little too arrogant and trying to make up for the loss, he was also thinking about it. As a result, the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Yang Ping, this is a disciple of GGO, but the strength of the person who is looking for trouble with him is very low, at most at the middle domain level, and it is only second rate in the myth world. A second rate person looking for trouble with a top rate person is definitely an old man eating arsenic, but the one who suffered a huge loss is GGO? This is too strange. GGO disciples inherit the GGO Taoism, which is the top essence. Naturally, their strength is not comparable to these ordinary disciples. Although the other party mentioned that there were disciples of other major sects who targeted him, it shouldn't be so. Even if the two sides completely tear each other apart, regardless of anything, GGO has been able to establish a religion in the myth world for millions of years, and its foundation is there. It is impossible for it to lose so thoroughly that even the second rate dares to bully it. This is very abnormal and there are major problems. It is very likely that it is not just one family that ends up, but 2 or even 3 families together. This is a big problem. Apart from anything else, the number of people alone means that there are many opponents. For this, Lee Su must be well prepared. At least the fine must be sufficient, so that if the opponent shows up, he can kill them all. You must know that, since he started to act, his yuan has been rapidly decreasing. Now there are only 459 yuan and 975 yuan left. The number of people he can kill has dropped directly below 100. This makes him, who thought he was a billionaire a second ago, feel a huge economic pressure. Sure enough, no matter in which world, spending money like water is really an eternal truth. After years of being away from home, Lee Su deeply understands the importance and necessity of cutting the grass and eradicating the roots. With his cautious mentality, if any of the enemies were to escape, he would be the one who would lose his appetite and sleep. He had obviously won, but because of the fish that slipped through the net, he couldn't sleep at night. Was this still considered a win? No. So what he needed now was not a strong attack, but to store up food and build high walls until he had enough capital. If he didn't move, it would be fine. If he did move, he would at least have to injure the other party and make him bleed. Lee Su blinked, looked at Yang Ping, whose face was a little pale, and smiled kindly, saying, "Junior brother, is it okay for you to continue serving me?" Yang Ping wanted to refuse, but after seeing the other party's ferocity, he really couldn't muster up the courage. This was a person that even the audience could beat up, so he stuttered, "No, no problem." It was obviously his teammate, and he helped him vent his anger, but now Yang Ping's mind was full of thoughts about the ghost soldiers. What about the punishment? Why hasn't it come after so long? When Yang Ping realized his thoughts, he felt very complicated for a moment. Lee Su grinned, "That's good. In that case, please tell me more about the Yinwen. Where are the places in Fengdu that have this kind of Yinwen?" Chapter 873, Yinwen 10th grade. The situation of the Yinwen in Fengdu City was somewhat different from what Lee Su had expected. He thought that they should all be in some special places. After all, the first Yinwen was found in the government office. But he didn't expect that after Yang Ping introduced it to him and took him to see it, he found that the situation was completely beyond his expectations. There were bowls, teacups, and stalls on the streets, alleys, and small roads. The number was extremely large, beyond imagination. Although compared to the 7th grade Yinwen, the one Yang Ping took him to find was of the 10th grade. Undoubtedly, compared to the 7th grade Yinwen, they were much simpler. The structure itself, the level, and even the strength, all had great differences. Yinwen has levels. So far, the highest level that has been mastered is the 4th grade Yinwen. If the grade is not raised by one level, the difficulty is more than 10 times that of before. Not only that, even the lowest level 10th grade Yinwen is extremely difficult to comprehend. Even if it is the surface level of the true immortal, it often takes more than a month to comprehend the simplest one. Yinwen is different from the exercises. It is a kind of original text. It has a great benefit to the soul. It is actually a rare item of good fortune. The 8th, 9th and 10th grades can enhance the strength of the soul and strengthen the soul. The 5th, 6th and 7th grades can enhance the hardness of the soul and strengthen the soul. Above the 4th grade involves the sublimation of the soul, the ability of good fortune, and the transformation from the inside of the soul. Yang Ping said with a hint of enthusiasm and more helplessness in his tone. Unfortunately, it is too difficult. Even for the geniuses of the great sects, it is not easy to comprehend the 5th grade Yinwen. There are only a handful of them. It not only requires amazing talent, but also has high requirements for the soul. Even if you comprehend it, you need a lot of time to adjust and let the soul gradually adapt. The more you comprehend, the greater the pressure on your soul. I heard that there is a statue in the center of Fengdu with an astonishing number of Yinwen engraved on it. Atai Daewon accidentally took a look at it, but not only did he fail to comprehend it, but he hurt his soul and his origin was hurt by the words. His foundation was cracked, and he almost died. His soul collapsed on its own, which was very scary. It is rumored that it should be a 1st grade Yinwen, and is related to the first person in the ancient underworld. The statue is the rumored Fengdu Emperor, and the Yinwen carried on it is Fengdu Emperor's understanding of the Soul Road. Ping Guiyang has regained his calm, and demonstrated an amazing talent for tourism service. He combined his own knowledge with the actual situation, and took Lee Su through the streets and alleys to find the location of the Yinwen he knew, while also effectively explaining it to Lee Su. The benefits and the terribleness of Yinwen are clearly stated. Listening to Yang Ping's explanation, Lee Su nodded and memorized the Yinwen he had seen along the way. The 10th grade Yinwen was not a big problem for Lee Su. After all, it only took him a moment to understand the 7th grade Yinwen and carry it in his soul. The 10th grade Yinwen was 30 times more difficult. Lee Su could basically remember it and master it with just one glance. Along the way, Yang Ping took him to see almost 1,000 things with yin wen recorded on them. They were all small objects, all kinds of things, and there were many types. By now, a considerable number of yin wen had formed around the household registration card in the center of his soul, as if there was an extra layer of skin covering the outside. The 7th grade yin wen that he learned at the beginning was deeper, in the flesh and blood. Unfortunately, Li Su felt very little about the so-called strengthening of the soul in Yang Ping's mouth, and it was not obvious. Come to think of it, he had already practiced the highest level of soul, and his soul was several times, or even dozens of times, that of ordinary Tai at the same level. If the effect of this yin wen is the same as that of ordinary cultivators, it would be terrible. Although the effect is not very obvious in terms of improvement. But this is only the 10th grade yin wen after all, and there are 9 grade and 8 grade above it. Li Su has a hunch that, if he can go around Fengdu and master all the yin wen, he will usher in a transformation, and will have an amazing improvement. Moreover, the difficulty of cultivation will be greatly reduced afterwards. The difficulty of practicing the Supreme Soul will be reduced by more than a few levels. Perhaps after completing the refining of the yin wen, he can condense the 3000 middle ways, and enter the late stage of Tai. The visible improvement in strength undoubtedly makes Li Su a little excited. Now he has an enemy, which is not imaginary, but actually exists, and this enemy is extremely terrifying. Now he wants to fight. It is no longer a mantis trying to stop a chariot, but Lycanon shaking the sky. Although they are both small, Li Su understands the gap between the two very well. One is chasing a distance of thousands or tens of thousands of times. The other is the Ganges sand, a unit that is difficult to measure with numbers. This gave Li Su a huge pressure, making him desperate to become stronger. However, let alone the improvement of comprehension, the money given was indeed a bit too little. For a 10th grade yin wen, comprehension only gave 500 yuan. Not yin silver yuan, but yin yuan. Compared with the 7th grade, it was 1,000 times worse. After walking for half a day, the money he got was equivalent to the money he got for comprehension of a 7th grade in the government office. In other words, if he only comprehension the 10th grade yin wen, he could only earn about 1,500 yin silver yuan a day, equivalent to 300 heads. Since they dared to cause trouble for GGO, the other party must be a big sect. Although the disciples of a big sect would not be too many, the number of subordinates under their command was different, and it was possible to have tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. 300 a day, 10 days is only 3,000. The only thing I was glad about was that Yang Ping said when he came over that the number of 10th grade found so far was only about 10,000. After comprehension, it would be the 9th grade, and then the 8th grade. Undoubtedly, the higher you go, the more yin yuan you will get for comprehension. Although the number will also drop significantly, the problem is not big. After all, they are subordinates, so they don't need to be killed all of them, right? If the upper level is destroyed, the monkeys will naturally scatter. In this regard, Li Su maintained a certain degree of optimism. Fortunately, Yang Ping, who was still introducing, obviously didn't know what Li Su was thinking. Otherwise it was easy to imagine what kind of expression he would show. Because of the destruction of corpses and traces, Li Su and his team did not encounter any trouble. After all, Fengdu is too big, and it has become a place of opportunity and good fortune. It is basically enough to send a true immortal to target Yang Ping. You must know that along the way, Yang Ping not only introduced Yinwen to him, but also talked about a lot of food, clothing, housing and transportation. For example, food. In the underworld, there are really a lot of natural treasures. There is even the ancient Xiangan Kangjiu. Someone has exchanged it and spent a full 10 yuan. It can definitely be said to be scary expensive. The 6th grade is not enough. You have to comprehend the 5th grade Yinwen before you can afford it. Of course, the benefits are also amazing. Lifespan enhancement, soul nourishment, and avenue combing are worthy of being an ancient heavenly thing. When hearing Yang Ping's introduction, Li Su couldn't help but complain. After all, a wine that has been aged for 1,000,000 years can still be drunk. It's also magical. Soon, night fell. Well, maybe some people will be surprised. Since the appearance of the underworld, the sky has been in a long night. The splendor of Fengdu all comes from lights. It has always been night. In fact, it is not. Although Fengdu is lit by lights, there are still differences. During the day, there will be more lights, as if it is daytime. When night falls, many lights will go out. Even in the city, you can clearly feel the night falling, and many alleys gradually become dark. The harvest is good. After walking for a day, Lee Su has collected about 3,500, which is close to 35% of the number of 10 grade ones. However, the soul coat has taken shape, with hands, feet, and body. But it seems that something is missing, so that they cannot be connected and form a whole, resulting in a great discount. Although the strength is there, it is estimated that it will take until the 9th and 8th grade Yunwen is understood before it can form a whole. Let's stop here today. Lee Su suddenly stopped and looked at Yang Ping. The other party was a little absent-minded. Although his job was not affected, it can be seen that his mind was not here. Hearing Lee Su speak, Yang Ping couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He no longer entangled while Lee Su killed someone, but was not forcibly conscripted, as well as Lee Su's identity and relationship with GGO. In the world of cultivating immortals, breaking the casserole to get to the bottom of it is the way to death. He knew this well. If the other party didn't say it, then he wouldn't ask. The main reason for his absent-mindedness at this moment was that he didn't live alone and had people to take care of. Normally, he should have gone back at this time, but today was a rare opportunity. Being hired for a whole day was definitely unprecedented. Normally, when the troublemaker appeared, it would basically be over, just a few dozen yuan. Up to now, he has earned almost 2 yen silver yuan, which is definitely an amazing fortune for him, and can be used for a long time. Therefore, he didn't want to stop, and had persisted until now, wanting to earn more. But now that night has fallen, he must go back. Not only are the people at home crying for food, as mentioned earlier, life in Fengdu requires consumption, and basic living requires 2 yuan a day for food and shelter. Not having food for a day is not a big problem, but shelter must be guaranteed every day, otherwise you will be kicked out of the room and spend a night on the street. Although the night in Fengdu is not dangerous, there is something called yin wind. It is very unfriendly to souls. Although it is unknown, once it is blown, it will make the soul weak and even sick. This kind of soul disease, although it looks like an ordinary person catching a cold, is very troublesome and must be solved with medicine. Take me to find a place to rest near where you live and continue tomorrow. Although Lee Su had a good understanding of the situation in Fengdu after a day, he did not intend to fire him. Not only because of his identity as a disciple of GGO, but more importantly, this guy is very useful. With him, at least the 10th and 9th grade Yunwen should be no problem. As for the 7th and 6th grades, it is just right for him to take over his identity and let GGO channels help him. After all, among the 8 major sects in the mythological world, GGO has the most disciples. As for his own identity, Lee Su plans to take a look first. It is not about the treasure, but he still has some questions about the current situation of GGO. Yang Ping's eyes lit up, and his face couldn't help but be hot. He said excitedly, okay. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Following Yang Ping, Lee Su came to the vicinity of his residence. Yang Ping looked at the inn in front of him and said directly, this inn is one of the best places nearby. Although the cost is more expensive than other places, it can nourish the spirit and nourish the soul. If you plan to start with Yunwen, living in this kind of inn can effectively help you reduce the pressure on your soul brought by the comprehension of Yunwen. As always, Yang Ping was professional and fully demonstrated his level. Although he did not feel the so-called soul pressure from the other party, Lee Su still nodded. The inn was good, surrounded by special soul light, which actually attracted his soul and wanted to enter it. However, at this moment, a voice came from not far away, with a very arrogant tone and a hint of impatience. Little thing, so cute, this face is so elastic, it can't be torn, no matter how you tear it. This is the last chance. Where is Yang Ping? In an instant, Yang Ping's pupils suddenly shrank, and the whole person trembled directly. He turned around suddenly, and thought about where the voice came from. Not far away, in an alley, there were several people. 5 adults and 3 children. Among them, a big man was seen holding one of the 6 or 7-year-old children with one hand, pinching the other's face, and holding the other in the air. The cheek was torn, and there was blood dripping. The child was in pain and cried, but he didn't say a word. His eyes were wide open, just staring at the other person. Not only him, but the other 2 children had conspicuous slap marks on their faces. The color was purple and blue, and blood was constantly flowing from their mouths. They fell to the ground, their small bodies trembling constantly, but they bit their cheeks tightly, looking at the 5 people in front of them with hatred. There was fear, but more of it was anger. The next second, Yang Ping went crazy. His pupils were red, and his face was distorted. Yang Ping's figure disappeared, and he rushed directly into the alley not far away. He couldn't help but roar, "Huo Wang, you are looking for death." Chapter 874. After all this time, you're still looking for me. Hearing the voice, Huo Wang, who was holding the child, was startled and turned his head. Then, he was not surprised but happy. "Ha, Yang Ping, I thought you, a bastard, ran away." He still held the child in his hand, and even couldn't help shaking it, as if he was greeting an acquaintance. "What does it feel like to be held by the cheek and swung in the air?" Blood was splattering, and the flesh on the cheek was deeply torn. The child was in so much pain that he almost fainted. However, his eyes were wide open, staring at Yang Ping, who was rushing over. His mouth kept opening and closing, saying something. Unfortunately, the cheek was almost torn off, and the child couldn't make a sound at all. In addition to the severe pain, his mouth was numb. In the corner, 2 girls who were slapped, half of their cheeks were swollen, and they were completely deformed, but they screamed. They didn't cry, shout, or ask for help. "Brother Yang Ping, don't come over here, run, they want to kill." Before he could finish his words, the man called Hualang's eyes flashed with coldness, and he snorted coldly. He was a true immortal, and even this cold snort had great power. It was like a thunderbolt, directly hitting the 2 girls, shaking their small bodies into the air, and hitting the wall heavily. The sky was filled with scarlet, and the 2 little girls' faces were pale. Their internal organs were creaking, and their 5 internal organs were all impacted. Fortunately, they had already started practicing, and were at the foundation building stage. Otherwise this sound would be enough to kill them. Seeing this scene, Yang Ping's pupils became redder. He couldn't bear it anymore, couldn't suppress it, and at this moment he completely exploded. He rushed straight towards Hualang. His pupils were full of murderous intent. His body resonated with the avenue. His whole body was glowing, and there were scriptures appearing, which was the Jigyo technique, the Jishin Sutra. The Jishin Sutra, along with the Jishin hand, is one of the 2 top-grade immortal techniques of the Jigyo. Unlike the Heaven-Severing Hand, which is mainly for killing, the Heaven-Severing Sutra is more for oneself. When practiced to perfection, one can intercept everything in the world and feed it back to oneself. Standing in this world, everything will become one's help. With the Heaven-Severing Hand, one can intercept other people's Taoism, magical powers, and the Great Dao. The power of the 2 attacks will increase by more than 10 times, and it can also squeeze into the top 10 among the great sects in the mythological world. The top 10 here are not the ones with greater power as they go up, but the so-called top 10 are almost the same, each with its own advantages. However, Yang Ping obviously did not cultivate the Heaven-Severing Hand, but mainly practiced the Heaven-Severing Sutra. After all, the Heaven-Severing Hand requires a high level of talent, while the difficulty of the Heaven-Severing Sutra has decreased a lot. This skill requires time and realm blessing. In other words, the higher you go, the stronger you will be. Among them, Dalo is a hurdle, and passing and not passing can be said to be 2 different things. It belongs to the system of stupid birds, emphasizing that diligence can make up for shortcomings, which is also the fundamental reason why the Jigyo does not care about the geniuses and the bewilderers. As long as he can finally make a breakthrough and achieve Dalo, the heaven-cutting scripture will be enough to make up for the gap between 2 and 3 fires, and he will leap out of the ordinary and stand at the top of the strong. Although Yang Ping has not yet achieved extraordinary things, he is in the early stage of the true immortal, and the heaven-cutting scripture has already taken shape. He himself is also at the limit of 10 fires. At the level of the true immortal, although not as good as the myth, he is also at the top of mortals. Unlike the previous elegant and graceful young man, he is extremely oppressive. In addition, the anger and murderous intent in his heart are piled up. The void around him is fixed by him, and the vitality between heaven and earth is controlled by him. The scattered taurine resonates with him. Seeing this scene, Huo Wang's eyes are slightly solemn. Born in a great sect, he is extraordinary. Just this step of the heaven-cutting scripture has already given him great pressure. What a pity. He couldn't help but sneer on his face, with a mocking look. The disciples of the great sect have a deep foundation, which is well known. The same is the limit of 10 fires, and there is a big difference between the great sect and not the great sect. However, they all have a fatal flaw. That is the lack of experience. Most of the battles were conducted in a relatively relaxed environment. Unlike these people, every battle was a life and death struggle, a desperate fight. This lack of experience made them extremely naive, to the point of being ridiculous. If the combat power of both sides was equal, Huo Wang could kill this so-called disciple of the great sect in an instant. For example, at this moment, among all the actions, the worst one was undoubtedly the one in front of him. He had the opportunity to sneak attack and the opportunity to escape. But he chose neither of them, but rushed over openly. Can this behavior save people? No. Huo Wang's eyes were grim. Let me teach you a lesson today, so that you know what a real battle is like. He pulled the face of the child in his hand, as if it were a rag, and threw it directly at the roaring Yangping. Then, Huo Wang's knees sank, the world in his body rang, and a fire rose. He raised his hand and punched, but he didn't hit Yangping, but the child who was thrown out. The fist was glowing, and a hazy earthy yellow color gathered on it. The Dao rhyme was intertwined inside, and as the earth energy gathered, a rumbling sound was heard. A large area of earth appeared on the fist, cracking, forming a scene of the collapse of the sky and the splitting of the earth. Yangping's face changed instantly. Obviously he didn't expect the other party to be so mean. The light around him became brighter and brighter, and his speed increased amazingly at this moment. In an instant, he was in front of the child, holding it with his left hand, and stretching out his right fist, to resist Huo Wang's amazing punch. However, the next second, the two people around Huo Wang suddenly moved. The 10 fires shone brightly, the aura of the true immortal flowed, and an amazing star in the body rotated, blooming with amazing brilliance. The light gathered directly in the palms of the two people, and formed two magic weapons in an instant. It was a long sword with scriptures on it, roaring continuously in the void, and the air seemed to be torn apart and shaking constantly. 100 weapons decision. A relatively advanced Taoist method in the mythology world, between the best and the ultimate. Practicing this skill, one can directly evolve various magical weapons with a single move, and the killing ability is very powerful. For example, at this moment, the blades of the two people's long swords can be seen vibrating, and black lightning appears. That is not the power of thunder and lightning, but the scene of space being cut open, gathering amazing power, enough to create the world. 310 fire true immortals. Even though he was furious, Yangping still couldn't help but feel cold in his heart at this moment, realizing that the other party came prepared, unlike before, just finding faults. Although all this was unexpected, the disciples of the big sect are still disciples of the big sect, and their thinking and consciousness are extremely powerful. After all, even if it is the G sect, not everyone can join, and there must be some special talents. The scriptures on his body vibrated, and the Jishan Sutra rolled back, and the rules of the nearby heaven and earth came together to cover his body. These scriptures vibrated violently, and evolved a world with him as the center, isolating the three people. Clang. There was a loud noise. The two knives arrived first, and chopped on Yangping's scripture. The scripture could not help but tremble. The killing power of the 100 weapons art was extremely amazing. It directly cut into the world. The swords flashed thousands of times. As they rose and fell, the huge world was constantly split by the two swords. One by one, the words shining with amazing power were cut off. Yangping's body shook violently. Each sword not only chopped on his Taoism, but also affected his body. The huge power was transmitted along the world and directly entered his 5 internal organs, shaking his 7 orifices and bleeding. His soul was shaken. He exhaled from his mouth and nose at the same time, and there was divine light everywhere. Even when facing two monks of the same realm, he was not immediately defeated and seriously injured by the other party. The heaven-severing scripture kept running, and the power of heaven and earth absorbed by him healed his injuries and dissipated the sword force that entered his body. However, before he could make any further moves, Huang arrived. With the help of the crack, he arrived in front of Yang Ping in one step. A surprising wonder appeared on his fist, directly covering Ping Yang. He punched out, and the target was still not Ping Yang, but the child in his arms. The state of heaven and earth collapsing was taking shape, and it was directly presented with the child as the center. This is a strange technique, a very special Taoist magical power, involving some cause and effect, attacking the great Dao. Once the wonder is fully presented, it will be directly reflected in the opponent's foundation. The person who is hit can only resist it by himself. Yang Ping's eyes were bloodshot, and the palm holding the child leaned upwards, directly exposing his ribs to the opponent. Facing this scene, Huo Wang smiled, full of ridicule. Idiot. There was a loud bang, and Yang Ping's face turned pale. A surprising crack appeared on his body, and his internal organs were exposed. This injury was not an external injury. Instead, it came from the depths of the great Dao, from the foundation, and it was very heavy and fatal. The heaven-breaking scripture collapsed directly, and the world formed collapsed on the spot. Facing this scene, the other two did not stop, and the 100 weapons art formed a long sword and a divine weapon, nailing Yang Ping to the ground. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Yang Ping's eyes dimmed. He was seriously injured. Not only was he torn apart, but he was also pierced and nailed to the spot. Not only was he seriously injured, but at this moment he had completely lost the strength to fight back and escape. Facing this result, Yang Ping couldn't help but smile bitterly, and slowly lowered his hand, that was raised high, and hugged the child whose cheek was almost completely torn and whose painful breathing was intermittent. Using the last bit of strength, soft extraordinary particles flew out, and merged into the child's cheek, healing and reducing his pain. Although there were tears, the boy never cried from beginning to end. He couldn't help but lower his head and look at the huge gap under Yang Ping's ribs, the clearly visible internal organs inside, and the scallop that kept overflowing. The child couldn't help it. He cried out and finally burst into tears. Listening to the heart-wrenching cry of the child, Yang Ping gently patted the other's head, then looked up at Huo Wang with a dim look. They are just children. Let them go. Huo Wang smiled and said, okay, as long as you tell me who killed Meng. Ping Yang was startled and looked up. Early this morning, Meng's life plate suddenly shattered, and he happened to be the person in charge of you, but he died inexplicably. Although we checked it immediately, we found that everyone nearby had lost their memory. After the message was passed on, no abnormality was found. Yang Ping, tell me who killed Meng. As long as you tell me, I will give you a quick death, and these people can survive. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Well, such a big commotion, and it took so long. I thought it was a personal grudge, and it's looking for me. Before Yang Ping could speak, a voice interrupted. No, it's not interrupted. It should be said that it sounded behind Huo Wang and others. Huo Wang's pupils shrank, and the faces of the two people beside him also changed slightly, because from beginning to end, they did not find anyone approaching. Not only that, but there were two people standing behind them. When he could not help but turn around suddenly and saw a person squatting beside the two seriously injured little girls. At this moment, the two girls with injured eyes stared blankly at the person who appeared in front of them. Their injuries had recovered, both on their faces and in their bodies. The person was naturally Li Su. He smiled, gently touched the heads of the two girls, and stood up. If you want to find me, just come to my house to ask for advice. I won't run away. Why hurt so many people? At this moment, not far from the alley, the door opened, and there were people inside, big and small, men and women, quite a lot. There was blood on their bodies, and their clothes were rotten, but they were full of breath, and did not look injured. At this moment, they were like little rabbits, at a loss, mainly because they were almost dead in the last second, and the next moment a figure walked in, and then they recovered, and the pain a second ago seemed fake. He walked to the side of two of the 5 people brought by Huo Wang. At this moment, they were nailed there like wooden men. Except for the pupils that could shrink violently, they could not do any extra actions. He stretched out his hand and flicked it, and the two giants turned into ash directly. Flesh, soul, and avenue all turned into ash. In an instant, Huo Wang and the other two felt cold in their bones, and cold sweat spurted out from the pores of their bodies. The avenue seemed to be frozen. The two people were average in strength, only 9 fires, and their realm was even more like heavenly immortals, so they were naturally different from true immortals. But it was obvious that the three of them could not destroy the flesh, soul, and avenue with one finger. Go. Huo Wang shouted violently, without hesitation, realizing the horror of this sudden appearance. Damn, who is this person? When did GGO have such a powerful person? Must report immediately. Facing the three people who fled, Li Su did not move. He stood where he was and said lightly, come back. Come back. Huo Wang and the other two froze. They really stopped, then turned around, and flew back to him as Li Su asked. Looking at Li Su, who had a calm expression, the three of them were in fear, extremely fearful. The source of that fear was also very simple, coming from themselves, their own flesh. That's right, they didn't come back on their own initiative, but their flesh and blood woke up on their own, controlled them, and flew back. This is their own flesh and blood, a part of themselves. It actually betrayed them? Is there anything more terrifying than this? Looking at the few people, Li Su was very calm, and said faintly, tell me, what's the matter, that you took so much effort to come to me? Chapter 875 Vincian Palace. The light of the soul was shining, and Hualang and the other two were fighting desperately at this moment. They had no time to restrain their own power, so as not to affect too much, resulting in insufficient fines, and committing serious crimes. The power of the true immortals is completely imaginable. If you go all out without hesitation, let alone anything else, the range alone is scary enough. And this Fengdu city doesn't have much else, just a lot of people. If you really dare to go all out and send a wave in a certain direction, the price is basically enough to force you to be conscripted to death. Therefore, even the crazy Yang Ping was very restrained, suppressing the damage range and hiding the ferocity within a few feet. However, unlike Yang Ping, who was severely injured and did not explode far away and always suppressed the range to the surrounding area, Hualang and the others obviously did not have such concerns. For this group of desperate people, the world is big, and I'm the biggest. When life is really threatened, they will naturally ignore it. The soul is like fire, and the will is like flame, boiling and burning. The great Dao was completely lit up by them at this moment. The 10 fires were steaming and bursting with the power to destroy the world. Fighting against the flesh that was obviously in trouble, burning the power inside, trying to break free and regain freedom. As true immortals, they burst out regardless of everything. The bodies of the three people began to shake, resisting and struggling. The crazy push of the great Dao, the huge stars in the body burst out with amazing power. It was the power to turn a world, comparable to the real celestial body of the stars. Even if there was only a trace of energy overflow, it was enough to destroy a mountain range and collapse a continent. A country with hundreds of millions of people would be overturned because of this. In the face of their struggle, Li Su didn't care. He glanced at Yang Ping, who was severely injured. A wisp of blood floated in his palm, and an extremely strong breath of life burst out from it. The vitality inside was extremely amazing, gathering extremely vigorous vitality, comparable to the real dragon and phoenix in mythology. The blood flew out, and fell directly into the cracked body of Yang Ping. By the way, a trace of it was distributed to the child he was holding. The next moment, the bodies of the two showed amazing activity. The injured parts were rapidly multiplying. In the blink of an eye, the child completely recovered. No, it should be said that he was not in good spirits. He danced with joy like a husky locked at home. As for Yang Ping, his condition was undoubtedly much more serious. His injuries were not on the outside, but reflected from the inside out. Even if the wound healed in an instant, it would crack again in the next second, and a large amount of blood spurted out directly from it. The severe pain came, and Yang Ping had no time to shiver. The torn part proliferated again. Countless cells grew rapidly, forcibly pressing the wound that had not yet completely split open back. His flesh and blood forcibly pressed down the upper part of his body and healed that part. Not only that, as his body recovered, an amazing vitality burst out in his body, like a dragon roaring, and a phoenix calling. They sank into the depths of Yang Ping's cells along his flesh and blood, extending to the origin. Under the strong stimulation of vitality, Yang Ping's origin expanded rapidly, and his avenue was fed by the terrible vitality. Unable to bear it, his body began to glow, and the Jishanjing started to operate spontaneously. The stars in his body kept vibrating, making a thunderous sound, attacking the special wonders of Huo Wang and the spearheads of the other two people. Little by little, the power of the three people was wiped out by the Jishanjing. Although the realm was equal, it was obvious that the level of the Jishanjing was far beyond the Taoist magic power mastered by the three people, and there was a difference in the core foundation. As the power of the three people was wiped out by him, Yang Ping could not help but cough up a large mouthful of blood. It was all dirty blood, containing the breath of destruction, and it was the last remnant of the power of the three people. His body could not help but tremble, and as the power reappeared in all parts of his body, he stood up straight. After curing Yang Ping and the child in his arms, Li Su retracted his gaze and turned his attention back to the three people of Huo Wang who were struggling frantically. Several minutes have passed. The three people's eyes changed again and again. Now, they were filled with deep despair and boundless fear. They fought for their power and wanted to take back the control of their bodies. The light of their souls kept bursting out, running the stars in their bodies, forming a terrifying sea of smoke that kept washing away, and the fire in the hall burned to its peak. The result was a stone sinking into the sea. They couldn't shake their bodies at all. The light of their souls not only failed to wipe out the power of their bodies, but was infected instead. There were terrible creatures roaring, and their souls were squeezed and locked in a dark world. Countless pairs of pupils stared at them silently. The heart of Tao collapsed. All the courage and all the beliefs were shattered. The toughness that was honed by countless desperate times was like a joke at this moment. The high wall in the mind, that was once thought to be solid, was vulnerable. Wangxiang Palace. Standing in place, Li Su touched his chin and spoke with a hint of doubt. In an instant, Yang Ping's face changed directly not far away, and the others trembled directly. Obviously, these three words left a great impact on their hearts, and formed a shadow. Li Su turned his head, and looked at Yang Ping. You know? Yang Ping took a deep breath and nodded. He was naturally familiar with this name. He could be said to be the #1 enemy in Fengdu. Tell me about it. The Wangxiang Palace was established about a year and a half ago. It was established by a group of independent cultivators who specifically targeted my disciples. At this point, Yang Ping smiled bitterly. It is said that it was established by independent cultivators, but in fact, anyone with a discerning eye knows that there is a person from a certain big sect behind this sect. The core class of the Wangxiang Palace is actually a subsidiary sect under that big sect. Over the past year and a half, they have repeatedly targeted my disciples of GGO, and many of them have been injured, or even died in their hands. Li Su couldn't help but frown slightly. Although this result was not unexpected, what were the people of GGO doing? Such a blatant organization was not exposed. It was established a year and a half ago, and killed many disciples of GGO. Shouldn't it have been destroyed long ago? Save it for the new year? The laughter sounded. It was Huo Wang, who was extremely desperate, and his eyes suddenly turned, staring at Li Su. He was laughing, a hysterical laugh, with extremely vicious curses and crazy abuses in it. Although he couldn't speak, his emotions and meaning were very clear, floating out of his eyes. You are dead. All of you are dead. Soon, the Wangxiang Palace will get the news, and then the strongest, the top of Fengdu, will come to kill. Then none of you will live. Everyone will die and be buried with him. And you. Although I don't know who you are, but you are dead. Not only you, but your relatives, lovers, friends, and everyone related to you. They are all dead, and they will let you watch the end come in front of you. The resentment descended like a substance. Even Yang Ping, who was in the realm of true immortals, couldn't help but choke and was shocked. Others were even more unbearable, and couldn't help but subconsciously step back, shocked by the madness in the others' pupils. The two girls behind Li Su subconsciously took 2 steps forward and hid behind Li Su. The instinct of life made these young girls spontaneously seek protection, and it was obvious that the big brother who helped them heal their wounds had become that target. Compared with the others, the expression of Lee Soo, who had always been calm, really changed color. The content transmitted by the other party through consciousness was captured and felt by him clearly. The nature of the Wangxiang Palace organization and their means of dealing with the enemy. In an instant, Lee Soo's face sank, and at this moment, the bodies of the stronger monks such as Yang Ping paused, and the next second their pupils shrank violently, and an indescribable great terror was growing. It was like endless darkness, like the abyss of hell, as if surrounded by natural enemies. Something called death enveloped them. In a trance, they seemed to see a terrifying beast that slowly opened its eyes. The three people who were the first to bear the brunt felt it the most profoundly. At first, they thought that Lee Soo had used some unknown means, and the gap between the two sides was not in realm, but that they were not careful for a moment, and were attacked by him, so that they fell into a desperate situation. At this moment, it was completely different. They clearly felt how terrible the person who controlled them was. The flesh and blood were wailing, and the soul was screaming. Their avenues were shaking, the origin of the foundation was cracking, and the stars felt the horror, dark and dim. Just the will affected the reality and distorted them. The vicious resentment in Huo Wang's eyes disappeared. He finally realized how terrifying the existence in front of him was. Not only for him, but also for the entire Wangxiang Palace. It was very terrifying. Because of this feeling, he had experienced it before. It was a genius from a big sect, a Tai level strongman, and unlike the G sect, it was a truly peerless existence standing at the pinnacle of life. And it was obvious that the horror that person brought to him was far less than the person in front of him at this moment. In a trance, he seemed to see a corner of the future, the scene of the Wangxiang Palace being destroyed by the man in front of him. No. He was panicked, really scared. Although he was unruly and cruel, he was also a human being, and as long as he was a human being, he was destined to care about things. He naturally had some, such as his youngest child, who was raised in the Wangxiang Palace. He was the child he carefully selected, and the one who was closest to his bloodline. He wrote into the fragments of the true scriptures he got by chance, and imprinted them through his own soul long ago. As the body of the future, it could of course also be the reincarnation of the original body after death. Once the original body died, the scriptures engraved on the young son would be revived, and his soul would be fully awakened to replace the young son. Just when Huo Wang was very frightened, Lee Soo suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction. After a moment, he said softly, "Yang Ping, do you have a safe house? It's the kind of place that can guarantee your safety for a short time." Yes, just go to the inn. It's one of the few places in Fengdu City where you are not allowed to fight. Yang Ping came back to his senses and couldn't help trembling. Lee Soo really put too much pressure on him at this moment. Really? Let's postpone the conversation just now. Lee Soo nodded. Okay. Yang Ping nodded subconsciously, and then he couldn't help asking, "Sir, I don't know where you are going." "Well, I'm going to cut some grass." Lee Soo smiled and said, "People have said this. It's really disturbing if I don't do something. I don't have many relatives and friends. If one of them really dies, I will definitely not be able to bear it." After that, his figure began to dim and disappeared little by little in everyone's sight. With the disappearance of Lee Soo, Huo Wang and the other two also disappeared, inexplicably, as if they had never existed from the beginning. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.